decided to lean into no distinction between the two, but seemingly are using this as an opportunity to say, look, we won't pay for Israel to purchase these weapons, but we'll still sell these weapons. Do you feel like that goes far enough?
Understand, selling weapons to a country is actually just good business, all right? See, I'm against foreign aid in general. I personally don't want to give foreign aid to anybody. Yeah, that includes Israel. I'm way too Jewish to give foreign aid to Jews. All right, listen, I'll be real. That said, selling weapons? Yeah, if you're going to purchase the weapons, of course we're going to sell them. Why not? Especially to one of our allies that's fighting terrorists and shit that are also our mutual enemies. Why shouldn't we sell it to them? Get ready.
In terms of restraining Israel?
It's not far enough. We first need to follow our own laws. You know, we are not supposed to be selling weapons, any kind of weapons, to any country that is breaking international humanitarian law, that is committing...
Damn, it's a good thing Israel isn't doing that, I guess.
...genocide or atrocities.
Damn, it's a good thing Israel isn't doing any of that. It's a good thing they're just fighting terrorists that started a war and lost miserably.
And when we talk about the Iron Dome or any kind of defensive weapons...
Understand the Iron Dome is a missile interception system that exists to intercept missiles fired by terrorists into civilian cities.
What it's doing, it's insulating Israel from having to make decisions to make peace, and it really isolates them from, like, having to deal with the consequences.
Yeah.
It's like giving a...
Consequences means, man, not enough dead Jews if Israel has missile defense systems. Like, it's incredible how every single day there's a new clip of this guy being like, damn, man, I wish the terrorists could have been able to rape more Jews. Then all of a sudden things would be better. Now, the logic they're trying to say is the war is going to go longer if Israel has defensive weapons because they'll be able to defend themselves. So therefore, we need to maximize dead Jews so that maybe Israel will stop doing wars. Now, the reason why this is retarded is because Israel could obliterate Gaza, for example. The reason why this is retarded is because Israel actually, you know, they send pamphlets before they bomb buildings, they evacuate places before they attack them, which is why there were only 70,000 casualties. And yet only 70,000 casualties, despite the fact that it was 2 million people living in a super hyper-dense urban environment. If Israel didn't have defensive weapons, they would have obliterated the entire country, the entire area of Gaza off the map. Because why would they risk taking casualties when they could just kill the enemy instead? The reason why there were only 70,000 casualties in Gaza was because Israel had defensive weapons that they were able to take their time and evacuate as many people as they can. You know, and they made sure that they would have food and that they gave them electricity, they gave them internet. You know, for example, all those things are completely true. They wouldn't be doing that if they didn't have defensive weapons. So not only is it illogical, but also it maximizes Palestinian casualties if Israel doesn't have an Iron Dome, for example. So what these guys are actually saying, and this is truly incredible, and you have to pay attention, what these guys are saying is we want as many dead Jews as possible, which will cause as many dead Palestinians as possible, because then we could use all of those dead Palestinians as ammunition to talk about how America bad and Israel bad. So the wildest part is the Iron Dome is a purely defensive mechanism, and he's not even talking about giving foreign aid to Israel. He's talking about letting them purchase shit from us for purely defensive capabilities. He's like, no, we can't do that. We need to maximize dead Jews. All right, so again, not super surprising. Hassan Piker is getting blasted by everyone that's not Islamic. Like, for example, this guy, this is an assemblyman that represents California's 17th Assembly District.
For Vietnamese Americans, opposing communism is personal, not political.
Hybrids absolute growing time.
Hang on. I'm in the middle of something right now. I'm not playing yet.
Platform was caught on video attacking a Vietnamese refugee.
I will be ready here in a second.
Shut up and go back.
Shut up and go back yourself. I'll be real here. You don't even speak English. How is this person an elected representative now? What are we doing here? Like, don't get me wrong. I'm more than happy pitting the retards against each other, letting the retards attack Hassan Piker. But it doesn't mean you're not retarded, all right? Let's understand. This is crazy, bro.
Watch out there, buddy.
The funniest thing is, someone needs to study how personal against Hassan Piker turn liberals into liberal right-wing dipshits. That's right. It turns liberals into right-wingers when they're against Hassan. And then Hassan says, it's easy. I have a fairly modest leftist views across the board. You know, like letting Jews get raped, I guess. And I'm stubborn. Yup. So if they want to oppose everything I do, they inevitably find themselves aligning with the right-wing forces. This is obviously retarded. He's just like Hassan Piker, like, I am a moderate leftist. Yes, I support the Palestinian resistance, where they rape as many Jews as they can. Yes, I support communism in China. Yes, I chant death to America. I support the Islamic regime. I think that Russia attacking Ukraine is awesome. And I tell my audience multiple times to go murder right-wing politicians like Rick Scott. But I have unresolved trauma. And I take it out of my dog by electrocuting her. And then I go on stream and talk about how we should murder
Still not ready yet, but I'm here. I'm here.
Video, an old clip of Hassan Piker saying he wanted to kill Charlie Kirk. Like, this is obviously an infiltration into American culture.
All right, I'm being tracked. Everything's tracking.
It's all the foreigners that hate America. They're all on Hassan's side.
Hang on, my table's stuck.
Hassan actually represents is lots
there we
of
go.
foreigners want to
All right.
steal, rape, and pillage our country. So they're behind this communism, which essentially is just some sort of lie where they could just take money from people that earn it and give it to foreigners that don't deserve it, and actively support all forms of America's enemies like Islamic terrorism. And it's pretty cool. This is Hassan Piker, the Brian Griffin of the internet. Always out there to randomly virtue signal and shit. In fact, a lot of people.
It's curfew.
Someone said he's the real life Brian Griffin, and I haven't stopped laughing since. Make the rich pay, says the multi-millionaire. All right, why does low key it goes hard as Brian Griffin? It's kind of insane. Bro got mogged by Brian Griffin. Holy shit. Yeah. So anyway, this is Hassan saying it's easy. I'm a fairly moderate leftist. Moderate leftist views, like. I miss the Soviet Union. That was a recent thing that he said in a Yale speech. Moderate leftist views. Like, I'm really happy Russia
you call Crimea a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. Russia's historic access into the Black Sea, Crimea, that's like historically, fucking ethnically all Russian. You call Crimea, I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch.
Yeah, so a moderate leftist that supports the USSR imperialist extermination of Ukrainian people. You know, all the leftoids, the Democrats with like the little Ukraine pins? Well, Hassan supports them. You know, I love how Hassan will go up and he'll shoot up the stream and he'll be like, yeah, I'm anti-imperialist. Motherfucker, he's not anti-imperialist. He's just an imperialist rooting for the other empire. All right, so this was his new massive crash out, which is wild. So there's a new video game out called Pragmata. It's a family value game, all right? It's like a really cute game. Everyone likes it. Really adorable stuff. But Hassan Piker, I'm going to show you how Pragmata is single-handedly destroying feminism just by having like a cute child, and female streamers are losing their mind over it. I'm going to show you that in a second. But first, I have to show you the Hassan Piker take on an adorable game.
In any case, what is this? Capcom's Pragmata. Wait, did it come out already? Pragmata, it's making 1,000 people suddenly want to start a family. You play as Hugh, a soldier, stranded on a ruined lunar research station. His job is protecting the childlike android Diana while fighting rogue AI. It's out already? Is it good? Isn't this like Death Stranding? In one emotional moment, she gives him a crayon drawing of the two of them together as a little family. Even streamers who say at the start they didn't want kids end up breaking down happy in tears. So what's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And
shouldn't most people want to start families? It's a beautiful thing.
And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like,
you mean normal family values? It's like, I don't understand why people would want families. You see, I'm actually rooting for the annihilation of America. So not having families is actually really great, because then we get to replace you with Muslims. They'll have families for you, don't worry.
If you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care.
What does this even mean? This is crazy. I have a family. I like video games. But it's not a contradiction. I love how Hassan Piker is like such an absolute retard that he's like, you are not allowed to want to have families. I am so progressive. I want your family line to end with you. I want your ancestors who have fought countless battles and survived and managed to, against all odds, managed to create a family line that spans generation after generation until you show up so it can end with you. So we could replace you with a guy from Pakistan.
Care about things that you actually enjoy. Right? If you're a fucking lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care?
Look how absolutely mad he is over the fact that people want families.
Like, why do you care?
That
about
is weird.
Children or like riding for having children? Like, if they.
What does this even mean? See, I think most people want children. I think most people ultimately, if they can envision
Wish I had a
dream of
bed
one
here.
day, marry someone of the opposite sex, because this is the normal perspective. I know you have to be politically correct. No. Most men want a woman as their wife that loves them tremendously, that respects them a lot, and that gives them a family. Most women want a husband to take care of them and love them and give them many children. This is ultimately what most people want. Now, again, Hassan Piker, living in retard online territory, who will never have children probably. This dude out here, he's so woke. He's out here advocating for the end of civilization.
Changed hot Cheetos, if they changed the recipe of hot Cheetos, if they changed the recipe of, like, I don't know, Dr. Pepper or something, and you fucking freaked out about that, that makes sense, right? Like, that's precisely what your life is about. But as far as, like, larving about starting families...
So speaking for himself, look at this dude, so miserable. This is a lonely-ass man who's out here shocking his dog every day, advocating for the end of Western civilization. And he can't even fathom why people might want families.
And whatnot. This is something that I never understand. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Because... it's just not something that you're going to experience ever for your life, for the rest of your life.
Look how mad he is. He's so mad. It's like people actually want families. And he's like, oh, you're never going to experience that because you play video games and you're right wing. You're right wing and you play video games. You're never going to experience that. Why would you even want that? Look, he's so mad. And obviously, part of this is molding because this guy's never going to have a family. All right, even though that's probably what he wants to deep down. He's sacrificing it for, importing retards into our country.
Your life, right?
Gigantic Hassan pause. This dude can't fucking say a sentence straight.
Also, I will say,
oh.
Japanese game, putting a child in there, you're playing with fire, okay? Don't get mad at me for saying this, but...
That's right. Everyone that wants children is a pedophile. This is the leftist mindset. Look how demented he is. This is the largest leftist streamer. This is the type of person that is molding the minds of children across the world.
I feel like any Japanese game you put like a child, it's gonna invite maybe the worst possible fandom. You know, I know it's not like that. I'm sure the game is not like that, but there will be people who take it like that.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have children because there might be people that are pedophiles. Great argument, Hassan. Again, anyway, I think it's truly incredible stuff. So I want to show you what this game actually has done because it's truly incredible. It's actually amazing. Look how insane this is. All right, so this is Pragmata, a new video game with a cute kid. Pragmata is destroying years of leftist programming and activating women's ovaries in real time.
Yes. She's so cute. Hold on.
Bro, look at her cry. She's crying. This is a leftoid Twitch streaming foid out here streaming for lonely men in their basements to watch. All right, I'm not sorry, man. The simps probably love her. I never heard of her, but she's out here and she's playing this video game, and it is breaking her because she sacrificed this. All right, and this is what every one of these modern girl bosses have done. She sacrificed this.
Come on.
For what? For what? For men in your chat?
Just puts his helmet on. He's like mid-conversation. I'm out.
Bruh.
So good.
Bro,
Yes.
the reaction's insane. Activating ovaries in real time. Look, man, I said this before and I'll say it again. Nothing radicalizes a woman like having a husband or children. It radicalizes the shit out of people. So the streamer actually responded to this clip. And I think this is awesome. And I'm including this for transparency's sake. So strange placing my content pop up here, taking my content without any credit to push your narrative and making me actually so sick. Well, too bad.
Yeah.
I don't actually give a fuck. I was just playing a game. I really love sharing a wholesome moment. I'm going to touch grass. This is enough internet. I don't care, actually. Of course I'm going to use your wholesome moments for my advantage. And in fact, it's to the advantage of a lot of people. Because ultimately,
Hey,
what people want.
wanna buy something?
This is actually what people want. And no one wants to admit it, obviously, because they're too busy being brainwashed. All right, but
All right, we gotta follow her.
That's how every streamer is reacting to this game.
Because she's gonna explode.
Reacts to this game and is just a puddle of feels.
Is this supposed to be when we first boarded the train?
She's not gonna make it to work today.
Bro, and she's like on the verge of tears.
What's that? You
You could have had this by now, by the way, but you don't, because you traded it for the girl boss lifestyle of playing video games for lonely men on Twitch.
Me too. Not half bad, kid.
Yeah. Okay. Everything's adorable and cute.
Like actually holding back tears. It's crazy. Right? So Reddit mods are now removing posts and banning people from subreddits for praising the game. Right? Because obviously, it doesn't fit into the ecosystem of you must be a miserable leptoid, lonely loser for life. Alright? So this is what Reddit is doing to Pragmata. The game launched 2 days ago, 97% positive on Steam, critics love it, players love it, Reddit mods are silently deleting every positive post about it. No reason. One guy posted, wonderful game, 10 out of 10 with a trophy screenshot, removed by our site, PlayStation mods within an hour. Right? You're not even allowed to praise it because it's pushing family values? No. Man, and it's so wonderful watching these e-girls lose their mind over it. But watching a fictional kid play the toy for a few seconds and thinking that's what raising an actual human being is probably a sign that you have realized the adult side of be a parent, and you should not base your decision off of the video game. I am an e-girl, and I'm explaining to you why you actually shouldn't have children. I'm an anti-natalist. You should die alone and miserable. Well, anyway, e-girl, who obviously has no idea what it's like to raise a child is the source of happiness in your life. I hope one day you could realize that and get to that point. I pray for your soul. Miserable voids, bro. Alright? Jarvis, scan for a father figure. True! Just objectively true. Jarvis, please find out the Jarvis! Scan for a father figure. None detected, sir. Well, that's too sad. Having children is awesome. Yeah, it's a lot of work, true. And it's awesome, and it is the light in your life. It truly is. And all these miserable fatherless e-girl foids and retards that are alone are trying to convince you it's not the case so they feel a little better about themselves. Right? And just look at the reactions. Everyone has these reactions. The VTubers.
Who's that? I want to do my part. I know I can help.
Hug her.
Glad to hear it.
Wait, my audio.
Every single one of these these people that plays it. They gotta make sure on a baby ASAP. I can't do it anymore. Yeah, like bro, it's crazy. This is just like activating the neurons on all the voids. Bro, you are getting birth max soon.
My daughter is so capable. I'm so proud of you, Diana!
Bro. And it's just shredding these people. Yeah, it's honestly, and Hassan Piker is against it, obviously. Decades of anti-natalist propaganda. Vaporized. It's honestly pretty insane stuff, it really is. And it just speaks to the core of the human experience, which obviously leftists hate, because they hate the human experience. Which is why they're so desperately trying to do everything in their power to hate it and replace your culture with some other culture. And you know, the funniest thing is, I think most propaganda gets vaporized easily just the moment you engage with anything that's actually real life. You know, you'll have someone that's incredibly pro-trans rights, and then they get raped in a girl's bathroom by a dude with a dick that identifies as a she. Everyone's pro-gay people adopting babies until all of a sudden, the baby's asking for mama, and the dads don't want to give her.
Jesus, man, that's sad, bro.
And this is a guy who's pro-gay marriage. So again, the reality is, reality's awesome, and reality will bitch slap you in the face. All of that propaganda gets vaporized the moment reality hits. You're anti-racist until you go into a bad neighborhood. You're pro-migration until a migrant rapes and eats a goat behind you. Both. The same eats in France. Propaganda can only survive in a vacuum, which is why you have the pro-COVID lockdown party, the pro-just engage with everything in your little algorithm party, the pro-I'm just going to introduce you into this objectively fake moral bubble. From school to college, you will never break out of the little mindset and will call you a racist if you even wrong think for a moment. But all that dies the moment you interact with reality for 5 minutes. God created a beautiful world, and it's time to take part in it. Now, to understand the terror attacks that took place yesterday, we have more information. I covered it yesterday as it was breaking. I'm going to cover it again today. I've been doing incredible deep dives on all the things that happened, covering them in the way they need to be covered because unfortunately so many retards are too scared to do it. Old Dominion University shooter was a man named Mohammed Jalloh. This Mohammed Jalloh was a terrorist that shot up a university in Virginia. Crazy fucking story. Born in Sierra Leone, of course, became a naturalized
Kathy,
citizen.
calm down. Settle down. Okay.
Get ready for this one. Convicted for providing material support to ISIS. Sentenced to 11 years in prison.
That's the fuzz. Watch out.
Prison early under Biden. Understand how this could have been avoided if we would have been a competent, normal country not running on radical leftoid feelings bullshit. This is a guy, a foreigner, all right, who's a naturalized citizen because our laws are fucking broken and people are importing these people to kill us, who was literally convicted as being a ISIS terrorist. Not exaggerating. Convicted as an ISIS terrorist. Released from prison under Biden, goes out there and commits an Islamic terror attack. Heartbreakingly, as I was covering yesterday, people were injured, no one was killed, but unfortunately, heartbreakingly, someone was killed. The victim of the terrorist attack in Old Dominion identified as Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw, who was a professor of military science and the leader of the university's ROTC program, a veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation Enduring Freedom, and Atlantic Revival. And these are his awards. Rest in peace to hero. And this is unbelievable. We're losing the best of us because the left is importing the worst of us. This didn't need to happen. This didn't need to happen at all. We don't need to actually live like this. And no matter how many people are going to hit you with the random feminist talking points about how actually all people are the same and all cultures are equal and there's no difference between anybody, well, if there's no difference between anybody and everything's the same, then multiculturalism doesn't exist because everything's the same. It is a self-defeating non-argument that they use to excuse importing terrorists into our country to rape us and kill us. This was an Islamic terror attack. No anything in the Middle East justifies the fact that this guy, a United States citizen, would go into a college and start shooting and stabbing people. And the idea that this isn't a right
We'll have to do it 3 for now.
All right? Every single president bombs the Middle East, all right? It's a rite of passage. If you're a president,
I don't have enough for another mixer.
Maybe they should stop
But I could go.
stop bombing them. But only one party is literally bringing the terror.
Nah, I better wait.
Under the guise of multiculturalism. Oh, what do you mean? This guy that pledged allegiance to ISIS shouldn't be deported. He's just as American as you and me. And he has a passport. He has paperwork. He has paperwork. That makes him just as American as all of us. Well, this narrative is collapsing really fast, and people are tired of it. Now, the way this terrorist, Mohammed Jalloh, weird how his name is Mohammed or something, that's kind of weird. Police be upon him. No one saw this one coming. He's dead now. You know how he was killed? He was beaten to death. He was beaten to death.
How was he deceased?
There were students who were in that room that subdued him and rendered him no longer alive. I don't know how else to say it, but
they beat him to death, rendered him no longer alive. Some base American patriots saw that motherfucker and beat him to death.
Basically, they were able to terminate the threat.
So he was not shot?
He was not shot.
No, he was beaten to death.
He shot 3 people?
Correct. We have information that he shot 3 people.
The one that went to Virginia?
Yeah, he shot 3 people. One, unfortunately, died from his wounds, a victim of Islamic terror. And no one even calls it what it is. He's apparently calling it what it is. He's too radicalizing for this. All right, the Islamic terror attack left 1 dead, 3 shot, and he was beaten to death. Right, that's the level of fucking fatigue that we actually had. I don't think enough emphasis being placed with the students at ODU literally beat the Muslim shooter to death with their bare hands and whatever else they had available to them. This is a level of Islam fatigue I don't think we've seen in the United States since 9/11. Like, this is insane. And that was just one of the terror attacks yesterday. All right, so this was the other terror attack yesterday that took place in a synagogue in Michigan, Detroit, where an Islamic terrorist with a truck full of explosives drove into a synagogue slash preschool, all right, and started shooting around. Thank God no one was killed, and he died. His own car blew up. You know, that's the thing. Bro completed his quest. Blow yourself up for a lot. All right, so he succeeded on that part, and thank God he didn't take anyone else with him. So the reality is that motherfucker's dead. He was neutralized by a security guard working at that synagogue, because obviously if you don't have a security guard, you can blow up your temple. All right, so this is what happened.
That I want to make sure the local community is aware of first and foremost. This community works together hand in glove. This community takes care of each other. And we have been communicating regularly. I have been texting the chief, not just in West Bloomfield, but every place that's got significant houses of worship, Jewish facilities, synagogues, temples, you name it, over the past 2 weeks. Obviously what happens around the world sometimes affects us, so we have to think about it, be prepared for it. So we've been talking. I texted actually the head of security from the temple 2 days ago. And
bro.
some information to him.
Dude, the threat level is so high to just civilians going to synagogues in the United States that, like, the chief of police, all right, the head sheriff is going to need to talk to these guys every day or two. Like, that's insane.
So the first thing the community should know is that we not just today work together. We work together all the time. Our state, federal, and local partners. Number one. Number two, we train. In our world, preparation is important. We hope and pray it never happens, but that's not a strategy. Preparation is. So all of us have been training together for many years for active shooters or active assailants, mass casualty events.
I don't know where my garbage grabber is.
Way more than our share. So that is ongoing and is in place. The third thing that's important to note, no children, no staff were hurt. So we know there's evil in the world, and we know they only have to get it right once, and sometimes they do. They may not come out every day in the and they show up.
It just happened in Virginia. They won. They took the life of an innocent man.
But what happens when they show up, that's where training and preparation comes in. The security staff did an amazing job. And we'll get some of the details on that they stopped and threat. No kids, no staff were hurt. Now there were some injuries and things that had to be taken care of. One of the head of security was taken to the hospital. He got knocked down by the car when it reached the building, and we've had 30 law enforcement officers taken to the hospital for smoking. So a lot of our folks...
because, you know, this was, you have to understand how this works, all right? So, bomb specialty is like, it's in the Muslim class of terror, all right? As opposed to the trans classes, those are normally, you know, their dad's assault weapon. That's normally how it works, right? Their dad's rifle is normally the weapon of choice for trans terrorists. For Muslim terrorists, it's incendiary devices, explosives is their specialty normally. They put all their skill points into blowing themselves up for a lot. Hopefully they don't take anyone with them.
From my SWAT team and other agencies are still in treatment because that building became engulfed in the car and we'll learn all of that through the investigation, why it became engulfed in flames, what was the ignition source, and I think the ATF is taking the origin of that source and origin of the fire. But in any event, what it did, it caused terrible, terrible smoke in that part of the building.
You know, because the dude literally brought a bomb into a preschool. Yeah, we don't need to live with these people. These are the fucking barbarians are not at the gates. They're inside, and we have to live with this shit. All right. So anyway, apparently it's even more insane ever. All right. So you got to see the responses to this, because I think that the conversation about this is in some ways even scarier than the actual event, because we all knew this was going to happen. All right. So I've already explained to you the difference between fat Islamists and skinny Islamists. Skinny Islamists, they run at you and try to kill you. The fat Islamists, they're the propaganda mouthpiece. So fat Islamists, Cenk Uygur, people are gonna call me racist for this, but they're wrong, because Islam is not a race. Right? I am not racist. I am just Islamophobic. It's a totally different thing. Don't get. All right. Anyway, there's an active shooter in a synagogue in Michigan. He has exchanged fire with security. These types of attacks are the worst thing anyone can do. Because it's trying to blow up children. It's deeply immoral. It goes counter to any principle of peace and safety. Get ready, the mask slips here. I don't know how this dude doesn't like proofread his tweets. It's wildly counterproductive and it divides Americans. Excuse me? counterproductive? Counterproductive because what? Because you want to find a way to kill Jews without actually getting backlash for it? Like, what does counterproductive mean? All right, what would be productive in this situation? All right, and quite literally divides Americans? No, this is unifying Americans against the non-Americans that have paperwork and try to convince us that they're Americans. I'm sorry, I don't think you understand. This doesn't divide. Dividing Americans is not the problem. It's blowing up Americans that are the problem. All right, I'm really glad that we're trying to actually have this conversation. The most insane shit is when you look at his replies. It's like they're eating him alive. It exposes the violent intolerance of certain religions, and he says if someone is fighting against the religion rather than the intolerance, they've got it wrong. Are you fucking insane? Of course we should be intolerant against religion that's trying to kill us. What are you even talking about? Dog, if the religion is the one indoctrinating these people to blow themselves up for God and take as many children as they can with them, maybe the religion needs to be investigated or something. I don't know. The intolerance is the problem? What does that even mean? Islamophobia made this guy drive his truck into a school and try to blow up a bunch of children? Like it's unbelievable how, like, retarded these people are. And again, the most insane part is, this is a relatively popular commentator on the internet. Alright, Uncle of Hassan Biker, host of the Young Turks. He's on every single fucking Pierce Morgan episode.
Oh, I don't have enough to do that.
Put a fat, screaming, sweaty, I guess, thumbnail. And the reality is, this guy shouldn't be here. He allies with every single enemy of America every single time. He has directly, through his show, in my opinion, incited the murder of the Baton Rouge police officers that were murdered by his fan, that was literally egged on by the Young Turks. I made an entire video on that. But for some reason, not only are we not deporting people that ally up with the terrorists and enemies of America, but for some reason, we've given them platforms that they can utilize to literally propagandize us to kill each other and to hate each other and to obfuscate from real situations and real issues with their bullshit. Understand, we are not only tolerating that there are orcs in the Shire, we are giving the orcs places in the government of the Shire. We are giving them the actual voices to propagandize the hobbits as to why actually the orcs aren't the problem. And the truth is, we don't need to do this. We do not need to give megaphones to quite literally the enemy. I'm not saying silence him, because I know people are going to say that I'm trying to cancel him. I'm not trying to cancel him, not trying to silence him, not trying to fight against freedom of speech. That's always the angle these retards use to try to kill you. I just think that as a country and as a culture that's based on biblical values, we do not need to tolerate bringing enemies of America into our country. Therefore, elevating them to the same exact status of an American that's been here for the last 400 years, that built this country and that contributed to this culture. You do not need to be tolerant of these people. Tolerance is actually
That's got to be Benji out of dope.
Intolerance is a virtue. But to be clear, I'm not trying to silence this guy. I just want him to get deported. Like, holy shit, this is insane. Counterproductive to blow up American children. Yeah, counterproductive. No one is surprised by this terror attack, by the way. All right, so when someone like Chank is like all shocked that this happened, literally no one is actually shocked that this happened.
Come on.
As the CEO of the Jewish Federation of Detroit, I'd love to say I'm shocked or I'm surprised, but I'm not. This is something that we trained for. Thank you to all of the law enforcement officers who stand behind us and the many who don't. Thank you to our Jewish community security team. This is a tough time. It is a tough time, but we will get through this. We'll get through this together. We'll get through this stronger. And we'll continue to be loud and proud of being Jewish. This will not change us. This will not deter us, and we will continue. With that, I'd like to turn over to Rabbi Ariana Gordon of Temple Israel.
Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is, no one's shocked by this, all right? He's like, yeah, we're not even surprised that this happened. Yeah, we know, like, obviously. Like, and I'm not surprised either. In fact, when this happened, I immediately said, oh, it was a Muslim, all right? Because I played this game whenever there's a terrorist attack. Was it a Muslim or was it a leftist, right? It's always the fun game. Trans or Muslim, who knows, right? So that's the game you play. I immediately put all my money on Muslim, and I was proven correct immediately. No one is surprised by this, actually. Like, and people that tell you that they're surprised by this are either retarded or liars. Unfortunately, we get a lot of both of those these days, but quite literally, we all knew it was inevitable. Like, we imported the orcs into the Shire, and then we're all shocked when the orcs started.
I should be able to turn a pretty good profit with what I've got out on the street now. Benji should have a decent amount of cash for me. I think I gave him the shrooms to sell. So he should He should have some Kern on him.
First of all, it was
Sup,
a Jewish
G?
temple, all right? It was literally
$5
just
grand.
for
That's it.
Jewish worship or whatever. Like,
I don't know.
what are we even talking about? An Israeli temple? Why would you even say that? I thought Jews and Israel were different. I thought that Zionism and anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are different things. Obviously, it's not for most people. But anyway.
Oh,
with Israel, I will say that
a Jewish temple.
A Jewish temple.
There's a little more.
Just like it was a Jewish synagogue. What are we talking about?
An Israeli temple.
It's called the Real Israel Temple.
First of all, it's called Temple Israel, and second of all, you realize that synagogues were called Temple Israel for long before that the state of Israel was established in 1948. You know,
Israel's a biblical name.
It mentions Israel like, I don't know.
I want to say it's a person's name.
So therefore, like, Temple Israel is like the most generic name in the history of Jewish synagogues, all right? But
Yeah, the Israelites are descendants of Israel, isn't it? You know what? I'm just gonna shut up because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Israel is the name, and therefore, can we really blame the Muslims for blowing it up?
Jewish. Okay. They're the people of Israel.
How do you define
You know, because literally, my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was this guy named Israel. Might have heard of him.
Finish my point. So,
alright, finish your point.
Kelly Martha, hey homie, I can share your stream in a community to help you hit 200 and 800 viewers and also earn 1,500 per stream at main on Discord Poppyboy1.
Okay, like as if that justifies it. Like, this is wrong on so many levels.
Real Israeli temple, yes, and they do align with.
It's called Temple Israel. It's not the Israeli temple. Like, get the name right, I guess, if you're gonna slander it. Like this is insane.
Israel and their beliefs. So this was.
So they align with Israel, so therefore the Muslims can go blow it up. All right, now there we go. That hard-hitting left-wing media, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah, running defense for Islamic terrorists every single day. It doesn't stop. Every day. Every single day. Unstoppable. Unreal. Both Michigan Democrat senators voted against funding DHS just minutes before a foreign Islamic terrorist rammed his car into a synagogue and shot it up. Is anyone surprised? Is anyone surprised? And then the left is like, oh my god, it's Trump's fault. Meanwhile, they defund the Department of Homeland Security. Quite literally, they just did that. All right, they import all these fuckers, and then they kill us, and we can't defend ourselves because they literally defunded our security. And then they're like, I can't believe Trump is killing terrorists in the Middle East. That justifies 9/11. Have you heard? All right, look at how the local press in Dearborn is reporting this. Now, the reason why I'm showing this to you is because Dearborn, Michigan, is 30 minutes away from this temple in Detroit, Michigan, which was blown up by a terrorist. Okay, so again, no one's surprised where this guy fucking came from. Dearborn is a Muslim majority city in America that kicks Christians out of the city and names streets in the city after terrorists. This is a real thing, by the way. All right, this is insane. Dearborn Heights man suspected in Temple, Israel incident recently lost his family in Israeli airstrike in Lebanon. Excuse me, what the fuck? What are we doing? This guy is not a victim. This guy's a terrorist. This guy just blew up a school and a synagogue and tried to murder a bunch of children. This guy's fucking evil. What are we doing? Right, dude, look at this, man. The suspect died following reports of an active shooter at a synagogue where police say a truck crashed into a building. Shots were fired, triggering a large emergency response from local law enforcement and federal agencies. According to the sources familiar with the situation, Ghazali, classic American name, had recently experienced a family tragedy overseas. Two of his brothers and several nephews were killed days earlier in an Israeli strike in Lebanon. Unbelievable stuff. So that justifies him blowing up a synagogue in Michigan, I guess. Seriously, man, this is the media in Dearborn. And if you look at the comments, get ready. Get ready. You're not ready. All right? We all know him. He's a sweetheart. Smells like a false flag. He was the sweetest soul. I have a hard time believing a Muslim did this. Allah did it. I witnessed the guy giving pomegranate to his customers. Love how they can't even say what the incident was. This is so heartbreaking.
All right.
Like, dude, look at this.
Stop freaking me out.
Nice guy, false flag. I was like, dude, it's the most unbelievable thing. It's like they will justify it by saying, well, he lost family in an airstrike, so I guess it makes sense that he blew up a preschool in Detroit, right? And they'll say, he lost family. I guess it makes sense that he blew up a preschool. And then they'll be like, also, it wasn't him. It was a Mossad false flag. They blew up their own preschool. The craziest shit in the universe. And yeah, this is like literally what all the comments are saying. Like, you read the comments and they're all doing this. Every single one of them. They're just basically defending the guy because we literally imported a foreign,
Come on.
into our country with a different value system, In fact, the value system that supports the idea of blowing yourself up to kill some infidels. And for some reason, we're surprised that these people are not that American. As far as I am standing, these people are all supporting an act of terrorism on United States soil. They should be denaturalized and deported. Like, we don't need to live like this. Like, the guy that's here being like, well, oh well, good shit, bro, good shit. That is correct. He lost siblings. Oh well, right? Like, so all these retards, or just for the record, all these retards that are doing this, they didn't assimilate into American culture, and their children will not be assimilating either. But I'm told that we need to live like this. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, the reports coming out of West Bloomfield are horrifying. I am praying for the safety of everyone at Temple Israel. No one should face violence anywhere, especially the racist person. All right, this is what Rashida Tlaib had to say. All right.
Fuckity fuck.
From Dearborn, Michigan, and Rashida Tlaib's comments on it. This is a guy in Dearborn, Michigan, screaming "Death to America." I'll mark the America means death to America. That was not Iran. That was literally Dearborn, Michigan. 30 minutes away from where they blew up a school. Is anyone surprised? I'm not surprised.
Great look. The mayor condemned it.
And it was actually in Rashida Tlaib's district. The killer was from her district. Isn't that beautiful?
The White House condemned it. But what about Congresswoman
Condemning it's not enough. It needs to be denaturalized and deported. That's what the conversation needs to be. Condemning it, that's cute. I condemn it also. But the government needs to denaturalize and start deporting these people. We should not be importing people into our country that are screaming death to America, and because they have a little piece of paper, we can't do anything to them. They just become completely immune to literally fucking anything. Absolutely not. That's some bullshit.
Rashida Tlaib. She reps Dearborn. Is she okay with her constituents chanting death to America?
Isn't it impressive that there's an entire community of foreigners that we literally brought into our country that are now only electing these anti-American pieces of shit into Congress?
Fox Business correspondent Hillary Vaughn asked her. Watch.
All right, let's see.
Congresswoman Tlaib.
Fox News. I don't talk to Fox News.
At a rally in your district, people were chanting death to America. Do you condemn?
Talk to Fox News.
But do you condemn chants of death to America?
I don't talk to people that use racist tropes.
Why can't you just say whether or not you condemn people chanting death to America? Why are you afraid to talk to Fox?
Fox News is not listen, using racist tropes towards my community is what Fox.
Racist tropes. Again, this is like the Norm Macdonald tweet, you know? It's like, oh my god, all poor Islamists screaming death to America. People might be Islamophobic towards them.
News is about, and I don't talk to Fox News.
Is death to America racist? Is chanting death to America racist?
Talk about your guys' racist tropes. You know, you guys know exactly what you do.
Dog, this is the easiest thing in the universe to condemn unless you agree.
I know you're Islamophobic, but you guys gotta go deal with it on your own self. You're not gonna use me.
That's right. It's Islamophobic to be against people in our country chanting death to America. That was in Dearborn, Michigan. Someone from that community drove 30 minutes to Temple, Israel, and blew it up. Isn't that cool? Dora Mamdani tweeted this, all right? The attack in Temple, Israel, in West Bloomfield, Michigan is horrifying. My thoughts are with the congregation and all who are shaken by this act of anti-Semitic violence. Hey, monitoring the situation. I love how he keeps doing this. Dog, you're on Twitter like everyone else. You're a fucking mayor in New York. You have absolutely nothing to do. I am monitoring the situation. All right, dude. Out of an abundance of caution, the NYPD will deploy high visibility patrols, Jewish religious cultural traditions across the 5 boroughs. That's nice. As you can see, no one's buying this shit. 14,000 likes, 4 million views. Right, meanwhile, this was literally in his city hall yesterday. All right, this guy doing the ISIS salute the same way that the Islamic terrorist that threw a bomb in New York City is doing the ISIS salute. All right, no one's buying this. And Dave Portnoy actually had an incredibly rare good take. Rare Dave Portnoy W. You know what? When there are terrorist attacks in the U.S. by extremists, I'd prefer the same politicians and podcasters who egg them on with non-stop inflammatory rhetoric and by endorsing Hamas rallies who refuse to condemn phrases like globalize the Intifada and who blame everything on the Jews don't get to act surprised or sympathetic when these attacks happen. It's insulting as you're not fooling anybody. I'd rather Mamdani be more like his wife, who probably already smashed the like button on it a billion times and threw a party at Gracie Mansion. At least she owns it. Give me a straightforward hatred rather than the hypocrisy. And honestly, he kind of cooked with this one. I prefer upfront honesty to this shit any day of the week. I've said this before, I'll say it again. That's why I'll take someone like Nick Fuentes over like a Tucker Carlson or a Candace Owens or a Hassan Piker or a Cenk Unger any day of the week. At least he's honest. Like, dude, Hassan Piker be like, you should go kill Rick Scott, and then be like, I actually don't cause violence at all. Yes, you fucking do. You're a terrorist. Just be honest about it, okay? Calm down. In my opinion, that's what he is. So the reality is, Zohran Mamdani should not be that surprised after a 152% spike in anti-Semitism. New York Police Department changed how it reports hate crimes. Is anyone surprised by this at all? There was a huge spike in hate crimes committed against Jews during Zohran Mamdani's first month in office. So to hide the spike in anti-Semitic crime, Mamdani had the NYPD change the way it counts hate crimes to lower the reported number and make comparisons to previous years harder. This is exactly how it works, and it's insane that it keeps happening.
Can dreams actually kill you? Has anyone ever dreamed exactly what will happen in the future? Or did you hear about the guy who brutally axe-murdered his wife and mother-in-law and blamed ostriches and dreams? These are just some of the fantastic things we'll talk about in today's video that will cover every facet of the wonderful and often wacky world of sleep. Number 50. Unlike many of the dreams we'll discuss today, people who've had so-called wet dreams don't usually complain about them when they wake up from their never-world sexual adventure. Wet dreams are actually very common. The Journal of Sexual Medicine said about 83% of males will have one in their lives. That is, one ending with what's called a nocturnal emission. Men of all ages have them, but puberty is a common time since a boy's sexual hormones are raging. Studies show in some countries boys have them more, such as in Indonesia, where 97% of guys in the study said they've had at least one mission-emission dream before they were 24. In another study titled Frequency of Nocturnal Emissions and Masturbation Habits Among Virgin Male Religious Teenagers, it was shown that some boys refrained from spanking the monkey due to religious concerns. Still, of the boys that said they were against such DIY, about 70% of them had a wet dream. Like it or not, at some point in a male's life, nature will likely run its course during the night. Why? Your brain and body want it to happen. What about women? Number 49. Women too will feel the delights of imagined sex during their slumber. It was reported in the Journal of Sex Research that 85% of women had had a nocturnal orgasm by the age of 21. While women don't produce semen, there can still be discharge, so it's still a wet dream, just not as messy. About 8% of male and female dreams at any age have a sexual theme in them. A study showed that 4% of sex dreams for men and women ended with an orgasm. Still, research shows males tend to have wet dreams more than females. And it's been happening since history was first recorded. Number 48. In the book of Deuteronomy, there's a passage about soldiers having wet dreams. It says, when you are encamped against your enemies, then you shall keep yourself from every evil thing. If any man among you becomes unclean because of a nocturnal emission, he shall go outside the camp. Poor guy. He was told he'd have to go outside and clean himself and not come back until morning. In many religions back in the day, wet dreams were seen as a kind of impurity. Buddhist scripture talks about demons who either suck your energy or make love to you in your dreams. In the medieval bestseller on witches and all things evil, Malleus Maleficarum, the author issued grave warnings to the people of the 15th century. He talked about succubi, female demons that liked to collect the semen of men they'd seduced while the guys were sleeping. The male equivalent is incubi, which the author said could make women pregnant. As some of you probably know, during the European witch trials between the 14th and 17th century, many thousands of women were tortured for allegedly being witches. It's thought between 200,000 and 500,000 were executed. In some cases, the women became pregnant and were accused of having sex with an incubus. That happened in Ireland in the 14th century to a woman named Dame Alice Keitler. The records show she was accused of mixing up rooster's blood and mixing the intestines with spiders and other black worms like scorpions. The text says she had boiled this mixture in a pot with the brains and clothes of a boy who had died without baptism and with the head of a robber who had been decapitated. It says she summoned demons with whom, says the text, she permitted herself to be known carnally, and that he appeared to her either as a cat, a shaggy black dog, or as a black man. She escaped to England, but her servant Petronilla de Meath, who could apparently fly and summon up demons, was tortured and burned at the stake. To sum it up, at certain times in history, sleeping and what happens during sleep have been related to all things evil. More dark stories later, but here are first a few fast facts. Number 47. The average person has about 3 to 5 dreams per night. Even if you think you never dream, you do, but you don't remember them. Number 46. Dreams might last just 5 minutes, but they might also last 20 minutes. As we spend about 1/3 of our lives sleeping, dreaming really is a huge feature of our lives. Researchers have said on average we'll spend about 6 years of life dreaming if we live to old age. Number 45. One of the annoying things with dreams is even if they are action-packed and we wake up with some parts of them in our heads, we forget them very easily. This is all about brain chemicals. Studies have said there's a lack of the hormone norepinephrine in the cerebral cortex part of the brain, and this might be why we forget our dreams so fast. Other studies showed it might also have something to do with the density of the medial prefrontal cortex. It's all a bit complicated, and the science isn't set, but basically chemical changes during sleep matter. There's also the fact that the hippocampus, a part of the brain crucial for making long-term memories, is not fully switched on when we wake up. But if you try really hard to remember the dream as soon as you wake, the hippocampus might spring into action, and you'll remember the dream for a long time to come. In those first few seconds, you have to recount the dream to yourself, otherwise it might just drift from your memory. Number 44. We have our deepest dreams during a period of sleep called REM, which means rapid eye movement. When we sleep, we start with light sleep. Then we move on to deep sleep, and after that to full deep sleep. Stage 4 is REM sleep. Your eyes start to move rapidly, your breathing becomes irregular, and your heart rate rises. A full cycle is between 90 to 120 minutes. Number 43. In studies, when people have been awoken during REM sleep, they usually say they've been dreaming in color, but in one study, 12% of people stated all their dreams were in black and white. People over the age of 55 seem to dream in black and white more often. The researchers said this might be because they watched black and white TV as kids. Number 42. Blind people dream. This was put to the test when a study of blind adults and their 372 dreams over a 2-month period was recorded. They dreamed a lot about animals, especially their circus dogs. They also dreamed a bad dream for them was often about movement or travel, which is not surprising given how difficult getting around can be. Blind folks' dreams are normally less visual. If they've been blind all their lives, they only dream about taste, smell, sound, and touch. A blind film critic named Tommy Edison explained, "If I were to meet you in a dream, what I would know is your voice, maybe what perfume you're wearing." He said he might dream about someone by how they felt when he touched them. Number 41. Animals also dream, or at least many of them do. A recent scientific study scanned the brains of rats while they were asleep and also while they were awake, enjoying a spin on the rat wheel. The researchers noted how the same brain patterns on the wheel were sometimes present in dreams. Another rat study revealed rats dream about their tasks during slow-wave sleep. One of the best studies done on dreams was with cats. As you might know, when we dream, we're basically paralyzed. That's to protect us, as you really don't want to act out your dream of, say, having a fight or making love. Your brain switches off the receptors that make your muscles kick into action to stop you from doing anything stupid. Scientists in the cat study removed part of the cat's brain that switches off the muscles in their sleep. When the cats were asleep, instead of lying there paralyzed, they started fighting whatever enemy they were up against in the dream. They also made movements as if they were jumping, hunting, and grooming. Talking about sleep paralysis, this next story is scary. Number 40. One of the infographic show researchers said he often thinks he's woken up. He can hear the fan go whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He can sense his girlfriend. He knows he's awake, but he can't move at all. He panics, shouts, and tries to grab his girlfriend, but nothing happens. That's sleep paralysis. The worst thing is since your frontal lobes, the so-called executive suite, isn't working, you tend to panic. You think it's real. Between 8 and 50% of people will experience this in their life. Maybe 5% will have it often. It can happen because of medications, anxiety, or stress, although it's not always certain why people have it. As you'll soon see, not long ago, people were blaming sleep paralysis for killing people who had no obvious health problems. In short, it happens when REM sleep and waking up cross over, so you're dreaming and awake at the same time. What's even more trippy is it can come with sounds, like screaming, talking, or roaring sounds. But the worst is when people feel like someone is in the room with them, sometimes sitting on their chest. They can't move, can't shout, and some horrible incubus or succubus is on top of them. People have been having such experiences for centuries. They're well reported, and while scientists don't believe in entities coming to sit on people at night, 500 years ago things were different. Sleep paralysis entities were called the demons, or in some cultures, the night hag or old hag. In just about every nation on Earth, there are stories about these things that come in the night. Scientists say it's just your brain acting up. Since you're partly awake, your motor cortex fires off signals to move. Obviously, you can't because you're still paralyzed in sleep. But other parts of your brain are expecting movement. So, say the scientist, your brain fills in the blanks and creates a movement. Hence, you see someone else in the room. That someone else is you. Well, that's one theory anyway. Many people still believe those entities are real. Number 39. In the US, 2 to 6% of people live with nightmare disorders of some type. Women more so than men. Between 8 and 30% of adults have nightmares compared to 20 and 30% of children aged 5 to 12. But fewer people have the experiences we'll talk about next. Number 38. Night terrors tend to happen during the transition from non-REM sleep to lighter REM sleep, sometimes making the person shout and scream and even become violent. Because they move, these dreams are classified as an arousal disorder. Kids tend to grow out of them, but maybe 2% of adults have regular night terrors. Thankfully, after 60, only about 1% of the population gets them. Number 37. People with PTSD can have violent night terrors. They don't want to hurt anyone, but they might by accident. Here are a few night terror testimonials we found online. Typically, Cass will toss and turn, sometimes curling up or becoming very tense, but recently they become rougher and more verbal, even occasionally pushing or pulling me. I punched my husband in my sleep and screamed, "I'm going to bleeping kill you." I've been violent on more than one occasion. I just remove myself from being in bed with anyone I don't want to kill by accident if I'm sleeping with someone. And from the BBC in 2017, when Liz's husband John attacked her in his sleep and drew blood, she finally realized she can no longer share a bed with him. Okay, but why did these things happen? Number 36. The BBC story about Liz and John described John as a gentle giant, but at some point he kept going to bed and having violent dreams. John had no idea he was moving around when he was having dreams of fighting off tigers, or in some cases snakes biting into his leg. Fighting was the natural thing to do, of course, but the problem for John is he, like many others in the world, have a disorder that means his brain stem doesn't fully make his body paralyzed in sleep. Now for some more fast facts. Number 35. You can dream in absolutely any position, but if you don't want sleep paralysis, perhaps don't sleep on your back. Number 34. If you play video games or eat or watch TV right before bed, you're more likely to have an intense dream. Number 33. People have actually murdered other people in their dreams. We'll talk more about that later. Number 32. If you've ever woken up and felt really content for some reason, and you know it's the dream you just had that made you feel that way, there's a name for it: oneirophrenia. The term was coined by an American psychologist named Dr. Mark Bleckner. Number 31. If you want better dreams that make you feel good, try to lose the stress. Stress is one of the main factors behind crappy dreams. Number 30. It probably won't come as a surprise that men tend to have more violent dreams than women. Men also dream more about other men, while women tend to have just as many dreams about both sexes. Men have more confrontations in their dreams, while women tend to have more dreams about relationships and interpersonal interactions. Number 29. Studies have shown that 65% of men and 70% of women report they've had recurring dreams. Number 28. We often incorporate the sounds around us into our dreams. We're sure you've all dreamed your alarm clock was a different noise in your dream. Being hot or cold can also influence what kind of dream you have. Number 27. You don't invent people in your dreams. All the folks that appear in your dreams are people you know or have seen before, maybe on TV, in the train station, or people you know. Number 26. Scientists say there's a substance that can make you dream while you're awake: DMT. The longer word is dimethyltryptamine. As part of a brew called ayahuasca, Amazonian tribes have been using DMT during ceremonies for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. Only in the past few decades have Westerners, including techie people wanting inspiration, and soldiers with PTSD, been going to the Amazon to take part in these sessions. The results are remarkable, but why? Number 25. Scientists who've worked with DMT explained, "We found that the states of deep immersion induced by DMT, often described by users as a breakthrough experience, were paralleled by decreases in alpha brainwaves as well as increases in delta and theta brainwaves. This is very intriguing because we find similar changes in brainwaves when people are dreaming. If you've ever taken DMT, you'll know that even though you're awake, you can blast off into space, or you might find yourself surrounded by cartoon animals. You can talk to toadstools, or tunnel down to a hell that will scare the life out of you. These are of your own making, as are your dreams." Number 24. People who've been on ayahuasca trips have talked about overcoming years of depression or anxiety. Some of them have seen the light even though they've had scary experiences. They've been cured. It's hard to say how this will happen. Still, it's probably related to the same reason why researchers at Johns Hopkins said another psychedelic substance, psilocybin or magic mushrooms, also help people overcome chronic depression. The same thing has happened in UK studies when chronically depressed study participants talked about having spiritually significant experiences. A researcher in the UK said it seems as if during these trips, the brain rewires. Depression is often like going around and around, having the same negative fears and thoughts. So, if these waking dream states can help people, does it mean our dreams can unhook us from negative thoughts? It seems so. A professor in the US said dreams can take a painful sting out of difficult or even traumatic emotional episodes experienced during the day. The New Scientist wrote in 2018, for the first time researchers have got the evidence that dreams help soothe the impact of emotional events in our lives, acting like overnight therapy. It might not feel like it at times, but your dreams are your friend. Number 23. In yet another study, this time in the US, people's nightmares were recorded. The most common nightmare in the group of 2,000 people was falling. Next up was being chased, then came death, feeling lost, feeling trapped, being attacked, missing an important event, waking up late, someone dying, getting injured, teeth falling out, and natural disasters. Number 22. We don't know exactly what these dreams mean, but we do know they're universal. People from New Zealand to Nigeria, from Italy to India dream about their teeth falling out. All we can do is guess regarding the meaning, but the answer is very likely insecurity. It might not sound like therapy, but at least when you wake up, you know there's something you need to resolve. You should always try to examine weird dreams. As you'll see later, Ted Bundy's best friend once learned a lot from a highly symbolic dream. Number 21. 55% of people at one point in their lives will have what's called a lucid dream, and around 20% of people have them quite often. These happen during REM sleep when you suddenly become aware you're dreaming. It's very different from sleep paralysis, since in sleep paralysis you think you've woken up. In lucid dreams you're not awake, and you know it. In a lucid dream, you could be chased by a gorilla with 12-inch fangs that look strangely like your grandmother. You're scared, but then you say to yourself, wait a minute, why am I running? This is a dream. And then you wake up. Sometimes you allow the dream to continue, but you won't be scared anymore since you have control of the story. Why lucid dreams happen is another uncertainty. Scientists have talked about brain chemical changes, brainwave activity changes, and the possibility of hybrid sleep. Number 20. A scary kind of lucid dream is false awakening. These Nightmare on Elm Street type dreams are unforgettable. There are certain levels. One is you think you've just woken up, and maybe you head to the bathroom to relieve yourself. A second later, you wake up for real with a warm patch of pee in your bed. Sometimes you might get up and think, damn, I'm late for work, and then wake up for real and see it's Sunday. Ah, sweet relief. Those aren't too scary. The other type is. In these dreams, you really think you've gotten up. You might walk downstairs and open the fridge, but all the time you figure something isn't quite right. You can't put your finger on it though. There's just something ominous happening. Then someone comes out from behind a door, or you realize you don't have a fridge in the kitchen, and you wake up with a jolt. It was a dream, but by God it felt real. One guy said it happened to him twice, so he woke up with a jolt, told himself it was just a dream, and went downstairs again, but that was also a dream. Maybe this is what inspired the movie Inception. Number 19. There's also something called pre-lucid dreams. This is just when you ask yourself the question, am I asleep and dreaming? Number 18. There is very little brain activity when people are in comas, but people who come out of comas have explained that they dreamed. Some of them said they were stuck in long nightmares. A coma can mean many things, so it all depends on which part of the brain is damaged as to how much you'll dream. Number 17. Writing on the Psychology Today website, a woman said when she was in a coma, she lived a whole different life. She said when she woke up, it felt like someone had pulled me violently from one world I knew to another, as if I had stepped from one room to another. She lived in a different town with lots of stores that she frequented. She had lots of friends in town. Life just went on until she was rudely awakened and was in a hospital bed. What's stranger is that from then on, she'd returned to this town in many of her dreams. It was like going back to see old friends she'd abandoned. That's cool, but not as cool as this next story about a man we'll call a pandemic hero. Number 16. A guy from England possibly had the funniest new life dream ever. Well, funny for us, maybe not for him. During the pandemic, he became very sick. He had cancer, and after contracting the virus, he was put on a ventilator. He wasn't expected to live. In his coma, instead of finding a new world full of possibilities, he found himself working as a delivery guy for the Tesco supermarket. He later told the press that for 11 days he was forced to be a Tesco delivery driver with a really crap van. In his new life, which he felt was totally real, a gang in London kidnapped him. They took him to a garage with a wet floor and tortured him with a defibrillator, after which they made him deliver groceries for a living. This was an 11-day epic, which is so good you need to hear some of it in his own words. He explained, the leader of the gang was a dwarf who kept demanding, "I want more money," then also started selling acid tabs. They wanted me to look after a prostitute. My job was to protect her. She worked with other hackers to find out who Banksy was as he was trying to kill the queen. There was a big event in London next
I don't
to
have
the
any
Thames
money,
that had
so
two
why am I
giant
going to the
pyramids.
laundromat?
There was a film showing that night
Go
next to the
ahead.
pyramids that had 3 words displayed: "You are dead." We wonder how many acid tabs he'd taken in his prior life prior to the pandemic. Anyway, the good news is he returned home in much better health. Number 15. Many people have lucid dream superpowers. One guy said when he turns around and runs backward, he's faster than anyone on the planet. Other people have been able to fly at will. People writing on Reddit said in their dreams they'd harnessed fire, shapeshifted, walked through walls, breathed underwater, controlled time, and spat out laser beams. It's a pity the Tesco worker couldn't do those things. He could have saved himself a lot of stress. Number 14. Native Americans or First Nation cultures might use what are called dream catchers, a web to collect bad dreams. The legend states that a spider woman once told an Ojibwe tribe grandmother, "I will spin you a web that hangs between you and the moon, so that when you dream, it will snare the bad thoughts and keep them from you." The Spider Woman protected the tribe, but the tribe expanded and the Spider Woman couldn't protect everyone. That's why the dream catcher was invented. It later became popular in other tribes, including Cherokee, Lakota, and Navajo. Here's a good example of when a dream helped someone discover the truth. Number 13. We're sure you all know the serial killer named Ted Bundy, a nightmare of a human being. Back when he was a free man, he worked with a woman named Anne Rule, ironically on a crisis hotline that gave advice to people on the edge. For $2 an hour, psychopath Ted helped people who were thinking about hurting themselves. He was good at it. He was also smart and friendly, so Anne Rule became close friends with him. He told her his deepest secrets, and she told him hers. So when he was charged with horrific crimes against women, despite the evidence stacking up against him, she couldn't believe he was guilty until she had a dream. On April 1st, 1976, after she just visited Ted in prison, she dreamed of a car accident in which a baby was severely hurt. She picked it up and swaddled it in her arms, screaming at bystanders that the baby needed help. They all turned away. Even an ambulance crew, nurses, and doctors refused to help, as she was screaming, "It's going to die if you don't help." In her book about Ted, she wrote, "And then I looked down at it. It wasn't an innocent baby, but a demon. Even as I held it, it sunk its teeth into my hand and bit me." When she awoke, she understood that the baby was Ted. She'd been fooling herself about his innocence. The dream was so powerful that she changed her mind about it. That's one of the great things about dreams. They can bring us closer to a truth hidden deep in the subconscious. Number 12. The venerated American President Abraham Lincoln would have agreed. He believed in the power of dreams and let it be known. Back in his day, many people took dreams seriously. On April 11, 1865, Lincoln was feeling downcast. He turned to his friend and bodyguard, Ward Hill Lamon, and explained why. He said he just had a dream where he saw a corpse lying atop a catafalque in the White House's East Room. He said the subdued sobs of mourners filled his ears.
This is gonna be
He then
funny.
asked a soldier who was in the coffin. The soldier replied, "The president, he was killed by an assassin." A few days later, while watching the play Our American Cousin at Ford's Theater, Lincoln was shot by an assassin. He died the next day. Number 11. In those days, the dreams of famous people were published in newspapers. It was believed that dreams could tell us about the future, especially recurring dreams. According to the Sleep Foundation, between 60% and 75% of American adults have recurring dreams. 77% of those recurring dreams are negative. Number 10. Before Dr. James Watson came up with the double helix structure of DNA, he had dreams about a double-sided staircase, or according to other accounts, intertwined serpents. The guy that created the modern periodic table in the 19th century, Dmitri Mendeleev, talked about dream inspiration, saying, "I saw in a dream a table where all the elements fell into place as required." Awakening, I immediately wrote it down on a piece of paper. In 1816, a teenager named Mary Shelley was visiting the poet Lord Byron in Geneva when she dreamed of a hideous phantasm of a man, stretched out, and then, on working of some powerful machine, show signs of life. She then got to work on her novel Frankenstein. James Cameron said he had a fever dream of an image of a chrome-like skeleton emerging from a fire, which he said had a metallic torso holding kitchen knives. That's where the idea of the Terminator came from. But can dreams become dangerous? Number 9. You'll be pleased to know that dreams can't kill you. Never mind how scary they get. You can die in your dream just as Lincoln was dead in his. You can be killed in a dream though, which again is likely related to fears in your waking life. Still, dreams won't kill you. Number 8. That's not what you might have heard, though. In the 1980s, after the US had bombed the hell out of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, a lot of people from those countries went to live in the US, many carrying extreme trauma from all the chaos they'd seen. Then something strange happened. About 100 young Hmong men just died in their sleep. Physicians said there didn't seem to be any underlying cause. The men had gone to bed healthy and didn't wake up. Scientists gave it a name: Sudden Unexplained Nocturnal Death Syndrome, or SUNS. It should be noted that this part of the world is super superstitious when it comes to spirits and ghosts. So when all those Hmong guys, many in their early 30s, just started kicking the bucket, people believed it might have been related to spirits. Many of the Hmong said these men had been visited by a spirit that sits on the chest, which you know is called sleep paralysis in the West. The Hmong call this malign ghost Da Chua. So, the question for the US scientists was related to if there was a connection between sleep paralysis and SUNS. Meanwhile, Hmong men were scared out of their wits, not knowing if the evil spirit woman was going to get them in their sleep. US scientists didn't think there were any ghost-related deaths. They said that in the Green Hmong subgroup, there were many cases of sudden death and also non-fatal sleep disturbances. They said Hmong men were predisposed to a type of genetic heart arrhythmia that can get worse at night when the heart is beating slowly. One doctor later said cases are connected. Hmong people were told rather than placate the spirits with offerings, they should see a doctor.
God damn, where the hell did that thing come from?
Might have heard, you can turn
Scared the shit out of me.
Not being able to turn one on might just mean you're insecure about something. Turning on one could be positive. Possibly you feel good news is on the way, or you've had a breakthrough in work or life. Number 6. 50% of all your night's dreams will usually happen during
Holy
the last
shit.
2 hours of sleep.
My heart's
These are
pounding.
the witching hours and the time you really want control of your dreams. Number 5. According to dream researchers, lucid dreaming can be learned. They say that one trick is to purposefully wake yourself up about 2 hours before you intend to get up fully. This is called the wake up back to bed WBTB method, which can be used with the mnemonic induction of lucid dreams, or MILD technique. The latter means saying something over and over in your head for about 5 minutes before you go back to sleep for another 2 hours. This could be the phrase, "Next time I'm dreaming, I will remember I'm dreaming." If you think this sounds like hogwash, scientists in 2020 put it to the test. Not only did 18% of people have a lucid dream on nights when they used the techniques, but 5 out of 10 people who never had a lucid dream in their lives had at least one lucid dream in the 5-week period they practiced the techniques. Number 4. Sleepwalking, otherwise known as somnambulism, happens during the non-rapid eye movement, or NREM stage of sleep. It happens to kids more, but in general about 7% of people will sleepwalk at some point in their lives. Number 3. There's also sleep talking, otherwise known as somniloquy. It often happens during REM sleep and also during light sleep. It's usually pretty harmless. In fact, one study showed about half of all kids between 3 and 10 talk in their sleep, often just a blast of speech that lasts about 30 seconds. Adults tend to do it less, maybe only about 5% of adults regularly sleep talk. 66% of adults have done it at least once, according to sleep medicine research, and 17% of adults had done it for a 3-month or more period. What comes out is often nonsensical or incoherent. What's quite amusing is that the Sleep Foundation said people often get really rude and offensive when they talk in their sleep, or perhaps say embarrassing sexual stuff. Studies have shown that no is often a word of choice for sleepers, and in a French study, the curse word putain was said a lot. It's really only a problem when it turns into screaming and shouting, which happens during those night terrors we've already discussed. People with PTSD are more likely to talk or shout in their sleep than people that don't have PTSD. Number 2. There's also a nocturnal sleep-related eating disorder, NS-RED. This means people sleepwalk to the fridge or another food source. Studies have shown that they'll often eat anything, so ice cream with pizza covered in custard and curry is just fine. One study said injuries resulted from the careless cutting of food or opening of cans, consumption of scalding fluids like coffee or solids like hot oatmeal, and frenzied running into walls, kitchen counters, and furniture. Even worse, people have eaten toxic substances, including cleaning agents and glue. Thankfully, this is very rare. NS-RED happens to only 1 to 5% of adults. It's usually connected to other sleep disorders, eating disorders, and might be related to major depression and severe anxiety. It can also be embarrassing since people and families wake up to find what looks like a family of bears have been through the kitchen in the night. One guy said he did it all the time, explaining that every other night he'll wake up in a bed filled with food, a Hansel-esque trail of crumbs littering my bedroom and kitchen floors. Okay, last one, the weirdest one, even after what you've just heard. Number 1. If you see someone sleepwalking, don't shock them with a slap or shout at them. Be gentle. Lead them back to bed. The reason is they might do something dangerous. They could hurt you or themselves. In 2005, a 15-year-old girl climbed 130 feet to the top of a crane near her house outside London in the UK. When firemen got to her, they discovered that she was fast asleep. She had no idea she walked out of her house and climbed the crane. An incredibly risky adventure. Also in 2005, the British press talked about a man who had just been cleared of killing his 83-year-old father. The old man had been kicked and punched and jumped on, giving him 90 injuries. When the son woke up, his father was in the house driveway looking like he'd gone 12 rounds with an escaped chimpanzee on Xanax. The son was later subjected to what was called the most detailed scientific tests in British legal history, and he got off even though he had a history of violence. Scott Flater in the US was not so lucky. After, in the 1990s, he claimed he was sleepwalking when he stabbed his wife dozens of times and dumped her body in a swimming pool. In 2021, still in prison for murder, Flater said, "All I can say is I do not know what happened. I do know for sure I never planned it. There was nothing for me to gain from it." In Spain in 2001, a man who murdered his wife and mother-in-law with an axe said he was dreaming about fighting ostriches when he was chopping the two women up. That excuse didn't work in the courts, but surprisingly, the so-called sleepwalking defense has worked a few times throughout modern history. Now you need to watch this gruesome tale, Russian Sleep Experiment Explained, or have a look at human sleep experiment that went horribly wrong.
To be honest, that's what the whole Palestine movement is about. Literally. The Palestine movement in America is screaming and crying about some nebulous thing that's happening across the world, people losing a war that they started, and innocent people tragically dying after they lost a war that they started. Somehow now you can't criticize people. Hold on, I need to find this clip because I saw someone take an out-of-context clip of me, putting it on the timeline, and using it to wish on my death also. Hold on. Okay, I found it, and I can't even believe it's the same guy. It's the same guy that was wishing death on me is posting this clip of me out of context. All right, so let's watch the clip. Obviously, he doesn't show what I'm reacting to. He just starts off with me talking.
They literally did worse than any country in the world. And the people at CDC who oversaw that process and put masks on our children, who closed our schools, are the people who will be leaving.
Leaving? All right, so now he plays my commentary, but he doesn't even actually play, what I'm actually reacting to, which is essentially that people knew about the fact that different COVID mandates caused actual verifiable damage and deaths to like thousands of people potentially. So they knew that was happening. They refused to release that information, and they let these children die because they wanted to push an agenda. All right, so for context, that's what I'm reacting to. So this guy says, why do fat, autistic, middle-aged men like Nugs Taco feel so confident calling for violence from behind the avatar of a cartoon child? All right, so cartoon child, fat autistic man here, the fat autistic child over here, and let's see me calling for violence, right? Because again, calling for violence, it's pretty bad. I'm very against calling for illegal violence. Fucking kill those motherfuckers! Leaving, yeah, in a body bag, string them up Nuremberg style. They fucked the generation. Oh my god, dude! I have people that work in. I have relatives that work in, like, as doctors. There were piles of bodies of people that got vaxxed. All right? Unbelievable.
They literally...
Right, so turns out that they knew that they were pushing poison on people and they were dying, and they refused to tell people there were side effects anyway, and they essentially poisoned thousands of people. So what I'm saying is, I literally say Nuremberg style. They fucked the generation. String them up Nuremberg style. Nuremberg style, that is literally a court case. That is a court case where they judged Nazis for war crimes and gave them the death penalty for it. I am calling for 100% legal violence where they get executed for crimes against humanity. And I even clarify that a few seconds later in this very clip. I'm not going to look for it in the actual video, but I literally specify and say that I want legal violence. I fully support the death penalty. If anyone was asking questions, I'm not alone. So does God in the Bible. All right, so this is not alone. So people that directly poison a generation and knowingly caused thousands of deaths because they refused to talk about side effects for vaccines when they knew that people were going to die because of it just to push their fucking agenda. Yeah, I think that's crimes against humanity. So if you're going to take this out of context and make it look like I'm calling for violence because I'm calling for people to be given the death penalty in a trial for crimes against humanity, you're retarded. So this out of context clip, again, it's another reason for people to, I'm shocked, I can't believe it's the same guy. The same guy that was laughing at my any level of misfortune. But anyway, anywho, whatever, I get lots of death threats. This is not news. Leftoids calling for violence. It's the old thing, but it's also the new thing, because now they actually kill people. So I wanted to see, Asmongold, as you can see, made a video over here about Hassan Piker abusing his dog. Then a video here about Hassan Piker abusing his dog. Then a video here about Hassan Piker abusing his dog. Then a video here about Hassan Piker abusing his dog. So Hassan Piker probably tattled to his uncle, and the Young Turks apparently crashed out on Asmongold. So I'm very excited to see what this is all about. The leftoids, they're riled up. They want his dead. It means we're doing something right. If they didn't want you dead, you wouldn't be effective. Think
206.
All right. If
All right.
want to kill you, that means you're on the right side of history. And I am never dropping that bloody microphone, no matter how many of these retards scream at me on the internet. Anywho, let's see what the Young Turks is, and then I'm going to show you the really epic clip that I have special for you from like a 8-year-old video of the Young Turks. Oh, you are so not ready.
The Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, had an
chunky yogurt is what we call him on the channel.
Asmongold related meltdown. So this is the title of the video here. Asmongold says protesters should be used for slave labor.
Based. Wait a second. Hold on. Whoa! You're gonna literally make Asmongold sound even better than he does in normal context. Based. Look, I fully support throwing rioters, violent protesters, or members of terrorist organizations in prison, but why should they be sitting in prison, literally eating up our tax dollars, when they can be put to work? Based?
Now, this isn't...
Remember, this is pro-Islamic extremist Cenk Uygur, who actually supports the Islamic-style governments that literally have slave laborers. Like, you have to put this into perspective, because every single time one of these guys scream and cry, it's always projection.
Completely wrong, but it's certainly not completely right. And so anyway, let's go back. We're going to watch the clip, and we're going to see how they approach it, okay? How about that? Let's go ahead and let's listen to it and see what was said.
Wait, do they know if they don't play the actual Asmongold clip and they just, dude, I hate the fucking hearsay that the leftoids do every single time. It's like every time Hassan Piker addresses something I say or something, like he'll say, "Oh, that one guy, he's like a pedophile rapist guy, and he said that all Muslims are bad and should die." Wow, classic pro-genocide. It's like they'll quote you wrong, misrepresent you without ever showing the original clip, and then attack you based on the straw man that they build of you in their fucking head to justify to their audience that they should kill you. Yeah, there's a problem on the left in America. There really is.
That's not defamation. Well, no, I'll watch it. It's okay.
Criticizing the right wing.
Yes.
Think about it if the shoe was on the other foot. Now, this brother comes along. I don't know who Assman is.
Assman! Bro, that's a good name. Sorry, Chunk Yogurt. Assman's pretty good.
I mean, people say maybe that he's got a following, but I've never heard of him, right?
Okay.
And his brother and his...
Holy moly. Yeah, my asshole, you never heard of him. Bro, everyone likes doing that as like a epic gotcha moment. It's like, I never heard of this guy. He was literally one of the biggest. Dude, you know what? I'm gonna fucking cook for a second. All right. So this is Asmongold's clip channel. All right, let's go to Asmongold's. So this is Asmongold's clip channel. As you can see, he gets over 1 million views every single video. This is just on one channel. Asmongold has another channel also. Generic Asmongold over here. He gets almost 1 million views every single video. As you can see, millions and millions of views. All right, very famous guy. Now let's look at the Young Turks. Let's look at their fucking dying career. All right, so let's look at the Young Turks over here. When they talk about Israel, it's well, because essentially this is just Islamic Caliphate media channel. All right, so can't break 10,000 views on a bunch of videos. Can't break 10,000 views. Hard time breaking 10,000 views. Very hard time. Israel, 200,000 views. All right, so, and now we know why these people support the genocide in Gaza. Not that there's a genocide in Gaza, but they support it anyway. They support it immensely, because if Palestinians wouldn't be dying, they would be irrelevant. So yeah, this is them barely break. Yeah, so yeah, obviously they heard of Asmongold. So anyway, nice code. Or Assman, as I call him.
Right?
I don't even know who Jägermeister is. Actually, I do. He was a guy in my guild. He was a Death Knight in my guild in World of Warcraft. And you definitely don't know who he is. So I don't know I don't know which Jägermeister he's talking about.
He's probably talking about one of the animals that he was trying so hard to have sex with. Actually, a lot of people don't know this about Chunk Yogurt, Hassan Piker's uncle, but he is pro-animal rape. This is a weird position that most people don't have, but he does.
This guy's talking about, oh yeah,
I'm not joking. That is an actual position.
over protesters. I don't mind it, he said.
Yes.
So you don't mind extreme violence, running over somebody with a car. Okay.
Bro, it's not just any protester. It's not like you see a protester on the sidewalk being polite with a sign and you just go and run him over. It's specifically talking about people that are being violent towards you. Like, again, show the clip. Like, why don't you just show the clip you're referring to? It's insane that you need to do this.
Okay.
Well, yeah, if they block your road, yeah, absolutely. If they don't let you try to get by and they crowd your car, I think you absolutely should be able to run them over. And you can see how, and this is what I think is very funny about this, is that people like this always like misrepresenting. This is why I don't debate with people. It's because they're just liars. Like, you can't debate and argue and, you know, have a conversation with a person whenever they're not operating on the same wavelength as you are. So when you have somebody like Jink who's saying like, oh, well, you know, you're just trying to run over protesters, etc., you're not even trying to engage with the conversation. You're not even trying to understand the point of view that I'm putting forward. You're intentionally misunderstanding it in order to make an argument, which is like, that's fine. You want to do that, go ahead.
But that's the whole left at this point. The left can't debate. They can't talk. That's why they killed Charlie Kirk. He was talking to the left and he was destroying them, so they killed him. So the left can't actually engage in a discussion without tantrums and crying because they actually don't really have anything to say. I remember, I think this was such a telling moment. There was a debate on Piers Morgan with Destiny when Destiny was talking about how Charlie Kirk, he refused to condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk. And someone basically said, a leftist shot Charlie Kirk and wrote anti-fascist, hey fascist catch on the bullet. And Destiny freaked out and said, you're wrong, it wasn't on the bullet, it was on a different bullet. The bullet that actually got shot was a different bullet. The bullet where he wrote, hey fascist catch, that was a bullet that wasn't fired yet. As if that debunks literally anything. And it was like, yeah, that's the most dishonest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, it's insane that you need to play this game.
Ahead and do that, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to take it seriously, okay? So let's go back, moving goalposts. Yeah, I clearly was not talking about any protester. Why would I think that?
Obviously not.
I mean, like...
Obviously not, but that's what Chunky Yogurt is trying to do here. That's the strategy every single time. It's misrepresent, slander, and then hopefully someone in your audience goes to kill him.
What is the logic here?
But you know what? Why don't we instead arrest them for exercising one of the most fundamental American rights, freedom of speech? The one.
I hate when everyone does it. Like, especially Chunky, because like he supports Hamas and he believes that they do freedom of speech and they murder their own people in Gaza when they disagree with them. But like again, and it's every single one of these terrorist supporters. Every time I hear a terrorist supporter like Chank, like Hassan, yelling and screaming about freedom of speech every single time, it's like, oh fuck, you're retarded. You don't care about freedom of speech. You want to use and cry about freedom of speech and in order to make it a weapon to destroy us. You know, a lot of Islamist expansionism says we want to use your freedoms against you. This is a very popular phrase in Islamist expansionism, and they literally do it in front of us. They want to use our freedoms against us. They're like, wow, America has freedom of speech, that's great. So now I am going to throw rocks at police officers and light cars on fire. That's freedom of speech. It's peaceful protesting, guys.
Remember that you guys
freedom of
Hey, dude.
Were in favor of?
Yes. The freedom of speech, you know, like it's about, you know, religion, you know, being able to assemble.
And lighting police officers on fire.
Freedom of association, freedom of the press, and also the really important one that Jink is obviously reminding me of is freedom of rocks.
Yeah, that's
right.
Exactly.
So in the First Amendment, it says that you know you can say whatever you want, believe whatever you want, and also throw rocks at whoever you want. That's what the First Amendment said.
That's why again you can't take these people seriously. They're like, I thought you cared about freedom of speech. It's like, I do care about freedom of speech. Blocking a highway is not freedom of speech. It's not. It's a crime. And every single one of those people should be arrested. Every single one of them. Literally to the man. Laws need to be enforced. Freedom to block traffic, bro. Freedom to throw bricks at cops. Freedom to light police on fire. Freedom to vandalize property. Freedom to loot stores. Like, none of that is freedom of speech. But again, look at the dishonest and knowingly, that's the worst part. It's knowingly dishonestly representing someone. So hopefully
see, I'm gonna lose. She's gonna go inside.
Let's not mince words. That's what we're dealing
Think, yeah.
Very clearly. And
I lost it.
But that's where things go. Freedom of rocks, yeah. Rocks of speech.
I know some of them meant it.
Yes.
But apparently a lot of them, including Assman and Jägermeister, didn't mean it.
Right.
They thought, oh, freedom of speech for me, to say that maybe you should be murdered or be made my slave. My freedom of speech, good.
Again, no one's doing this. And again, they'll do this out of context. I'm not saying that anyone should be murdered. I don't believe in anyone getting murdered, actually. You know, I follow the Bible. It says thou shalt not murder. It's one of the top 10. No, dude, I don't support that. But you do. But you do. You are the guy. But you people are the fucking Hamas supporters. Like, you do support that. You do want a violent communist revolution. Like, that's the craziest part. Like, this is all projection.
Well, I mean, I don't know why this is such a contentious topic.
It's like, oh, you think that we should arrest people that throw rocks at police officers? Well, that must mean you hate the First Amendment and you support murder. Yep.
Like, wouldn't it be good if we could have prisoners that are in jail and they're fucking in prison for 20 years doing some work so we can save money?
True.
Like, how is this even a debate?
A base.
Like, we used to do this for years. Like, why are we even debating this at all? It's obviously a good idea. What are we even talking about? And
you know who else had the same idea? The Bible. The Bible that says that if someone robs somebody else or steals from them and they can't afford to pay them back, they have to perform menial tasks for them to pay back their debt. That's literally in the Bible. Yeah, so it's almost like everything comes back to the goat.
And so anyway, did he call you ass man? He did. He did call me that. And so I am Jägermeister. I don't know who Jägermeister is at all, but let me go back. I'll see if I can.
So you should be murdered or be made my slave.
So yes, if I, and this is again what my perspective is, I think that if you initiate deadly force against somebody, that person should be allowed to respond with deadly force against you. So I view throwing a rock at a person as deadly. And so because a police officer is a person, I think that if you throw a rock at a police officer.
Well, you're talking to Cenk. He doesn't believe police officers are people.
A police officer should be able to respond with deadly force by shooting you. That's my logic, that's my reasoning, and that's also Florida's logic and Florida's reasoning. True. That's exactly what Florida does. Yep. So if you're mad at me for saying this, that's totally okay. But you also have to understand there is an entire state in our country that has the
Florida is easily top 2 states. Change my mind.
Exact same viewpoint on this than I do. Don't try to act like I'm some extreme radical or some crazy person when there are states with millions of people in it that agree with this. And I think that most people agree with this too, at a very fundamental level. Like if somebody threw a rock at Cenk Uygur, I would say that if you wanted to shoot that guy, go ahead. Like if somebody's trying to hit you in the head with a rock, I mean, what do we?
No, but the right doesn't do that. The right doesn't actually engage in terrorism and violence usually. Usually that's more like a leftoid thing. As much as the leftoids make believe that right-wing violence is so prevalent, it's actually really not. Actually, it's really not both sides. Remember when people were saying both sides for like a week and a half and then they dropped that entire talking point because no one on the right's buying that bullshit anymore?
Talking about here, why are we trying to rationalize and justify violent, aggressive behavior from people that are trying to destroy property and actively trying to subvert the law?
He's right. Literally right. Law and order. Basic bitch shit. All right, that's what the United States is all about, motherfucker. If someone breaks the law, you fucking crush them under the weight of the justice that they deserve. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You block a highway, get fucked. You throw rocks at police officers, get fucked. You light cars on fire, you loot stores, you vandalize property, get fucked, dude. Literally. Holy shit. And if you could work while you're in prison, that would be even better.
That's it. Nobody wants to have rocks thrown at them. Nobody wants to have anything like this happen to them. It's insane that we should expect police officers to be punching bags. It's unfair to them.
Oh my god, Asmongold is going to love and hate the clip that I have prepared at the end of this video. A lot of people don't know this, and I'm gonna blow the lid on this. People will know about this. This will become a public talking point if I have anything to say about it. The world will know. Just wait for the end of this video. The last like 5 minutes of this video are gonna blow your mind.
Entitled to the people who are angry, and it's also just the wrong thing to do. Like this is the thing with me is that I'm actually the only person that cares about doing the right thing, but a lot of other people don't. It's sad to see, but that's where we're at.
My freedom of speech, good. And by the way, I wouldn't cancel that. I don't mind him saying the terrible things that he says. Now we know who he is.
Sure.
So, and I'm not afraid of his speech.
Yes.
I'm not afraid that the majority of Americans are going to look at that and go, oh yeah, well, I think we should, instead of having freedom of speech, if anyone exercises...
They did. That's why they voted for Trump.
True.
They did. They did agree with me. Yep. That's why they voted for him.
Majority, all 7 swing states, majority of the country, all the counties, everything red, all red, red for Republican. And they did it to fucking get rid of illegal aliens, which is what everyone is screaming about. Everyone's so mad. How can you deport people and do the thing that literally you ran on and won because that's what people want?
He was saying this himself.
Freedom of speech in a way that I don't like politically. We should arrest them, take away all their rights.
Dude, no one's taking away people's rights for freedom of speech. This is a leftoid lie, right? They tried it with Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel got suspended for 2 days. Everyone lost their fucking mind. Right? They're trying it now with Asmongold saying you should arrest protesters. They try it every single time. Dude, no one is attacking freedom of speech more than the leftists. Are you fucking retarded? They banned people off YouTube. I got a video removed on YouTube, community strike threatening my livelihood because I made a joke about COVID during COVID. All right, I know what it feels like. All right, are you insane? Look at all the people that are banned from YouTube, even up till today. It's the right-wing guys that get banned off YouTube. Steven Crowder got his channel demonetized.
Gotta fix my
Alex Jones,
headphones here.
Banned off the platform. This isn't a blanket endorsement of anyone, but it's the right-wing guys that are getting banned and demonetized on YouTube, not the left-wing guys.
Donald Trump, the president of the United States, was banned on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook during his presidency. Are you insane? Dude, freedom of speech is something that, again, every single time, they will use your freedoms against you. The left is not under threat of freedom of speech removing their rights. This never happened.
Oh, god damn it, why did it come over here?
It's happening to us. It's happening to the other side. By people like you, under threat of death.
And you can see how, I don't know why there's so much obfuscation that goes around with this topic.
I know why. It's because he's a deceitful, lying bitch. How's that? How's that?
And actually, I'm saying that, but that's not true. I do know exactly why. So basically, every time that I talk about how police should deal with any sort of rioter or somebody being violent towards them, everybody that is against this always tries to shift the conversation about protesting, as if protesting includes violence, as if protesting includes destroying property and throwing rocks at people and throwing fireworks at them. The fact is that that's never what protesting was. That's never what it has been, and that's not what it should be, and it's never what it will be. And the fact is that whenever people do this, they intentionally try to misunderstand an argument, and you have to understand why are
it's
they...
done on purpose. It's not misunderstanding. It is purposefully taking people out of context to call them fascists or Nazis so that your audience could go kill them. I really feel like it's important to understand what we're dealing with. This is in order for his audience to try to kill Asmongold. Okay? Think about it. You're saying that there's this guy, he's a popular streamer, he really has a lot of sway with the young voters. He believes in imprisoning and enslaving and murdering people that have opinions he disagrees with. Well, what's the solution? If not a violent revolution?
Misunderstanding the argument. The reason why they're misunderstanding it is because they don't want to understand it, because they can't argue against...
They do understand it. It's not that they don't want to understand, they do understand it, but they will lie about it so that they can, spasm, have like an emotional spasm freak out like Chunky Yogurt does all the time and try to get his audience to kill you. All right, I'm really involved here, all right? This is insane. Oh my God. Maybe he doesn't directly want his audience to kill him, but I'm pretty sure that's kind of what the signals are, in my opinion, from my perspective. Especially because this happened in the past with the Young Turks, as I will show you at the end of this video.
Against the actual argument, they can only argue against the straw man of the argument, because any reasonable person would come to the very obvious conclusion that yes, if somebody is initiating deadly force against you, you should be able to defend yourself with deadly force. This is obviously the case, but for whatever reason, they're not willing to accept that. And the reason why they don't want to accept that is because they want rocks thrown at police officers.
He doesn't know how right he is. 100%. It's because they want... Why do they lie about you, Asmongold? It's because they want you to die. Why do they lie about me? It's because they want me to die. Why do they lie about police officers saying that they're a Gestapo Nazi force? It's because they want them to die. It's almost like the Department of Violence is really just the Democrat Party and the leftoids at this point. Oh my God, dude, I literally want to skip the rest of this video just so I can fucking show you the fucking end game of this. All right, we'll watch a little bit more. Calm down, but put a pin in that. Yes, he wants police officers to get killed, in my opinion. Get ready.
It's because they want property to be destroyed. It's because they want this chaos. Because this chaos.
Because they want a violent revolution. Because Mr. Young Turk over here is actually just an Islamist extremist?
Feeds into the narrative that Trump is creating the chaos when it's in.
Dude, you look at his channel. His whole channel is making believe that he's an American leftist while he's using emotional talking points about what's going on in the Middle East as his weapon. Free Palestine is his weapon to destroy the United States. I think it's very obvious to people that actually are willing to address this head on. And it's like that with Hassan. It's like that with a very large portion of the radical Palestine first leftoids. That's what we're seeing. That's what Zoran Mamdani is running on to become the mayor of New York City. He's not running on making New York better. He's running on pro-Palestine, which is retarded. Holy shit. Mayor of New York City? Well, what does that have to do with anything? Because they're using this as an emotional weapon that they wield to convince the leftoids that they're on the right side of history, and how the West is truly evil. This is actually, he is, in my opinion, a subversive foreign agent coming to destroy the West. And the more and more I see of what he does and how he speaks, the more I believe it. And this is why people subscribe to me, because I'm actually correct. Or maybe if you don't think I'm right, you will in 5 years.
In fact, not the case. Trump is not creating the chaos. People are creating the chaos because they don't like what Trump is doing, which is a very different thing. And so that's why they want to silence him, exactly. And so for them, and this is what I find to be so interesting, and I'm not saying that Jinx says this at all, but this is a very common thing that, you know, left-wing people do, is that they say that certain types of words are violent rhetoric and violent speech and should be spoken down about, but also whenever they're actually being violent, well, they think that's just freedom of speech. And it's like this weird inversion of logic that you see happen everywhere, where you have some people that are talking about freedom of speech, but then they're being violent. They think that violence is speech, and they also think that speech is violence. It's like a complete inversion of logic, reality, rationality, and priorities. And again, you would think that this doesn't make sense, but whenever you look at it from the perspective of these people are only saying these things because these things are beneficial to them and their worldview or their point of view, then everything else about it makes perfect sense. Because it's not actually about any sort of principle. It's not about any logic. It's not about being rational.
Actually, he's very principled. His principles are he wants the downfall of Western civilization, and everything that he's doing is honestly trying his best to usher that in. If you look at it from that perspective, everything kind of makes a lot of sense. Yeah, slander your political opponents so that people go and kill them, yeah, that actually works. Trying to stop a police state from actually existing, trying to stop police from actually enforcing laws, yeah, that's literally exactly what Cenk wants. What are you talking about? Are you fucking insane? He hates police. You crazy? Open the borders, let the immigrants come in? Yeah, that's exactly what he's fighting for. Antifa, fight against the alleged fascists, right? You label everyone that you hate a fascist. I showed you in the past, Cenk calls everyone a fascist. He called Charlie Kirk a fascist. Right? He said all Republicans are fascists. He has a video on his YouTube channel saying all Republicans are fascists. Oh my God. I can show it to you. All Republicans are fascists. Republicans are fascists.
These people aren't like fascists. They are fascists. So at this point,
and like he has infinite videos like this where, you know, he's gonna try his absolute best to destroy the Western civilization that gave him so much liberty. Kind of weird. Yeah, I've gotten pretty jaded and radical. That's what happens when people want you dead or something. You decide to fucking double down or some shit.
It's about
this is anti-logic. This is zero self-preservation skills being shown right now.
Creating and, you know, having a conclusion and then reverse engineering a justification in order to make it to where the conclusion that you got to is okay. And that's what's happening here. And I think that these people are really, it's so obviously dishonest, it's unbelievable. I'm surprised that so many people buy into this.
Because they're emotional midwits that are hyper-feminized in a society that's running on emotion and gaslighting. And yeah, of course they're gonna buy it. It's just affirmation of their belief that there's a tyrannical fascist dictatorship running the country.
But it's extremely common nowadays. It really is.
True.
Should stop letting this stuff slide. Oh, no.
It's not right and left anymore. It's right and wrong. Wake up. Wake up, sheeple. There's some crazy shit going on the other side.
I know. I'm just saying that, like, this is exactly what's happening. And, like, I'm not going to sue anybody. Like, I don't want to sue somebody. Like, it's crazy. I don't even think I could, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
but the point is that these people intentionally misrepresent what's being said all the time.
True.
And they do so because they can't argue against the actual fact and what's actually being said. They can only argue against a straw man of it.
True.
And then turn them into slaves. No, 98% of Americans are going to be against that.
That's not true.
It's literally not true. They voted for Trump. It's literally not true. Trump wanted to end all these fucking violent, radical protests that are actually secretly riots that are here to destroy the country, like the Antifa shit. Dude, every single Trump supporter is pro making Antifa a foreign terrorist organization. And you're retarded if you don't see it.
I think most people agree with me. They do. They might not know it, but they do.
I agree with
And
you.
more agree with me every single year.
Completely true.
It's going to become more and more common.
True.
But Assman thinks that's a great idea, so he's like, oh yeah.
By the way, this is another strategy that they use all the time. It's like, 98% of people agree with me, so therefore I'm right. And they'll whip that statistic out of their ass to give themselves credibility and get other people on their side. They do it about everything. Literally everything.
Freedom of speech is just left-wingers. How dare they protest our government? Let's take away all their rights.
Every time he has a crash out, it just makes me think of the glorious Israel crash out, which was his greatest crash out ever. I have to show this to you. This is easily my favorite crash out of all time.
How could you say something against Israel? Israel is the Jewish state, the greatest state of all, right? I don't care that they're Jewish. I wish they had some Jews that didn't constantly attack their neighbors. That didn't occupy their neighbors.
Bro.
I want a safe haven. But
Look
they
how
don't want
fat and sweaty he is. Holy shit.
a safe haven. They want more land. It's called Greater Israel.
No one's doing Greater Israel. They literally gave land to the Palestinians. You're retarded if you don't know history like that. Like, bro, his entire platform is based on platitudes and lies.
It's
Israel owned Gaza until 2005 and literally gave it to them as like a peace treaty. It's like, we'll give you Gaza, we'll stop fighting, and then the Gazans fired 30,000 missiles into Israel. Like, are you insane? Like, no one knows history here. But here's the thing, he does know history. He's just lying.
That hangs in their cabinet. It's not like they're hiding it. Why don't you report it? Because no, anti-Semitic. That's an
Yeah, the anti-Semitic trope of murdering 1,200 Jews and taking 250 hostages on October 7th. Classic anti-Semitism. Bro, but this is the greatest state of all!
It's the Jewish state! The greatest state of all!
I fucking love that clip so much. Again, he's just like an actual emotional man baby. Like, it's actually insane.
Did you see what he's like? Make sure they can't ever vote again. And
Of course, exactly. And that's another component too. Do you want, and ask yourself the question for this. Do you want a violent political extremist that's trying to throw rocks and attack people be the person who is deciding the fate for the country? I don't. I'm so sick of this fake reality that we have to pretend to live in that it's actually a good thing that every moron and his mother can vote on things. This is a huge problem.
Completely true. There are many solutions to this that I thought up myself. Some are not as politically accepted as others. One is preventing women from... Sorry, got something caught in my throat over there.
It's become a huge issue, and by the way, if anybody's saying this isn't American, well, this is what the
literally is in the Constitution. That is how it started, as only like white landowners were able to vote. Like, what are you fucking talking about?
Constitution used to say most people weren't allowed to vote back then. And, I think, this is what I think. I think they need to have some kind of a test or some type of massive filtering system to stop people from voting.
So I actually had a really good solution to this in my head canon, which will never happen because unfortunately good things don't happen that often. That's a joke. God is great, and he's going to make America great. He is. I'm telling you, God's looking out for America, and Trump dodged a bullet, and so did the country. I think that only people that contribute to the future of the country should have the right to vote on the future of the country, which means if you are in a heterosexual marriage, you are contributing to the future of the country. You are going to be having children, hopefully, praise God, build a family. That's the future of the country. If you are serving in the military or as a police officer, you are contributing to the future of the country, keeping law and order, keeping our country safe. I think that if we could somehow, and one vote per household, I also think is a good concept. So you can figure something out. But I feel like we need to change something about this as well. I've been saying this on my videos for a while now. I think he's completely correct. I think we can't live in a future where the system is so easily broken by just a mass mind-controlled group of retards.
Because there is a huge amount of people that are voting for the dumbest possible reasons, and it's not a benefit to anybody else. So yeah, only 12% of the country votes. I think it's more than that. It's probably like 30-something%, high 30, low 40% chance. And really, I mean, anybody would agree with this.
Also, I think if you're like on actual state welfare, you shouldn't necessarily be able to vote either. You're not voting for the benefit of the country. You're voting for the benefit of yourself. Again, I think so. But next year's racist against the poor. No, I'm happy the poors are getting money. The lucky poors. Good for them. I hope they're okay. I just don't think they should vote. You know, specifically if they are a parasite on the system. You know, no, I don't mean to make enemies here. I'm just saying.
It's obviously true that you don't want to have people that are completely uneducated vote. So if you don't want to have, like, what's the logic? Why can't 16-year-olds vote, right? Well, 16-year-olds can't vote
Retarded.
because they are not educated and they don't know what the fuck's going on.
No offense, 16-year-olds, y'all retarded. You don't know it yet, but in 5 years, you'll look back at you like when you were 16, you'll be like, yeah, I was retarded.
Hang on, right? Why can't felons vote in a lot of cases? Well, it's because they have proven themselves to be violent members of society, and you don't want to have that type of a person deciding where society is going because they're not of a sound mind or not of, you know, proper moral character.
Or you just repeal the 19th and all this shit would just go away. You know, I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm not trying to make fights here or anything. I'm just saying that by pure coincidence, it would literally solve all the problems. By a coincidence, by chance. Literally, it's by chance.
So all I'm saying is that we apply those same rules to people that are throwing rocks at police officers. That's really all there is to it. I think it's very simple.
I don't know if his followers were like, what an idiot. We said freedom of speech, dumbass, okay? Or if they're like, yeah, we hate freedom of speech now that we're in charge. Yeah, let's turn them into slaves. Are 13 people watching that show? Who would like
a little bit more?
That kind of monster.
Come on, 3,000 viewers. Oh. Yeah, no, again, that's the young. I told you they're irrelevant.
Piece of crap. Like that, who doesn't believe in it?
Un-American. How is it un-American whenever America was founded and only probably 10% of the population could vote? Like, it was only wealthy white landowners that could vote at the beginning of America. So how are you going to dictate to what America is whenever America? And I'm not advocating for that, by the way. I'm not, and I don't think that's a good way to base things. There's plenty of stupid, rich white people that I don't think should vote. The problem is that really dumb people are voting. It's not about their skin color, it's about their mind. And this is really what it's so stupid to have, you know, what is America dictated to you by somebody who, I mean, what are we talking about? This isn't the way America was started at all.
These people don't understand America at all, inherently. They don't get America at all, and they will come in and tell you what America what America actually is. This is like when the atheists tell you, well, let me tell you what Christianity is actually about.
America at all.
I mean, I don't consume content like this. I can't imagine that Gold, whatever.
It happens a lot. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that happens all the time.
Can't believe Asmund Goldstein would do this.
Yeah, she knows.
His name is. I can't imagine that he is watching this show right now either.
Listen,
yeah, they're irrelevant.
With the amount of viewers you guys get, I can see why you say that.
All right, so that's the clip. That's his reaction. No, but I agree with him. Now I'm gonna blow the lid off this shit. All right. To anyone that skipped to this part of the video, hi. If you are part of the Bald Man Army, you are welcome here. Here's what a lot of people don't know about the Young Turks. Asmund Gold was actually correct when he said that they actually want people to throw rocks at police officers, and I'm gonna prove it. So this is Chunk from a couple years ago. This is him with some of his co-hosts from the Young Turks. I'm gonna show you something that's going to change your worldview forever. And Asmund Gold, if you're watching this, on stream or off stream, it really doesn't matter. Hi! I love what you're doing for the country, man. You keep doing the good work, bald dude.
But that's the weirdest thing when you're around cops, right? You're like, oh, you want to be like compliant, right? But at the same time, if you don't know they're going to slam your head into a car or something, like, you don't want to be so compliant. So when do I fight them? When do I give a little resistance? When do you...
Now you might be thinking, oh, Jimmy's just speaking out of turn.
Yeah.
Whatever.
He's just yapping. Nothing actually happens from this, right?
Directly responded to this, but here's the thing. He directly responded to this. Again, this wasn't just watch some videos. This was reposted, did reactions to, and let's hear Gavin Long and tell me if something sounds familiar.
So this is Gavin Long, a guy that reacted to a lot of Young Turks videos. Many. There's oodles of Young Turks videos that he reacted to. They're all off YouTube by now because the Young Turks actually copyright struck all of his reactions. Don't look up who Gavin Long is. The surprise will be better at the end. All right. If you're here for the ride, if you're here for the cinema, you're about to see some horror cinema.
It's not really a principle, but it is in a way. So I just wanted to bring up when the Native Americans, when they were extincted.
They weren't extincted.
By the same people that run this country.
The whites, the evil whites. Whites.
My question to you, just something for you to think about. At what point should they have stood up?
That's right. A cop arresting someone is just like the Native Americans getting extincted by the whites.
That's something for y'all to think about. I've already meditated upon it.
He's meditated.
At what point should the Native Americans, who are extinct...
They're not extinct. I feel like you need to keep mentioning this. And also, by the way, just for historical background, because no one actually cares about history, especially Chank, the way he covers Middle Eastern conflicts. The Native Americans mostly died because of disease. Also, they were war-torn cultures that were killing each other a lot. It's not like there was just a mass bunch of white people that came in and just extincted millions of Native Americans, right? That is not history, in case anyone actually cares. But anyway.
They have stood up. That's every individual has to think about that individual. You got to take that within and you consider that.
All right, so this guy obviously already considered it. He said he meditated upon it. Apparently, police officers assaulting or arresting people is the same as white people extincting Native Americans. All right, so anyway, let's see what his conclusion was.
So I'm out here in these streets, your brother Cosmo, salute to you. You remember, you look up, you get up, and you don't ever give up.
You don't want to be so compliant. So when do I fight them? When do I give a little resistance? When do you...
My question to you, just something for you to think about. At what point should they have stood up?
So when do I fight them? When do I give a little resistance? When do you...
Isn't that eerie?
That is pretty eerie.
That Jimmy says, when do I fight the cops? When do we give a little resistance? It doesn't go challenged by anybody on the Young Turks panel,
including Chank, who was there. Now, that's not the only video that this Gavin Long guy reacted to. He basically, this is a clip of him reacting to the Young Turks with the Young Turks in his actual glasses reflection. Now, you're probably really starting to wonder who this guy is, but I'll just show you one more clip of him literally just parroting the talking points of the Young Turks.
Situation, if there were two grown men pouncing on a woman who is pregnant and she's screaming and she's not a threat to anybody, you would go over there and you would start by punching those guys. That's how you would start. You would start by punching them. Get off this woman.
This is referring to police officers.
What is your problem? That's how you would start. But since
that's how
you cops, you can't do that.
Right.
But maybe I would do that, and I'll take the jury trial. Maybe I would.
Maybe he would attack cops. He says on the Young Turks panel.
Dude, I don't know. What if they were doing it to a dog? I wouldn't let somebody beat a dog.
Unintentional comedy in this. Unintentional comedy. I don't know anyone that abuses dogs, especially in the Jake Younger animal rape factory family. I don't know about any of that. All right, listen, I'm not getting involved.
I wouldn't let that happen. I would stop the cops. So, but because they're cops, we're all supposed to shut down our humanity.
Holy shit, they are not letting me keep up.
Those cops are brutal maniacs.
So, this is what I see. I'm not thinking. I see two men, both armed, attacking a pregnant woman who was not attempting to harm them, and they know she's pregnant. No, she don't even got you pregnant. She's a woman. She's not attempting to harm you. That's all I see.
You get the idea. He reacts to a lot of the anti-cop videos and anti-cop propaganda put out by the Young Turks, including, at what point do you fight them? I would fight them and take the jury trial. At what point is resistance not enough? We need to resist. So now here's the big reveal. This Gavin Long, Young Turk superfan, reacts to the Young Turks all the time. Well, 2016, shooting of Baton Rouge police officers. On July 16, 2016, Gavin Eugene Long shot 6 police officers in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in an ambush attack. In the wake of the killing of Alton Sterling, 4 died, including one who was critically wounded and died from complications in 2022. 2 others were hospitalized. Anyway, it's a horrible story. It's a complete nightmare. I've seen clips of these people and of the cops that tried to fight to survive and ended up succumbing to their injuries, and it's a real, actual nightmare. And he was directly inspired by the Young Turks, and I'm not afraid to say it, and he literally reacts to the video saying, resistance is not enough, we have to fight back, and then he goes, he murders 4 or 5 police officers for no reason. And now, you want to probably know what the Young Turks' response was to all of this. Well, first they copyright struck all of the reaction videos, so that you can't actually go to Gavin Long's YouTube channel and see the Young Turks plastered all over there. So they copyright struck all of those channels, and then, are you ready for the real psycho twist? They said that he was probably a right-winger, even though they knew that he was a super fan of their rhetoric. And then they claim that it's the right-wing rhetoric. It's right-wing rhetoric that's getting people killed. It's always the right-wing rhetoric, right? It's the right-wing rhetoric.
These people aren't like fascists. They are fascists.
They want you dead. When they make a video, when they talk about, Asmongold thinks that protesters all need to go into slave holes where they become tortured and dehumanized, especially if they're brown people. In my opinion, he kind of just wants one of his people in his audience to go and kill you.
Hey, 42 here. In the year 1590, the Aztecs ruled one of the largest and most powerful empires on planet Earth, home to some 6 million people and spanning more than 800,000 square miles of Mesoamerica. The Aztecs were a dominant military force with a rich culture and a proud history. The empire's capital, Tenochtitlan, was amongst the 3 largest cities on Earth, and its emperor, Moctezuma II, was a wise and intelligent leader. But fast forward just 2.5 years, and somehow, this most mighty of empires had been utterly defeated. The sheer speed of this demise is nothing short of stunning. But even more remarkable is how that demise came about. Because the great and powerful Aztecs weren't toppled by a vast invading army or obliterated in an apocalypse-class natural disaster. No. They were completely and utterly defeated by just 500 men. And not just any men. Their conquerors were a ragtag group of Spanish mutineers who didn't even have permission to be there in the first place. Now I know what you're thinking, how the hell did 500 fugitives conquer an empire of 6 million souls in just 2.5 years? Well, pour yourself a steaming mug of chocolat and prepare the nearest human for ritual sacrifice, because this is a story of politics, pestilence, puppet kings, and polyglots. This is the story of the fall of the Aztec Empire. Did you know that having a job you don't enjoy or you find stressful negatively affects your physical health? This 2021 research paper found that stress spills out from the workplace and reduces quality of life and life expectancy. But what if you could work from anywhere, increase your income, and travel more while still earning? Well, you can make all of that a reality with Triple 10. Triple 10 offers flexible, beginner-friendly online boot camps with one of the highest graduation and employment rates in the industry. It's the only boot camp in the US that provides unlimited externship opportunities even after graduation. They give students projects with real companies for work experience. 87% of Triple 10 grads get hired in 6 months or less, and if you don't get a job within 6 months, you'll get a full refund. I highly recommend the data science course, because Python is such a fun language to learn, and with the AI industry booming right now, it's sure to land you a top career after you graduate. But if you're unsure of your career direction, try taking the free career consultation with the Triple 10 advisor. It's a great opportunity to talk with a professional about your future career. Improve your career using my code 42 for 30% off on all their programs. And click the link in my description or scan the QR code for a free career consultation. In the late 15th and early 16th centuries, the Spanish were busy exploring, colonizing, the various islands of the Caribbean, including Haiti, Cuba, Jamaica, and Puerto Rico. But before long, rumors began to trickle in from Spanish sailors of a large, unexplored landmass to the west. At first, the Spanish suspected this lump of land was just another large island in the Caribbean. But after a couple of tentative expeditions, sponsored by the newly installed Spanish governor of Cuba, a man called Diego Velázquez, it became clear that this was no island. It was a brand new continent, North America. A shiny new continent to explore, colonize, was exciting news. But even more encouraging were reports that the natives of this brave new world possessed large quantities of the one thing the Spanish valued above all else: sleep. Gold. By 1519, Governor Velázquez had decided it was high time he figured out where all that gold was coming from, and so he put together a third, significantly larger expedition to further explore the mainland. He hired his brother-in-law to lead the mission, a man by the name of Hernán Cortés, known to his mates as Big Hearn, probably. Cortés was a Spaniard, but he'd lived in the Caribbean for most of his adult life, and he had been heavily involved in the Spanish conquest of Hispaniola. On paper, he was the perfect candidate for the job. He was experienced, charismatic, and capable. But for all his virtues, Cortés was an extremely ambitious man, and several of Velázquez's closest allies were concerned that he couldn't be trusted. And it turns out they were absolutely right, because Cortés had no intention of letting Velázquez take all the glory for delivering the Americas to the Spanish crown. No, he planned to go rogue and claim that glory for himself. Recognizing the danger, Velazquez stripped Cortez of the expedition's command. But it was already too late. One of Cortez's men had tipped him off that Velazquez was wavering. And rather than stick around waiting to be given his marching orders, Cortez had gathered his men and he set sail. In the eyes of the Spanish law, they were now officially mutineers. It was a risky move. The next time he set foot on Spanish soil, Cortez would be tried and almost certainly imprisoned. But he reasoned that if he was able to claim enough new territory for the Spanish crown, and more importantly, shitloads of gold, his crimes would almost certainly be forgiven. The rogue expedition sailed for the island of Cozumel just off the coast of the mainland, which at the time was ruled by those other Mesopotamian A-listers, the Maya. The Spanish had already established a presence on Cozumel and had good relations with the locals, so the island represented a good spot to resupply before pushing on into the unknown. But while stationed on Cozumel, Cortez heard a strange rumor. According to the Maya, there were already a couple of white men living on the mainland in what is now known as the Yucatan Peninsula. After a bit of investigation and a reconnaissance mission or two, Cortez was able to track these men down. They turned out to be Spanish sailors,
these guys are gonna
survivors of a
give me
shipwreck
trouble
some 80
soon.
years earlier.
I'm gonna go meet
During
with their
those 80
boss.
years, the men had lived alongside the Maya.
First, I want to see if this guy's gonna buy some of my dynamite weed. No, I can't sell it to him.
Cortez offered both a place
I want
in
to sell
his
some more
crew.
dynamite weed to somebody.
One refused. He had a Mayan wife and 3 kids.
Ooh, if I can
and
get
had
somebody
very
heading
much
towards the
gone
cops.
native. But the other man, a Franciscan friar by the name of Geronimo de Aguila, agreed. Cortez didn't know it at the time, but he just secured 1/2 of a linguistic key that would ultimately unlock the secret to the conquest of the Aztec Empire. After leaving Cozumel, Cortez began exploring the coast of what is now Mexico, landing every so often to resupply or look for gold. Like Cozumel, this was Maya territory. But unlike Cozumel, the locals had little to no contact with the Spanish, and more often than not, they responded to their incursions by attacking them. After landing near the Mayan city of Potochan, Cortez fought and beat the local mayor in a couple of pitched battles. Recognizing they were outmatched by the Spanish, the mayor sued for peace, offering a series of gifts to sweeten the deal, including food, gold, and 20 slaves. Being the good Spanish conquistador that he was, Cortez was only really bothered about the gold. Or at least he was, until he realized that the true treasure was hidden amongst those 20 slaves. Because that's where he found a young girl with a gift for languages. Her birth name has been lost to history, but shortly after finding her, Cortez had baptized her under the name of Marina. Marina, who's also sometimes known as La Mincha, had possibly been captured by the mayor, or possibly sold to them as a slave when she was just a child. Now around 20 years old, she spoke their language fluently. But here's the important part. Her native tongue was Nahuatl, the lingua franca of the Aztecs. It's no exaggeration to say that had Cortez not stumbled across both Geronimo de Aguila and Marina in the first weeks of his expedition, the Spanish might never have conquered the Empire, and the entire history of the Americas might have played out completely differently. At first that might sound like a bit of a stretch, but to understand why these twin discoveries were so important, we first have to understand a little bit more about the Aztecs. The Aztec Empire was formed when 3 powerful city-states, Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan, joined forces to gain control of what today is central Mexico. Between them, these city-states were known as the Triple Alliance, but over time, Tenochtitlan grew to be the dominant force in the country, eventually becoming the seat of power of the growing empire. The Aztecs followed a rather different empire-building playbook to the majority of their European counterparts. When they conquered new cities and territories, they didn't make any attempt to actually govern them, and they didn't replace the local rulers with Aztec ones either. In fact, they didn't really do anything. They left things entirely as they were, except for one thing. They forced their defeated foes to pay tribute. It was essentially the world's largest mafia extortion racket. So long as the conquered leaders paid their taxes and supplied the Aztecs with a few warriors from time to time, they were left in peace. But if the tribute payments stopped flowing for whatever reason, the Aztecs would send in the Eagle warriors to break a few kneecaps. On paper, the system worked well, but there was one fatal flaw. Almost without exception, the subjects of the Aztec Empire absolutely hated their rulers. I mean, nobody wants to be forced to partake in a Mafia Aztec extortion racket, do they? When Cortez landed on the North American mainland, he had around 500 men and a dozen or so horses at his disposal. It's true that the Spanish military technology was some way ahead of the Aztecs, who hadn't yet discovered iron or steel, and they'd never seen anything like the Spaniards' small supply of guns and cannons. But even so, Cortez's expedition should have posed no threat whatsoever to Aztec rule. It was simply far too small. You could have dropped 500 modern soldiers armed with AK-47s into Aztec territory in 1519, and they would have stood literally no chance of defeating an empire of 6 million people. Sooner or later, you're going to run out of bullets, and then you're just a man wielding an extremely over-engineered metal club. No. Cortez could only hope to conquer the Aztecs if he first divided them. Luckily for him, they were already pretty bloody divided to begin with, but the only way for him to actually know that was to first talk to them. And that's where Marina and Father Aguila came in, because through them, Cortez had stumbled upon a method to communicate directly with the Aztecs. He would speak to Father Aguila in Spanish, Father Aguila would translate the message into Yucatec Maya for Marina, and Marina would then translate that into the dominant Aztec language, Nahuatl. Okay, so it was a little bit clunky, but it worked, and things got a lot easier when Marina learned Spanish, effectively becoming the Aztecs' answer to C-3PO, a walking translation machine. Unsurprisingly, Marina quickly became absolutely crucial to Cortez's plans, and the two grew close. So close that, despite already being married, Cortez named her as his consort, and a few years later, they had a child together. His name was Martin Cortez, and he is considered to have been one of the first individuals of mixed European and Mesoamerican descent in history. Anyway, Cortez and his men were soon back aboard their ships exploring the Mexican coast, landing occasionally to look for gold and speak to or fight with the locals. And it was during one of those landings, sometime in April 1519, that the Spaniards were surprised to find a welcoming party waiting for them on the beach. A welcoming party not of Maya, but Aztecs. It turned out that the Aztec Emperor, Moctezuma II, had been following Cortez's progress with great interest, and apparently he decided it was time to make contact with his strange white woman across the sea. Of all the things Cortez might have expected from his first meeting with the Aztecs, this probably wasn't it. Even at this early stage, he was already well aware of their fearsome reputation. War was in the Aztecs' blood, a huge part of their cultural identity. And yet, at the first meeting, there were no warriors or weapons, only amiable ambassadors bearing extravagant gifts. And it was those gifts that immediately caught Cortez's eye, because some of them were made of solid gold. Moctezuma had presumably planned this warm welcome as a way of getting the Spaniards on his side, but in reality it had almost the exact opposite effect. Hernan Cortez had come to the mainland in search of gold for the Spanish crown, and his very first meeting with the Aztecs proved that they had it in abundance. After the formal introductions were over, Cortez wasted no time whatsoever in founding a new settlement in the name of Spain. Apparently, he wasn't overly interested in the fact that they were already Aztec lands. He was now so confident that he would soon be filling his pockets with gold that he named the settlement La Villarica de la Vera Cruz, or in English, the rich village of the True Cross. Incidentally, this settlement is still there to this day, now simply called Vera Cruz, and it's home to the most important port in Mexico, along with almost 500,000 people. With the founding of Veracruz, Cortez had made a solid base from which to explore the surrounding area. And soon enough, his scouts discovered a nearby city-state by the name of Zempoala. It turned out to be a major settlement of the indigenous Teutonic people, and to Cortez's delight, they welcomed him and his men into their city with open arms. Through the linguistic efforts of Marina and Friar Aguila, it soon became clear why. the citizens of Zempoala were living under the Aztec yoke, and paying a heavy price for that privilege. It was music to Cortez's ears, and he had no trouble whatsoever convincing the Teutonic chieftains to rebel against their Aztec overlords. Within a matter of days, the Spanish had gained their first key ally in Aztec territory. The Teutonic chiefs promptly arrested all Aztec tax collectors in the city, then pledged to supply Cortez with several hundred warriors. They even went so far as to provide free labor to speed up the building work at Veracruz. In other words, it was all surprisingly chummy. But it wasn't long before Emperor Moctezuma got wind of what was going on. He clearly needed to act fast against the Spanish, and so he sent a few thousand bloodthirsty eagle warriors to crush them utterly before they became a genuine threat. Or at least that's probably what he should have done. But instead of sending an army to Zempoala, Moctezuma sent more expensive gifts. Okay, so at first that might sound like a bit of an odd move, an inexplicable show of weakness in the face of an obvious threat. But in reality, this measured response was actually a fairly shrewd piece of diplomacy. You see, Moctezuma wasn't in the least bit afraid of the Teutonic rebellion. Rebellion was a part of everyday life for the Aztecs. Their method of rule practically guaranteed it. When rebellions inevitably broke out, the Aztecs crushed them. That's how it worked. As for Cortez, Moctezuma wasn't afraid of him either. But he was afraid, or at least wary, of the country Cortez represented. And that made perfect sense, because Spain was a completely unknown quantity. From Moctezuma's perspective, the arrival of the Spanish must have felt a bit like how an alien invasion would feel today. He had no way of knowing just how much of a threat this distant empire might be. And what he did know, namely that they were in possession of military technology his people couldn't match, was worrying. Put simply, it was a smart move to be cautious rather than risk starting a war with an enemy he didn't understand. Up until this point, things were going rather swimmingly for Cortez and his men. So swimmingly, in fact, that it's easy to forget they were still technically fugitives from Spanish law. And whilst Cortez was apparently fairly comfortable with his status as a wanted criminal, it seems that not all of his men felt the same way. Not that you can really blame them. To say that Cortez was playing with fire would be the understatement of the 16th century. He was attempting to manipulate the complex politics of a people he didn't really understand, whilst monumentally outnumbered in potentially hostile territory. If something went wrong, even a bit wrong, he and all of his men would be dead in a matter of hours. And it wasn't just the locals he had to worry about. As mutineers, Cortez and his men were risking imprisonment or even death the moment they stepped foot on Spanish soil. Cortez was banking on ultimately being forgiven for betraying Velasquez by delivering a shit ton of gold to the Spanish crown, but there was no guarantees that plan would actually work. And so a small subset of Cortez's men began secretly plotting to betray him by stealing his ships and making a break for Cuba to report to Velasquez. It was Cortez's worst nightmare, a mutiny within a mutiny. A mutiny inception. Luckily for him, somewhere along the line, the mutineers trusted the wrong person, and their cover was blown. On hearing that a bunch of his men were planning to betray him, Cortez went full Moctezuma and gave everyone on his crew a really thoughtful gift in an attempt to win them back over. Just kidding. He ordered that several of the plotters be beaten, whipped, and in one case mutilated. Then he rounded up all the ringleaders and had them all hanged. Oh, and just to be sure nobody else got any bright ideas about betraying the original mutiny, Cortez took the rather drastic measure of ordering that his own ships be sunk, literally stranding the whole crew on the mainland. Whether they liked it or not, there was no going back. With his expedition secured, for now, Cortez set his sights on the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan, and a meeting with Moctezuma himself. From Zempoala, he marched his men to the Confederacy of Tlaxcala, a kind of loose coalition of about 200 towns, which, despite being surrounded on all sides by Aztec territory, weren't actually under Aztec rule. If the Totonacs hated the Aztecs, the Tlaxcalans positively despised them. The two factions had been engaged in a century-long ritual conflict known as a Flower War, and the animosity between them went generations deep. Knowing all of this from his Teutonic allies, Cortez was probably fairly confident of picking up another key ally for his upcoming showdown with Moctezuma. If so, he was about to be severely disappointed, because no sooner had he stepped foot in Tlaxcalan territory, his men were attacked. The following 3 days played host to a series of increasingly bloody skirmishes, and Cortez would almost certainly have been utterly defeated if he had not come up with a cunning plan. In many ways, his battle of the Tlaxcalans was similar to his wider attempt at defeating the Aztecs, only in miniature. Hopelessly outnumbered, he had no chance of winning by force. His only hope was to talk his way out of trouble. Of course, talking is rather difficult when several thousand men armed with obsidian-spiked baseball bats are trying to murder you. In the end, Cortez made a desperate play. When his men engaged the enemy, he instructed them not to strike killing blows, and instead to take prisoners wherever possible. Then, with the help of Friar Aguila and Marina, he explained to the prisoners that he wanted to help their people defeat the Aztecs once and for all. He then simply let them go, hoping they would pass the message on when they made it back home. Luckily for him, the plan worked. All of a sudden, the Tlaxcalans abruptly stopped attacking, and Cortez and his men were welcomed into the Tlaxcalan capital, Tlaxcala. Seriously, these names. The Spanish stayed there for almost 3 weeks, recovering from their many wounds and negotiating with the 4 Tlaxcalan chiefs. Hernan Cortez lived over half a millennium ago, so it's hard to make definitive statements
Alright,
about
I
his
gotta
character.
stop listening to this guy.
One thing seems fairly clear. The man knew how to get people on his side. Whether it...
So everyone's favorite gay Muslim couple got together, Barack Hussein Obama and Moran Zamdani got together in a kindergarten to indoctrinate children, to entertain children for some reason, including this one with a hijab, because that's not weird as fuck. Alright, I always wondered, if hijabs are like supposed to make women not like be too stimulating and attractive to men in public, why do they put them on children? Oh, never mind. Aren't you happy that your taxpayer dollars are going to watch Dumblefuck 1 and Cumbleshuck 2 go into indoctrinate children for a day? Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that awesome? Oh, that's adorable. Oh, that's adorable. The guy that ruined America a decade ago and the guy that's ruining America today decided to get together and indoctrinate some kids in hijabs. Isn't this just art? Isn't this awesome? Man, New York is so beautiful these days. Now, this is a church in New York that was built in 1869. That's a pretty nice building, I think. Me thinks that's a nice building. Anyway, this is it now. Got a little makeover. It is now the Bosnian Islamic Center. For those of you that are paying attention, this is called Conquest, alright? There is no way to quit. This is called Conquest, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, you'll notice this is a trend. It's the Hagia Sophia, most important and largest church in all of Christianity, built in 537 AD. That's what the tweet said. Now it's a mosque in Turkey. This is what we call conquest, ladies and gentlemen. But no, you're racist for noticing. Alright, so Barack Obama said great time spending time with New York City's cutest. Thanks to Mayor Zoran Mamdani for having me where I could sing Wheels on the Bus to this 5-year-old in a hijab for some fucking reason. I guess she's attractive to Muslims. I guess that's what I'm left to infer. Alright, the quality Leering centers. Alright, you got a couple of commies getting together to indoctrinate children. It's beautiful. Truly beautiful stuff. Now anyway, my favorite thing is how this immediately backfired. This immediately backfired. Alright? Oh, this is so cute. Speaking of buses, do you remember when Obama sent a 500-pound laser-guarded MK-82 bomb to hit a school bus in Yemen, killing 40 children on the way to a field trip? By the way, could you even imagine if Trump did that? Holy shit, could you even imagine if Trump did that? We don't even need to get involved. Obviously, Obama had special magic shield. He's allowed to do as many war crimes as he wants, but he's allowed. Because under leftist doctrine, white person killing black person is a war crime. Black person killing brown person is Tuesday. So under leftoid doctrine, we don't actually have to worry about Obama being a war. But don't worry, because Fatima Mo...
You're just mad because the last shit made you explode. And then I robbed you.
Like, Zoran Mamdani, you were supposed to be anti-establishment and shit. You're sitting with a war criminal. So I always
Wow,
watch...
chick's on fire.
50,000 likes. And I love it. I love when the virtue signalers eat their own. It just makes me so happy every single time.
Hey.
Now, this is the Obungus.
Want to buy something?
This was Obungus
There you
in
go.
2020, and
Try
this
that.
is Obungus in 2026. Holy fuck, bro's aging fast.
By ending some of the partisan gerrymandering, so that all voters have the power to choose their politicians, not the other way around.
In April, Virginians can respond by making sure your voting power is not diminished. This amendment gives you the power to level the playing field in the midterms this fall. This is the responsible thing to do.
By ending some of the partisan...
2020, we will not do gerrymandering. It is unethical. 2026, Virginia, you must gerrymander to steal and rig elections. It's honestly incredible stuff. This guy's every single day. All right, now in New York, where this all took place, there was a riot that went on in Queens, New York.
I got my weed back.
Where you had a pro-Palestinian people proving that they
no
are
money,
actually
but
the religion of peace by carjacking people in public and firebombing the street.
When you see this, as a New Yorker, lawlessness, doing whatever I want, no consequences, you have to stay on top of this, and it can't be done. This really is disgusting to watch. When you see this, as a New Yorker,
right. And there will not be consequences because this is actually what they wanted to bring up here. This is actually what they wanted to do. Now, the funniest part of this all is, I mean, to be fair, they are just celebrating Palestinian culture. You know, acts of terrorism. Sorry, I get ahead of myself. I was trying to think of another Palestinian invention, but unfortunately there aren't any. Just terrorism. Anyway, DOJ says New York City Mayor Mamdani will be sued if he tries requiring white neighborhoods to pay higher property tax. Now, this is the kind of thing that you're probably going to be like, wow, this is just the anti-woke. This is just like Fox News making some shit up. Right? This is just propaganda. But what if I told you? What if I told you he actually wants to institute a tax?
Dude, you alright?
You've talked about things that we all care about. You mentioned the disparity between white New Yorkers and black New Yorkers.
Starting a nice collection of sewer keys.
Historically had that disparity. What does policy...
I wonder what caused that disparity between white New Yorkers and black New Yorkers. Do you think it was racism? I don't.
It look like for you to address that?
Alright, I'm all jacked up on energy drinks. Everything's blue. Let's go find one of these
household wealth of a black family.
Benzie drug dealers. Hey, how you doing?
So the solution is the black family should, actually, stay together, get married, have children in a two-family household, get jobs, work harder. That's not the
Hey,
solution.
I know you.
The solution is just stealing money from the people that are successful. Well, just let this get through your head for a second. All right, and this isn't even coming from like a racist perspective at all. He is basically saying that because certain communities spend their money in different ways than other communities, therefore we have to fuck the communities that are more conservative with their incomes. Like, just understand the principle here is everyone's gonna get fucking poor now, right? That is the principle. Because you think taxing white families by an extra 2% is gonna make black families richer? It's absolutely not even gonna work. A, it's immoral, and B, it just means that an extra 2% of taxes is just gonna go to Somalia or some shit. All right, we know that the government's using our tax dollars on garbage. All right, so not only does it not work, it increases taxes on everybody, but also it's evil.
America.
And I see you made bad life choices, so I'm gonna tax that other guy. It's totally not fair that both you and him have different lifestyles now. That's unbelievable stuff. I can't believe it. Wow, I saw that you got a 60 on your test, and that guy over there got a 90 on his test. That's really not fair. You're 30 points lower than him. We're gonna have to lower his marks to 80 and increase your marks to 70. That's literally what he's saying.
And so part of it is acknowledging, and the next step is to make sure when you're building out your policies, you have equity in that framework.
Yep.
So for example, we have a $1.2 billion deal to deliver universal childcare. We're starting with 4 sets of neighborhoods. We were intentional about also picking the neighborhoods that are often last, the ones that are often overlooked. We're talking about Canarsie, Brownsville, Far Rockaway. Having those be first so that we can see the impacts of that kind of investment in the very communities that are.
You've talked about things that...
Basically saying that he's actually doing this. New York City Mayor Mamdani is targeting the white wealth gap via policy. This is actually a crime. This is actual discrimination in policy, and he is getting sued by the Department of Justice for this. However, it's important to note that left-wing policies aren't just bad because they rape you. They're also bad because they rape you. This is a child predator that was getting hunted down by pedo hunters in Minneapolis. He was a Somali child predator attempting to meet up with a 13-year-old girl in Minneapolis. You know, the thing that never happens.
You got any weapons on you? I ain't got enough. You hear me, the little girl? No, I never thought that. Stop telling the truth. Stop telling the truth. We're gonna have to call the police if you want to tell the truth, okay? Give me my girl. Fuck your hat. Tell you why I gave me the little girl. No, I didn't see no girl. Pull out your phone. What you mean? I didn't see no girl, man. I don't know what. Pull out your phone. Your phone's in. What's your fucking phone? Go on, baby. Go on, what's up? Hey. Pull out your phone.
Yeah, so anyway, I don't think I could show more of this on YouTube, but the point is, it's the thing that never happens. Pretty wild how this just happens, even though it's the thing that never happens. Now, understand, after we import these guys, they actually decide, yo, we have to start podcasts where we proclaim that our actual goal is conquering America. I know it sounds stupid. It's like, if they're trying to do the subtle conquering of America, they have to be fucking retarded to say it out loud, unless they know that the left doesn't care and they'll just literally keep importing them anyway.
America, okay, if we don't want them to implement secularism, so what do we want them to implement? They say that America now, okay, there is not enough Muslims for them and to implement Islam, but now it is our challenge as du'at, as intellectuals, as academics, to present solutions based on Islamic values, but in the second level degree, not to tell them replace secularism with Islam, it won't work. Yeah, presenting Islam as a civilization alternative, this needs from us a different way of addressing this generation, addressing in fact the whole world, trying to get into key positions where you are influencing the decisions, decision making.
Wow.
If we are
you got a couple of migrant Muslims, they come on a podcast, they're like, all right, we have to change America and conquer it. All right, this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it. All right, first, we're going to get into positions of power. Then, like, this is crazy! This is crazy, by the way. But, like, these people didn't assimilate, obviously, into culture. Their vows, when they became American citizens, obviously were lies. All right, they are not here to fight against threats, foreign and domestic, and uphold American liberty. That is not what they're here for, obviously. I would support all of these guys. If you ask me, if I was a policymaker, I would have all these guys on the boat immediately. Just because obviously they lied on their assimilation forms.
Whatever we do, and we are not influential, we cannot influence how politics is running. We are not influence the decision-making processes.
We know that if we were to do this from 0 to 100, the people are gonna say, we're not going to have this time. Look Afghanistan, look other places. And people understand they're not going to go from 0 to 100 overnight. Suppose a Muslim party, an Islamic party, comes in and they start changing. You know what? We want to make sure there's no alcohol being sold. So can we, for the time being, because here's the point, any type of stuff we do, it's not astaghfirullah to substitute.
Guys, if we come in here and we're like, yo, we're going to behead you if you don't wear a hijab in public, people don't like that. So what we need to do instead is just come in quietly, outbreed you, get positions of power, and then threaten to cut your head off if you don't wear a hijab in public. Man, it's really nice that they just say it out loud, you know? Like, I really appreciate it. One is really cool with it. Alright, so understand this is the University of Minnesota professor wearing a Palestinian keffiyeh.
Justice, equality, and peace that seek to dismantle the United States. I hope you seek to dismantle the...
Bro, we have professors in colleges talking about dismantling the United States? Like, what are we even doing here?
United States. And if that isn't your politics, okay?
Clapping by all the fucking retards in the audience. These anti-American filth shitbags.
I speak as if everybody has this commitment. And the thing is that you should...
For $6 and a battery? Seriously?
Listen to indigenous people when they're telling you that this is the goal.
You should not actually listen to indigenous people when they tell you this is your goal. Just because you're indigenous, it doesn't magically make you superior to anyone. This is the United States of America. It was built by white Christian people.
Hey, Lily.
Civilization on its own right, and if you don't want to get with the program, you should leave. But I'm indigenous. Where am I going to go? A reservation? Like, this is blatant indoctrination, and we know that the schools are more than happy to indoctrinate. The schools, which, by the way, get billions of dollars in funding from places like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, China, people that might potentially want us to believe things like this, actually. All right, now this is a Nigerian migrant arrested in Italy after grilling a cat in a park near a kid's playground! My God, dude, my God. My Lord. Oh my God. So yeah, we need to deal with this apparently. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. He was right again. They're eating the cats, literally. And apparently we just have to like make believe this is normal.
No, they took my dynamite weed.
It's just our culture. We don't want to deal with it. It's just our culture. It's not a problem. I don't want to be racist or anything. All right, so this is Muslim girl gangs beating up a white woman in Europe. But hey, the white girl complained about it, so therefore she was suspended from school. All right, well here we have a refugee camp probably. Look at that. Look at the refugee camp. Right, you see all the poor refugees in the jobs. Never mind. It's just a park in Berlin. Well, this is the German army's new ad, so we shouldn't be that surprised when, you know, we have German issues. Yeah, I would not join the German military if I saw an ad like this, I'm not gonna lie. Holy shit, Hitler lost big time. Generational Hitler L. It's honestly fucking unbelievable how badly that guy fucked up his country by losing. Truly insane stuff. Honestly. Man, Hitler was so fucking bad. Everyone was like, well, I guess we have to hate white people for eternity or something. Damn. Generational fuck up by old Adolf over there, not gonna lie. Anyway, so here's a story. One of the major reasons why I wanted to do this video altogether, talking about different refugee stories around the world. I love how they call them refugees. These are invaders, bro. Afghan refugee 19 arrested in France over a series of brutal rapes of sheep and goats. What are we doing here, guys? What are we doing here, guys? That was found with their legs tied and suffering injuries. This is the level of how surprised I am, and this is the level of how disgusted I am. This is insane. So, like, by the way, the reason why I wanted to show this is not only because I wanted an excuse to make fun of retard goat rapists, but also it's because I got canceled for calling them goat fuckers. Well, anyway, unfortunately, yeah, France, Afghan man arrested for a series of rapes of goats and sheep. Animal protection organization vows to take this barbarian to court. God forbid when we deport him, but we'll take him to court though. Like, again, it's insane. Anyway, this is why Kamala lost the election though. Right, it wasn't because of the policies. It's because this is cringe as fuck. And now ICE is still working, deporting people and stuff like that while all of Europe slowly dies. And the question that everyone wants to know is, whatever happened to all the ICE protesters? Did they just stop getting paid? Damn. This guy says I think ICE throttled down a bit, and the reality is that's not actually true. ICE actually didn't slow down. ICE is still doing exactly on the same pace that it was the entire time, except I guess the new orders went out. You have to protest to be pro-Iran or something. So I guess all of a sudden people don't care. They're actually eating the cats, and we're supposed to expect these people to assimilate into our culture. Don't let the left mind rape you while these guys butt rape you. It's not xenophobic to want to make sure that the goats they rape are in the Middle East, not in our backyard. Coming together to discuss how actually, unlike white people who are craven and sad, Pakistanis are all super nice. What are we, like, are we being for real, guys? Like, are we being serious? I just want to remind everyone, Pakistani grooming gangs have raped roughly 2 million British girls in the last 15 years. All right, but no one has anything to say about that? Zero comment or anything? Right, so Pete Hegseth recently got mega blasted because he quoted Pulp Fiction, right, during like a prayer, right, which was a fake Bible verse, obviously, and I think he did it on purpose, because ain't no one this retarded. But this became like a massive scandal. The entire world is talking about it. 26 million views, 115,000 likes.
So the prayer is CSAR 2517, and it reads, and pray with me, please. The path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of camaraderie and duty, shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper, and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy 1, when I lay my vengeance upon him.
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon him.
Right, so it's obviously, in my opinion, cringe as fuck. I don't believe in making up Bible verses. However, ultimately, it was a prayer. I think it was a joke. But the funniest part of all of this is the fact that everyone's making believe they care. Every single retard, third worlder atheist is jumping on him for this. None of these people care about what it says in the actual Bible. And everyone's freaking out that he had a fake Bible verse, which was like some sort of prayer about obliterating your enemies. But what if I told you that I think that this is bullshit? It is a total lie that people care about this. And I'll tell you, because the Pope just made a fake Bible verse as well. Pope Leo drops this line in Cameroon. Get ready for this one.
Jesus told us, blessed are the peacemakers. But woe to those who manipulate religion in the very name of God for their own military, economic, or political gain, dragging that which is sacred into darkness and filth. Yes, my dear sisters and brothers.
Yeah, Jesus never said that though. That's the little funny twist. Our Lord Jesus Christ never said this, says Deacon Nick Donnelly. It is so wrong putting words in our Lord's mouth. It's correct to say that these are the implications, perhaps, but it is wrong to attribute these words directly because it's not true. All right, blessed are the peacemakers is one sentence. All right, that is a sentence that was stated in the Bible. But then the rest of the sentence, the whole woe unto those who manipulate religion in the name of God for their military, economic, and political gain, dragging. Like, what are we doing here, man? So all of these leftoids, let's be honest, it's the leftists and the dipshits like the Candace Owenses and the Tucker Carlson's freaking out that Pete Hegseth quoted Pulp Fiction in a prayer. They don't care that the Pope is making up Bible verses in order to push political agendas? Are we even being serious right now? So these are Muslim soldiers in Azerbaijan destroying the graves of Christian Armenians. You know, filming and laughing and destroying this same Deacon Nick Donnelly who's been going insano style lately. Apparently he peacefully coexist with Islam according to Pope Leo. Those who suffer from the woke mind virus are dangerously detached from reality. So there is something wild going on. This is Ahyam Hussein, a 15-year-old Iraqi youth, tried by the Islamic State's court for the crime of listening to music. He was beheaded in front of an ecstatic crowd. All right, so let's just understand, man. We're supposed to like coexist with these guys. All right, these are people. I'm pretty sure this is in Syria, where they captured 19 Yazidi girls who refused to become sex slaves, so they burnt them alive. And it's Islamophobic to mention that perhaps this cannot be something that coexists with me. Perhaps. And honestly, Trump has been going nuclear on all these guys, all these sleazy bags. Who's dumber, Tucker Carlson or Joe Kent? It's very interesting. I met Joe Kent at Dover Air Force Base, along with numerous others who lost their loved ones in war. I said hello to all families. Kent horribly lost his wife. Her casket was being brought over to Dover along with the rest, although he got married again quite quickly, in my opinion. In any event, a number of years later, I noticed the same person was running for Congress in Washington State and lost. I then noticed a couple years later he was running again and lost. While I didn't know him other than our brief Dover encounter, I felt sorry for him after the 2 election losses. I told my people to hire him to the White House, give him a job. Make him feel good. He lost his wife in 2 elections. They did so. And when I rarely saw him, I certainly didn't expect disloyalty. But that's what I got. He was a sleeper. Some would say on top of it a leaker. I don't know whether or not that's true. But next time, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Kent is a loser. Just like Tucker, Candace, and Megan. The rest of them are losers. You're born that way. Low IQ. That's what you're going to be able to do about it, President Donald J. Trump. And notice how all these guys jumped on top of the Islamic train and how Israel...
It was all a mistake.
Now, I think that this was incredibly important. This is Michael Knowles. He's a Catholic, and he thinks that there's a giant psyop going on in the Catholic Church. Essentially,
he's got to remix all that shit.
Catholics and get them to basically move into a Democratic Party. And to be honest, it used to work on a lot of people. The majority of Catholics were Democrats until Trump. Literally, Trump was the first president that got voted in by that majority of Catholics actually voted for him.
Yep.
Now, I'm in shock. The left is the gay abortion party. Let's be honest. It's the blasphemy party, the heresy party, and the pedophile party. And I think sinister forces are doing their absolute best to divide the church and, steal elections.
This is an anti-Catholic and coincidentally anti-Trump op to try to split the Catholics from the president and the president from the Catholics. That's what this is. That's what's going on. And it's clear as day. President Trump won the Catholic vote with greater numbers and more consistently than any Republican president ever. The Democrats had a stranglehold on the Catholic vote from basically the moments Catholics arrived on these shores all the way up through the early 70s. In 1972, Nixon manages to win the Catholic vote, and he does so because the Catholics were working class. The Catholics are socially conservative, at least were at that time. The Catholics were a little more, I don't know, they were a little less cosmopolitan, say. So the Democrats were able to hold the Catholic vote because they appealed to ethnic and class hostilities. But then the Democrats in the 60s started to go nuts. They shifted from being the party of the working man to the party of the cosmopolitan elites. They shifted from being the party of common sense, meat and potatoes, kitchen table issues, to the party of radical, bizarre sex stuff, to the party of abortion, which is a non-negotiable issue for Catholics. Catholics cannot support abortion at the ballot box. And so that gave an opening to someone like Nixon. Nixon wins the Catholic vote in the re-election campaign.
And yet, you have the Pope literally meeting up with Obama people. And Governor Pritzker, all right? Like the wokest fuckers on the planet. Like, it's insane.
Then 1984, in Reagan's re-election campaign, he won the Catholic vote too. He became the second Republican president to do it. Then George W. Bush, in his re-election campaign, became the third Republican president to do it. Notice, none of these guys won the Catholic vote their first time around. They were just sufficiently successful, and their opponents were sufficiently bad that they won them over in the re-election. It's kind of funny with Bush, too, because Bush is an evangelical Protestant. John Kerry, but the Catholics picked Bush over Kerry. Trump, however, is unique. Trump wins the Catholic vote in 2016, first time around. And then Trump wins it again in 2024. The 2020 election, a little bit dubious. But
we don't talk about that.
And so this is a major
No one knows what happened there.
1 in 5 American voters is Catholic. And Catholicism is growing right now. There are a lot of adult converts. And it's growing especially among Republicans, and it's growing especially among young men. We'll get to the war between the sexes later. So this is a major political problem for Democrats. What they're trying to do is split the Catholic vote.
Yep.
I think this explains...
That's the psyop. Like, most cultures would be like, well, raise your children and, you know, instill them with values, and they will also vote the same way you do, you know? But the left doesn't have to... They believe in massacring children, actually, in the womb. So the left, ironically, can only grow through grooming, through vampirism. That's why you're going to have, like, all this trans shit in movies and whatever to groom children into following their doctrines. All right? And that is essentially what the left is now. It is the party of the giant psyop, where they preach to the poor people, they preach to honestly, the groomed people, they manipulate the empathy of largely women in colleges. They make up fake genocides that happen every 2 days. Oh, the genocide against the Palestinians, and the genocide against the transgenders, and there's the gay genocide that's happening. I don't know if you heard the news. And Trump is trying to take the rights away from women, so they got to fearmonger their way into power. And they import power. They import infinite immigrants, and then they'll release infinite criminals so that they can get the criminal votes. Like, this is how they operate. They're just a gigantic scam.
Why there was so much attention given to the 3 most liberal bishops in the United States going on 60 Minutes. 60 Minutes, a show that the president reportedly watches to try to trigger some of that. David Axelrod makes a big show, the strategist for Obama, makes a big show about getting to meet the Pope on a visit to Rome. I think this is an op. You're seeing a lot of anti-Leo stuff right now. I just was just doom scrolling while the DW servers were rebooting. I was doom scrolling on Twitter. There was just a complete lie going on. A viral tweet from HIN News. Breaking news. They always, these stupid tweets always start with breaking news. Breaking news. And it's a quote, supposedly from the Pope. Islam is a religion of peace we can learn from. Those who are against it...
Yeah, I actually saw that tweet. I didn't include it in the video because I knew it was fake. I do a lot of research for my videos.
Immigration target Muslims needlessly, especially those in North Africa. So I saw that. So here in His Holiness Pope Leo XIV sharing his views to the rest of the world for open borders.
No, he just said you should have communion and friendship between Christians and Muslims. Not that we need to open our borders to infinite Muslims. You know, it's a slight difference.
And Islam. And I looked at that, I said that he obviously didn't say that. But if you don't follow the Catholic Church closely, if you haven't followed this Pope closely, you might be taken in by it. This tweet has well over 100,000 views, almost 1,000 retweets, 1,500 likes. There are a lot of tweets like this. The quote is totally made up. If you watch the video that goes along with the quote appears nowhere. The Pope obviously didn't say this. This is a coordinated effort by enemies of the Catholic Church by enemies of this Trump coalition to try to split them apart. And so the latest version of this op is that the Pope doesn't condemn Islamic terrorism. One of the very first things this Pope did upon being elected, don't forget, he's been Pope for like 5 minutes now. One of the very first things he did was call attention to the Muslim attacks on Christians in Nigeria.
And also condemn Trump for bombing Muslims that are killing Christians in Iran. Like, I understand that every Catholic is going to defend the Pope to some extent, and I get it. But you have to bury your head in the sand to not think this guy is something of a fool.
Immediately after rising up to the seat of Peter.
Yeah, and then he blessed a giant block of ice to protect the world from global warming. Like, I know.
And he's not just focused on Nigeria. He has called attention to Islamic attacks on Christians in the DRC, in Bangladesh, in Syria, in Sudan, in Mozambique. The list goes on and on and on.
Yeah, but from what I've seen, and I tried to find it, he never mentioned it was Muslims doing it. He said it's so sad Christians are dying. And again, I understand, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds of it here, but I think that there is a huge blind spot to the manipulation that's pouring out of everywhere. Like, my God, he made this tweet saying that communion between Christians and Muslims take shape under the mantle of Our Lady of Africa, etc., etc. Here in Algeria, yada yada. He meets up with every Obama guy. He pushed for every single open border policy of all time. You know, this is the guy criticizing Trump and banks and endorsing the COVID vaccines and stricter gun control. Like, let's be honest with ourselves here too. And I say this with love and respect, but y'all are getting played by one side or the other. These are treacherous times, and the psyop is huge.
From Lucky Dogs to a Gladiator's special sauce, to laundry days fueled by golden showers. Even if you think about the Roman Empire every day, we're about to hit you with some truths you've never saw.
Holy shit!
On today's episode of the Infographic Show,
Bionic Woman!
50 insane facts about ancient Rome.
She took a bullet to the head and ran away.
Gladiator bodily fluids could do almost everything. You might think that cringeworthy celebrity worship is a uniquely modern plague. Surely nobody who shared air with greats like Marcus Aurelius or Seneca would have bought gamer girl bathwater, right? But successful gladiators were treated like Roman rock stars, and folks back then believed that the power and vitality inherent in a successful gladiator could be achieved through their, fluids. For example, gladiator blood was considered to be a major source of strength, and so it was collected sometimes after fights and given as a tonic to people with epilepsy. We really hope we don't have to tell you this, but you cannot treat epilepsy with gladiator blood. It's a serious condition. Oh, but it wasn't just the blood either. Ladies coveted gladiator sweat as a powerful aphrodisiac, given that a successful gladiator was basically considered the epitome of rugged manliness. Somehow, that is still not as shocking as our next gladiator fact. Number 49. Most gladiator fights didn't actually end in death. When you picture a quintessential gladiator battle, you're probably imagining two guys in the Colosseum beating the living hell out of each other until one is too tired or injured to go on. Then the emperor gives the thumbs down, and it's nighty-night for the unfortunate loser. But this is much more myth than fact, especially the thumbs down, which is actually a modern invention. Most of the people killed in gladiator battles were actually a specific class known as the Nupsi, criminals or prisoners of war whose deaths were basically execution turned into entertainment. They would often go up against the professional gladiators, who were handpicked from a young age and trained in both combat and showmanship. And if all those guys died in their first fight, that would mean a lot of rich Romans who had blown their money. That's enough about gladiators for now. We'll be returning to the Colosseum later. In the meantime, though, how about some cake? Number 48, the complete placenta cake. Okay, this isn't actually as gross as it sounds. In fact, it's downright delicious. The placenta is a flat cake made out of multiple layers of dough with cheese, such as ricotta, and bay leaves inside. And when it's baked to perfection, it's smothered in honey for a perfectly decadent Roman treat. So how does placenta even factor into all this? Placenta, as in the body part, is actually named after the placenta cake enjoyed by the ancient Romans in Greece, not the other way around. And that's a fun piece of trivia you could share with confused strangers on your next commute. Our next fact, however, is really about certain private body parts. Number 47. For some Romans, writing horny poems could be a form of prayer. Or at least that was the case with the Priapeia, a collection of around 80 dirty poems written in tribute for the Roman boner god, Priapus. He even gave us the word priapism, the medical term for an erection that just won't go away. The poems are short, but size isn't everything, and surprisingly funny, ranging from tributes to the lusty god to outright bragging about being well hung. Nothing like a little modesty. And that is still nowhere near as gross and uncomfortable as our next fact. Number 46. Romans love to use pee in cleaning almost everything. For reasons unknown, the Romans thought that your own personal supply of liquid gold was some sort of amazing wonder chemical that could perform any function. Artisans used it in textile creation, and it was also a popular mouthwash due to the popular belief that it whitened teeth. It does not whiten teeth, by the way. Romans were actually kind of obsessed with drinking pee. Doctors would taste their patients' pee to diagnose illnesses, and it doubled as a disinfectant for wounds, skin irritations, and sores. And they used it so much on Laundry Day that the Roman Forum probably smelled like a giant public restroom. Definitely makes our mental image of ancient Rome a little less romantic. Emperor Vespasian even imposed a tax on urine at public urinals to ensure that Romans always had a steady supply. But that is still not as weird as the next law. Number 45. It was illegal to wear a certain kind of purple in ancient Rome. Well, if you weren't a member of the wealthy elite anyway. Tyrian purple was one of the most difficult and expensive colors of clothes dye to produce. You could probably picture it on the robes of some swanky Roman senator. It was derived from the mucus of the murex sea snails, and it would take thousands of snails to make even 1 ounce of the dye. So to make sure that there was always enough for the elites, a sumptuary law was passed to forbid commoners from buying or wearing it. Speaking of Roman consumption habits, number 44. You can visit a literal hill made of old Roman pottery. Off the east bank of the river Tiber sits Monte Testaccio, a hill that you would probably stroll past without a second thought. This 118-foot tall mound isn't made of dirt. It is a giant pile of ancient Roman trash, specifically broken amphorae, or clay jugs once used to transport oil. Think of it as ye olde landfill, just disguising itself as a hill. Oh, and while we're on the topic of pretenders, number 43. Ancient Roman wrestling was fake. We know, it's still real to me, but the fixing of professional wrestling matches is nothing new. In fact, it is thousands of years old. A wrestling match between two fighters named Nikantinos and Demetrius in Roman-occupied Egypt back in AD 267 was going to be a hell of an event, and the bets were in. But a papyrus found later revealed the truth. Demetrius agreed to lose the fight for 3,800 drachmas, which, in case you were curious, was about enough to buy a donkey. Art of the deal right there. Speaking of professional fighters, number 42. Gladiators had energy drinks. Analysis of the bones of long-dead gladiators revealed that they had a higher calcium diet than your average everyday Roman, which makes sense after all. Nobody wants to see a bunch of pale, weedy guys awkwardly beating each other up in the Colosseum. One credible theory for the extra calcium in a gladiator's diet is a special drink made out of ash, vinegar, and water, which might have tasted foul, but it was essentially history's first workout supplement drink. Or maybe they were just cheese and yogurt fiends, but either way, these guys definitely weren't lactose intolerant. And hey, Romans put much weirder stuff in their mouths. Number 41. The Romans saw flamingo tongue as a delicacy. Respected historian and admittedly known exaggerator Pliny the Elder once wrote, Apicius, the most gluttonous gorger of all spendthrifts, established the view that the flamingo's tongue has a specially fine flavor. Hard to tell if that is a compliment or a sick burn. But it was probably true that among many weird things you could eat at Roman feasts,
It's going pretty good.
was a popular dish. But Romans weren't just about fighting and
I'm away from the keyboard right now.
The people of ancient Rome mourned their dogs. Okay, this one is actually really sad. Archaeologists and historians have found records of epitaphs carefully inscribed at the graves of beloved family pets, showing that Romans loved their dogs every bit as much as we do today. Some were short and simple, others almost poetic in their grief. Here is just one of them written about a dog named Patricus. My eyes were wet with tears, our little dog, when I bore thee to the grave. So, Patricus, never again shall thou give me 1,000 kisses. In sadness I have buried thee. What a loved companion we have lost. Is someone cutting onions in here? Let's move on.
Yeah, I am
Number 39.
starting to get a little
Caesar
tired.
was never an emperor.
I'm gonna get up in a minute here and probably make some coffee.
In all history, Julius Caesar was never a man of imperial blood. He was actually a populist and beloved military leader who was elected as a dictator by the people of Rome in 48 BC. Part of the reason that the Senate and his best bud Brutus assassinated him was fear that Caesar's lust of monarch-like power would destroy the new democratic ideals of the Republic. Let's head back to the Colosseum. Number 38. Ancient Rome had female gladiators. A female gladiator even had their own cool name, gladiatrix. But they weren't nearly as common as male gladiators, and they were likely seen as a kind of exotic departure from the norm for bored fight fans. But they were there, and there's no denying it. Historical accounts and carvings show them armed, armored, and fighting in the arena just like the men, sometimes even facing other women for maximum novelty. Whether they were seen as skilled athletes or entertainment, their existence proves that the bloody spectacle of the Colosseum wasn't entirely a boys-only club. Number 37. One Roman holiday saw masters and slaves swap places. During the yearly festival of Saturnalia, the tribute to the mighty god Saturn, who controlled, among other things, seeds and sowing, everything got a little topsy-turvy. As part of the festivities, slaves were allowed to criticize their masters. In some cases, they even swapped clothes, with the slaves wearing fine robes while their masters dressed down. And the social roles completely reversed. Slaves could give orders and masters had to obey. Maybe try that with your boss next December. Just be ready for an HR visit. But just in case you think the Romans are chill, number 36. They had an insanely brutal punishment for parricide. The Romans are a funny contradiction, an advanced civilization with downright barbaric punishments. But if you killed a parent or another close family member, like that one weird uncle, you would have to suffer through poena culei, also known as the punishment of the sack. They would throw you into a burlap sack with a monkey and a snake and a chicken before throwing you into a river to drown. But that is not the craziest thing Romans did in a body of water. Number 35. Caligula built a 3-mile-long bridge out of ships. Of all the many emperors who oversaw the rise and fall of Rome, Caligula was one of the freakiest. We'll get to more of his insane exploits later, but one of his most infamous acts was the floating bridge of Baiae. While some historians dispute that the bridge was ever created, Caligula demanded that the ships line up across the Baiae so he could triumphantly ride his chariot across the body of water. Anyway, let's talk about sex. Number 34. In ancient Rome, all
I'm slowly working my way through the seeds. Right now I'm working with the sour diesel. I'm almost done with that.
This was to differentiate them from the brunette-haired locals.
Yeah, I got quite a bit. It doesn't say how many different strains I got, but I got quite a few.
For well-to-do Romans. Speaking of well-to-do Romans, number 33. Emperor Elagabalus might have been a transgender emperor. Elagabalus was emperor for only 4 years before being assassinated at the age of 18. But a museum made headlines back in 2023 for officially reclassifying the deceased emperor as a transgender woman. This was after the discovery of a cache of classical documents that seemed to hint at this, such as Elagabalus reportedly proclaiming, "Call me not Lord, for I am a lady." Seems pretty cut and dry, honestly. Speaking of common Roman misconceptions, number 32. Vomitoriums weren't about vomit. You probably heard the impressively gross-sounding word vomitorium lumped in with the practice of puking at Roman feasts so you could try all of the food. But that's actually a half-truth. A vomitorium was actually just a mudroom at the entrances and exits of stadiums and theaters. So called because they vomited people out onto the streets after events. Every day's a school day. Number 31. The Romans gave military pensions. Rome had one of the greatest military forces in the world, and there were two secrets to this. The soldiers were exceedingly well trained and exceedingly well paid. Their wages came out of the Aerea Militare, Imperial Rome's military treasury. In addition to good wages, they were also paid out pensions, known as praemia, to their veterans. And that's a pretty cool belief, but we think this next one is even cooler. Number 30. Romans believed in werewolves. They're among the earliest recorded believers in the myth of the lycanthrope. Roman writers described them in detail, warning of men who could transform into wolves under the right conditions. They even had a really cool name for them, Wersepellis, meaning skin changer, or turn skin. Now it sounds like the perfect title for an ancient horror movie, but this isn't even close to the other weird supernatural belief that the Romans had. Number 29. The Romans loved cursing people. The classic Roman cursing technique was to etch your plea for holy revenge on a thin piece of lead and then drop it into a sacred spring or well. This was normally accompanied by a sacrifice. For our money, the funniest one was left by a heartbroken man cursing the guy who stole his girl. It said, among other things, "May he who carried off Vilbia from me become as liquid as water." Seems a little harsh. Is stealing someone's girl really a crime worth dissolving somebody? Speaking of weird Roman magic. Number 28. Ancient Romans thought penises were lucky. The fascinus was an extremely popular sacred charm in Rome back in the day, designed to embody the sacred phallus for good luck. These weren't subtle either. They showed up on jewelry, amulets, even wind chimes. Some holy dongs even had tiny limbs and wings, as if they were ready to scamper off or fly to spread boner blessings. Adorable, in a Roman kind of way, but they had a much weirder, sillier belief than this. Number 27. The ancient Romans believed in miasma theory. This outdated and very wrong predecessor to germ theory claimed that the source of all disease was bad air. So the best way that you could stay healthy was surrounding yourself with lovely smells like flowers, herbs, or incense. And yet they washed everything they had in pee. Make it make sense. We can think of one more ancient Roman belief that is even sillier. Number 26. Ancient Romans used animal guts to tell the future. Called haruspici, this is a belief the ancient Romans and Greeks had in common. A haruspice was a specialist trained to dissect the bodies of sacrificed animals and read the future using their entrails. It was considered a serious, respected skill, guiding decisions from warfare to politics. It's a lot less popular than astrology these days, probably because staring at someone's horoscope is less messy than being elbow deep in sheep guts. Now let's render unto Caesar another crazy fact about him. Number 25. During the 1st century BC, the Mediterranean Sea was a hotbed for piracy, especially the region of Anatolia known as Kilikia Thracia. But in 75 BC, one Roman noble would prove impossible to intimidate. That noble's name? Julius Caesar. Caesar was only 25 at the time, but when his boat was boarded by Sicilian pirates, he proved to be the worst hostage they had ever seen. He would boss them around, insert himself into their games, and even force them to listen to his poetry. When they told him they had set his ransom at 20 talents, he actually demanded they set it higher because he thought he was worth at least 50. And he later had those same pirates crucified. Talk about adding injury to insult. Number 24. Ancient Rome is famous for having some of the most advanced sanitation infrastructure in the ancient world. They had public bathrooms, heated baths, a complex sewer system, and filtered drinking water. However, this commitment to sanitation doesn't seem to have had any real benefits on public health. As a 2016 study found, archaeological excavations of Roman public toilets have found fossilized evidence of intestinal parasites and their eggs. These findings suggest that the parasites were just as common in the Roman Empire as they were in the Bronze and Iron Age settlements in other countries where people bathed less often. Number 23. Vestal virgins who broke their vow of chastity were buried alive. Chosen before puberty, these women were taken to a priestly college where they would swear themselves to Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, home, and family. They spent most of their time making sure the fire in the temple of Vesta never went out, and they were expected to eschew all human connection, especially sex. Any Vestal virgin who was found to have broken her vow would be entombed alive, and her lover would be beaten to death. Number 22. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius buried the city of Pompeii in 79 AD and sat abandoned for centuries until it was rediscovered. Or at least so we thought. New evidence has proven that once the dust settled, some of the citizens of Pompeii actually moved back into what was left of their hometown. Archaeologists have found signs that people lived on the upper floors of half-buried houses and dug through the ash to retrieve treasures that could be resold. There's even signs that the people were eventually able to grow vegetables in the ashes. However, Pompeii was never fully rebuilt and was abandoned forever in 472 AD.
Yes,
Number
I am. I always am.
Caligula was the mad king who supposedly made his horse a senator. He even went to war with the ocean. But the truth is, he probably wasn't insane, just insanely corrupt. Caligula blew his predecessor Tiberius's fortune on extravagant feasts and enormous pleasure barges full of jewels. He spent more time at the racetrack than he did doing any kind of statecraft. And the famous horse as consul story is just an exaggeration. It was Caligula's way of saying that he could hand Rome's highest office to anyone, including a horse. Number 20.
No, I'm not interested in doing that.
Which was the name of a punishment used during ancient Rome. It was reserved for military offenses like mutiny, desertion, and cowardice, and it involved killing every 10th soldier. The idea was that the remaining 9 out of 10 would be scared into being more loyal to their commanding officers. Say what you will about the Romans, they were certainly a straightforward bunch. Number 19. The Romans are thought of as being one of history's most successful armies, but one man was able to challenge that supremacy, Hannibal Barca of Carthage. Hannibal was only 26 when he was given command of all of the Carthaginian forces on the Iberian Peninsula. During the Second Punic War, Roman naval supremacy made it impossible for Carthage to attack from the sea. But instead of adopting a defensive strategy against the enemy, Hannibal
I don't
launched one of
remember.
history's most audacious offensives. He marched across the Alps with 50,000 infantry, 12,000
I don't even remember what the choices were. Give me a second, I'll just go and look.
It was a tactic so insane that the Romans never saw it coming.
I know it was the
And
bottom
even though
one.
Hannibal
Whatever
was
the bottom
eventually
one was.
defeated, he had them on the ropes for nearly 20 years. Number 18. In his quest to gain power, Emperor Nero had his own mother and stepbrother assassinated. Nero was the son of Agrippina the Younger, who married Emperor Claudius in 49 AD. She was constantly
Tell you the truth, what they need to add is like another town.
but the two had a falling out
Like
after
once you
Nero
conquer
poisoned his
this one,
stepbrother
you
Britannicus.
go someplace else,
Eventually,
someplace
Nero
bigger.
concocted a plan to crash a boat that Agrippina was on, and she was injured but thankfully survived. But Nero found that out, and so he sent another assassin.
Well, I'm gonna be
finish
going
the
to bed
job by
soon, I
stabbing
believe.
her.
Or no, I think the sun just got
Number
up.
17. The sister of a Roman emperor was almost
I don't know.
engaged
I just
to Attila
saved.
the Hun. Justa Grata Honoria, sister of Valentinian III,
I got
fell
the
pregnant
Crimson
out of
Canary.
wedlock after allegedly having an affair
Bust
with
out my
household
gun
servant.
because the cartel's
This scandal led
boot
to
in a boot.
Honoria losing her royal title. Her brother had her lover killed and set her up in an arranged marriage with a senator. But Honoria wasn't happy about that. And
I'm gonna
in
go this way.
450 AD, she had a
I kind of want to
brother
run
to
across
Attila
the
Hun, who was busy
cartel.
invading Western Europe. Attila agreed, with the provision that Honoria's title be restored and her brother give the Huns half of Western Rome as a dowry. Valentinian was not a big fan of this idea, and he refused the offer on both counts. Shortly after, the Huns invaded Roman Gaul. Number 16. In the Roman religion, there were 3 different minor gods for doors, door hinges, and handles and thresholds. Janus,
I almost
the most
shot one of them
well-known
cops
the
'cause
three,
I thought it
was
was
the
the
god
bad
of
guys.
Doorways, gates, beginnings, and endings, and was recognizable by his 2 faces. Cardea was the goddess of door handles and hinges, and Limentinus was the god of thresholds. Number 15. Enslaved people in Rome came from a variety of backgrounds. Some were debtors, others were prisoners of war, and others were born into slavery. They were given a wide variety of jobs, from laborers and sanitation workers all the way up to respected tutors and financial advisors. Some slaves of powerful merchants even ran businesses as proxies for their masters. Number 14. Romans bathed frequently, but they didn't use soap in the way we do today. Public bathhouses were a central part of daily life, serving as places to socialize, relax, and conduct business. And when ancient Romans wanted to get clean, they would take a soak in the bath and cover their bodies with scented oils, which acted as both a moisturizer and a dirt trap. The oil, along with sweat, grime, and dead skin, was scraped away using a curved metal tool called a strigil. The result was smooth, fresh skin, without a single bar of soap or a TikTok tutorial in sight. Number 13. When you picture the ancient world, you probably picture beautiful, clean marble statues. But in actuality, the Romans were way less into minimalism than we once thought. In the 1980s, German archaeologist Vinzenz Brinkmann used chemical analysis to detect microscopic paint traces on Roman statues. His findings showed that many of those pure marble masterpieces were once painted in shockingly bright, eye-popping colors. Number 12. Julius Caesar was the most famous emperor, but everyone pronounces his name wrong. In the original Latin, the name would have been pronounced Kaiser, and that's where we get the German and Russian words for emperor, Kaiser, and Czar. The common pronunciation of Caesar is the result of French influence on English that developed during the Middle Ages. As for the salad, yeah, we'll just pretend that never happened. Number 11. The Romans had firefighters. Emperor Augustus created the Vigiles Urbani, a combined police force and fire brigade. These were an organization of freedmen who would respond to fires by carrying in buckets of water and using axes to tear down buildings near the fire to stop the blaze from spreading. That sounds like a pretty epic job. The Vigiles were commanded by the Praefectus Vigilum, who rode in on horseback since, well, fire trucks hadn't been invented yet. Number 10. Even though gambling was technically considered a vice in ancient Rome, the Romans loved to play games of chance. Gambling was practiced by all social classes, and the most common ways to gamble included dice games, board games, sports betting, and the practice of casting lots. Roman gambling is even mentioned in the Bible, where Roman soldiers are depicted casting lots on Jesus' clothes during his crucifixion. Number 9. Enslaved people in Rome could still earn money in the form of tips. While the majority of these earnings were expected to go directly to their masters, some slaves managed to quietly set aside a portion for themselves. Over time, these small savings could grow into a meaningful sum. Eventually, slaves could purchase something almost unimaginable in their position: freedom. This process, known as manumission, allowed many Roman slaves to eventually live as freed men or freed women, though their lives were still shaped by the social hierarchy of Rome. Number 8. Ancient Romans wore a variety of different styles of clothing, not just togas. Togas, and their female equivalent stolas, were in fact only permitted to be worn by Roman citizens and were typically only worn by the upper class due to being a nightmare to keep clean. For most people, the tunic was a sensible choice, lighter, easier to wash, and less likely to make you resent your laundry day. In Rome, fashion was as much about status as it was about surviving the climate. Number 7. The ancient Romans had fast food. Archaeologists typically refer to these shops as thermopolia, which is ancient Greek for cook shop. But Romans had lots of names for them, like hopine, hopsitia, or stabula. These were communal dining counters typically used by the working class people who lived in boarding houses or apartment blocks with no kitchens. The average thermopolium would serve dried fruit and nuts, baked goods, grilled meat, and vegetables. Some venues even had places where customers could leave their leashed dogs, much like cafes do today. Number 6. Kissing in public was considered indecent and strictly off limits in Roman society, with one weird exception. Osculum was what Romans called a mouth kiss with no tongue, and women were expected to give a daily osculum to not just their husbands, but all of their male relatives. This strange ritual had nothing to do with romance. Alcohol was prohibited for all women in Rome, so this was a way for women to prove that they hadn't been drinking. Number 5. The excavations of Pompeii and Herculaneum have revealed some hilarious graffiti. A guy called
Doing all right.
is mentioned multiple times, with one carving
I'm
reading
watching
Epaphra
Shoujo just walk
and
around on all my
Epaphra
shit
is
because she
bad
knows
at
it
ball
pisses
games.
me off.
And most of the other examples are too hot for YouTube. But we would be remiss if we didn't mention the absolute legend who wrote, "I screwed the barmaid" on the wall at the bar. Number 4. Emperor Commodus, who ruled from 177 to 192 AD, had a bust commissioned depicting himself as the reincarnation of Hercules. By all accounts, Commodus was extremely vain and had a reputation for being flamboyant and effeminate. So in an attempt to combat this, Commodus wanted people to associate him with the manliest man in all of mythology, the demigod Hercules. Number 3. The Roman Empire wasn't the biggest empire in history. In fact, it doesn't even crack the top 10. When combined with the Western Roman Empire, it actually only covered 2.7 million square miles. This pales in comparison to the size of the Mongol Empire, which covered 9.2 million square miles. The British Empire, which lasted for only a fraction of the time, at its height covered 13.7 million square miles, or over a quarter of the Earth's surface. Number 2. Sterquilinus, also known as Stercutus, was the Roman god of poop. He was the protector of public toilets, and he taught humans how to use manure as fertilizer for their crops. In fact, his name comes from the Latin word for fertilizer. Who knew that a poop god would be so important to Roman agriculture? Number 1. Emperor Claudius, who ruled from 41 to 54 AD, was notorious for his farts. The emperor, who suffered from intestinal issues his whole life, once famously joked that he would issue an edict giving license to fart at the dinner table. Shortly after Claudius's death, Seneca the Younger wrote a satirical play about him called Apocolosyntosis, which included copious wind-themed puns and ends with Claudius desperately trying to fart and dying. Ancient Rome was full of oddities, but it also had a much darker side. Step inside its most infamous arena in the worst things that happened in the Roman Colosseum, or click on this video instead. Rome's greatest enemy wasn't foreign, it was itself. The foundations of Roman power, its politics, its armies, even its people, were its strength, the source of its dominance. But behind the scenes, those same forces were quietly tearing the Republic apart. How did a system that seemed built to last forever start to unravel? On today's episode of the Infographic Show, we're explaining the fall of the Roman Republic. The Roman Republic officially began in 509 BC, when the Romans overthrew Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, a king said to be a cruel and arrogant ruler. In his place, they built a system of elected magistrates. All of the power firmly rested with 2 annually elected consuls and a senate composed entirely of patricians, Rome's hereditary elite, the oligarchs. The plebeians, Rome's common folk, had no voice at first, but centuries of protest forced the patricians to share power. By 367 BC, a pleb could even be a consul, and their new tribunes could veto laws that crushed the poor. Rome's genius was its balance. It had 2 consuls who could cancel each other's orders, a senate of 300 lifers who quietly ran the show, and citizen assemblies that passed laws and chose magistrates, at least in theory. In practice, the votes were stacked, so the rich spoke first and the rest hardly mattered. Censors ranked citizens by wealth and morals, deciding who paid taxes and who fought. The rich took the battlefield themselves, not out of necessity.
I do. Just give me a sec.
It was a way to prove loyalty.
Alright, let me pause it at least so time doesn't pass. Get a little blanket on me. That air conditioner's working fast. I actually have my jar of roaches in front of me that I'm going through.
At the time, the once scrappy city-state of Rome was
I'm spring cleaning.
rich. Its wealth partly grew out of the acquisition of new territories and foreigners agreeing to pay money. The subjugated losers paid a kind of tax, a tributum or tribute, and sometimes the stipendium, an indemnity for the cost of Rome beating them up. The Romans liked their taxes. It was one reason they functioned so well as a power. They were organized, and with that money, they built a great society. The Romans displaced the Greeks as the hegemons of the Mediterranean. In the 3rd century BC, they marched into southern Italy and gained control of the Magna Graecia, or Great Greece. They lagged behind the Greeks in terms of culture, but they quickly absorbed their science, philosophy, art, and medicine. Military victories soon followed. Rome crushed the Macedonians, the Carthaginians from Europe, and finally sacked Carthage itself, extending its reach into North Africa. They were at constant war, their armies sacking city after city, leaving massacres in their wake and hauling off slaves. Women were sent to households, men to the fields and the mines, and educated Greeks would tutor children or entertain the aristocracy. For hundreds of years, they made their enemies bend the knee, and they learned from everyone they subdued. They'd seen how the Greek city-states had once fought amongst themselves, so they built a centralized system. Instead of separate rival cities, they united Italy under one government and shared a Roman identity. And their allies in war, or the vanquished, could hope that one day they would gain where the Greeks had failed with their division and xenophobia, the Romans rewarded loyalty. They were pragmatic people, creating bureaucracy and infrastructure, developing laws and building a civil society that would outlast any one leader. It was a government designed to prevent the rise of tyrants. The Greeks might have inspired the world with their knowledge, but the Romans knew how to rule it. Rome had become a beacon of good rule, but with wealth came inequality. As its riches increased, so did its population. Most lived in squalor, while the elite retreated to vast estates.
Hand me my pistol.
Grew larger. To ensure their privilege stayed intact,
fucking around in my hood.
Bought votes, while officials at all levels could be bought with bribes. They developed laws to
I'll be right back, guys.
to stop the rich from buying land, but with money came flexibility. The laws were abused or totally ignored. The land issue became a huge problem. Rome was an agrarian society. It had relied on farming for centuries to feed its people.
Slip
but
into
as it
this
became more
alley.
powerful and its shipping industry grew, it traded
That
all
cop's
over
just
the
watching me.
Mediterranean.
That's
Then,
cool.
as Rome won more territory, the wealthy bought slaves. Those slaves were sent to work on huge estates or in the mines. Family enterprises could no longer compete with farms owned by the elite.
Oh,
These
yeah.
plebeian farmers for
I'm just
hundreds
over
of
here
years,
picking
the
up some
backbone of the
bags.
Republic, were now being pushed off of their land. The more money you had, the more slaves you could buy, and the bigger your business became. Senators weren't allowed to profit from commerce, but the equestrians, the class just below them, controlled Rome's business world, funneling profits upward whenever the laws favored them. There were trials for corruption, but with enough money, justice could be bought. Capitalism had driven remarkable progress in Rome, but it had also given birth to something darker, greed. Meanwhile, as the common man struggled to keep up, the moneylenders lent them cash at high interest rates. They just couldn't compete, especially when taxes were raised to fund yet another war. The governors of provinces collected taxes, but they kept a lot for themselves. It didn't help the plebs that fighting was often so far away. They hoped to return to their farms, but if war lasted as long as the Second Punic War, from 218 to 201 BC, it was almost hopeless to keep a farm going. And when they came back, elites might have just bought up all the land, their slaves grafting for
Hey,
free.
thanks for the
According
tip.
to the historian Plutarch,
Here.
legislation was passed to prevent the elites from buying
Here's
more
the
than
dude's,
500 acres.
some of the dude's
But
shit you
rich
could sell
just
that,
paid
man.
bribes or found legal loopholes. The poor effectively became useless. There was so in Rome that the foreign-born slaves started to outnumber the plebs. It was almost impossible to find work. As more and more farmers became destitute, they left the fields and they went to the city, hoping to find work as casual laborers, maybe landing a gig building aqueducts, baths, or roads, to become craftsmen or entertainers, but not all could find work. Many had nothing at all, surviving on free grain. For women, especially if alone, it was almost impossible to survive. Rome was full of brothels, but prostitutes tended to be slaves or freed women. Still, when times were hard, female citizens could turn to selling their bodies, hoping that they were pretty enough to become high-class escorts. For men in a similar position, some turned to begging, gladiatorial fighting, bodyguarding, or in some cases, crime. Just as would happen in England many centuries later at the start of the Industrial Revolution, Rome's poorest ex-farmers amassed in filthy city slums. They lost faith in the system. They had always been told to follow the code of duty, modesty, and sacrifice. But what did they see? Poverty, desperation, and men in public service seemingly caring only about their personal enrichment. It was a recipe for social disaster. Pliny the Elder said it was destroying a great state, not just because its own citizens were suffering, but because Roman culture was being diluted. He said Romanness was dying. For him and many others, Romans were superior to outsiders, so more foreigners would surely lead to moral decline, but the truth was outsiders were making the wealthy money, so in they came. Politicians tried to quell discontent with the games. They put on shows of gladiatorial combats to take the people's minds off of poverty and corruption, bread and circuses. It was around the time of the Punic Wars that these spectacles of violence became regular popular entertainment. Life was tough for the poor, but with free bread and regular, sanctioned brutality, many people failed to notice the vast inequality that they were now a part of. And if an elite put on more events, the more popular he became, and the more votes he acquired. As the dark streets at night became more dangerous, politicians surrounded themselves with gangs of personal bodyguards. And for the right price, these men would harass, kill, burn, or simply block the road to a VIP getting somewhere important.
I need to...
Publius Claudius Pulcher, tribune of the plebs, built an empire of street gangs, men who could intimidate, riot, or kill when needed. His mobs clashed constantly with those of Titus Annius Milo, a rival politician also hungry for power. Milo, a friend of the statesman Cicero, was eventually exiled after being charged with murdering Pulcher and later killed by a thrown stone while rebelling against Julius Caesar. That's just
I think
one
that's the one I
example of
just
how
got,
dangerous
right?
life was.
Yeah.
So assaults, assassinations, and all-out gang warfare in the streets were now common. Senators were sometimes killed in broad daylight, and no one dared intervene as houses burned to the ground in the ensuing riots. In the suburban district, Rome's main slum, thieves, pickpockets, muggers, and con artists made life miserable for the poor. As inequality worsened, so did crimes of poverty. There was so much wealth in Rome, yet ancient-style deaths of despair and people fighting over food or debts were all too common. There was no police force either. For everyone who couldn't afford protection, it was every man for himself. These destitute people became known as the proletari. They owned nothing or close to nothing. The only thing they could give to Rome was their children. They were exempt from military service, but could be called upon in an emergency. They had very few voting rights, but ranked just above slaves on the social ladder. Rome's streets were teeming with them. The city was at breaking point, and then the good republic gave way to all-out chaos.
Alright, I'm gonna go picking mushrooms for a little bit.
Tiberius, who didn't at all like what they were seeing in Rome. The eldest, Tiberius, was something of a hero to the people. During the Third Punic War, he was said to have been the first Roman to scale the walls of Carthage and lived to tell the tale. In politics, the brothers stood for the plebeians as members of the populares, progressive and at times violent activists who pushed for reforms to help Rome's growing poor. Today, the brothers are seen as either heroic Roman socialists or populist demagogues. Whatever the truth, they did a lot of good. Tiberius proposed land redistribution, legally taking some of the land away from the wealthy, many of them senators, and giving it back to the landless masses. And as history has shown, land distribution from elite to poor is a dangerous sport, and it certainly was for the Gracchi brothers. Both met violent ends. Tiberius in 133 BC killed alongside his followers, and Gaius in 121 BC choosing death himself rather than the fate his brother suffered, beaten to death with chairs. Like Tiberius, Gaius's followers were purged. Some accounts say 3,000 men were executed, but many of his reforms remained. Historians would later say that killing political enemies after that became a part of the system. If you couldn't beat them, kill them. Rome had always been violent, but now politicians were killing instead of debating. Cicero wrote that the death of Tiberius divided a united people into two distinct groups: the wealthy few who wanted to preserve the status quo and its power, and the poor who demanded fairer treatment. This gave rise to more populism. With an angry mass behind a politician, a man could rise through the ranks. Rome became polarized. The optimates saw themselves as guardians of tradition, law, and senatorial authority. Meanwhile, the populares saw themselves as champion of the commoner, fighting injustice. It's hard to say how many truly fought for the public good, and how many acted out of self-interest. It was probably a bit of both. And one thing is for sure, the division would end badly. Meanwhile, Rome's grain outputs were being hit by droughts and plagues, and over in Sicily, a major source of grain, there was a revolt by slaves, the First Servile War. But thanks to the dead Gaius Gracchus, there was now state granaries that ensured that the poor could usually get food from state-owned stores. He also introduced more humane laws on military conscription, but then everything changed. Gaius Marius was a brilliant and ambitious general. In 107 BC, during the war against Jugurtha in North Africa, he introduced a set of reforms that would change Rome forever. He opened army recruitment to the landless poor, men who owned nothing but their heads. For the first time, the poorest citizens could serve in Rome's legions, a process historians now call proletarianization. It might sound progressive, and the soldiers certainly liked that Marius had their backs, but with that kind of loyalty, a general could amass a big following. And in Rome, big followings could spell trouble. The new soldiers no longer served the Republic out of civic duty. They served their commander. Marius equipped, trained, and paid them well. When they returned from campaigns, they looked to him, not the Senate, for land, pensions, and reward. So what had once been a citizen militia had become a professional standing army, and its allegiance was to the man who led it. Could that be abused? Sure. Those men were fiercely loyal. After all, what had the soldiers of previous generations gotten when they'd returned to their farms? Slave-owning elites who had put them out of business, or slums in the city, and empty political promises. For centuries, the Romans had fought for territory all over Italy, and they eventually won. The deal was, usually the smaller city-states could rule themselves, but the men had to back Rome on its military campaigns. Still, they weren't made citizens, even though Rome's legions now had more allies in their ranks than Romans. It was a recipe for disaster, and then disaster came. It's not certain whether they rebelled over citizenship. They might have just gotten tired of being in Rome's shadow. They were Italian, but their cultures were the rebellions were quelled, and as part of the deal, a lot more Italians were made citizens of Rome. Publius Sulpicius Rufus, a tribune of the plebs with mobs as backup, was in favor of giving more outsiders citizenship. But making more men citizens meant profoundly changing the makeup of the electorate. In essence, it could change the outcome of elections, and elites weren't keen on that idea. The fighting brought Rome thousands of new citizens, but it also tore through Italy on every front, forcing the Republic to raise massive armies. One of Rome's commanders was Lucius Cornelius Sulla Felix, known simply as Sulla, a brilliant general from a patrician family in decline. He served under the great Marius and was now about to make his own name in the east, fighting King Mithridates VI of Pontus. Part Greek, part Iranian, Mithridates was powerful and utterly ruthless. He had just massacred tens of thousands of Romans. Defeating him would rank among Rome's greatest triumphs, and it could make Sulla rich, famous, and immortal in history. When he was chosen by the Senate to lead the campaign, Marius, old but still hungry for glory, used his political allies to have the command transferred to himself. He had the help of Sulpicius Rufus after he had promised to back Sulpicius's controversial citizenship bill. As you can imagine, Sulla was not impressed. He was going to miss out on a lot of money, and in Rome it was looking like Marius and Sulpicius were engaging in a populist power grab. That bill, which the Senate opposed, would take voting power away from the old elite families. So these elites figured that they could use Sulla to make things right. Meanwhile, Sulpicius's mobs and Sulla's supporters rioted in the streets, furious at being kicked to the sidelines, and now with elite backing, Sulla did something no
Alright, I
Roman
got a lot of
general had ever
mushrooms.
done. He turned his legions from southern Italy toward Rome itself. Why not? He had the manpower. They marched on the city, making short shrift of anyone who stood in their way. No one had
Make it
expected
back
this.
to Westville. Better
Marius
be
didn't have troops
bust
in the
out my
city.
pistol.
It was easy for Sulla. Marius fled, but one day he would be back. Rome was imploding from corruption and inequality. And now there was a military coup. The Great Republic was not looking in good shape.
Hi guys, I'm just.
Once a place that prided itself
You gotta
on
bring your
laws and civic
back
virtue,
to me.
It was in chaos
Ah.
and ruled by force of arms.
I
Sulla declared Marius Sulpicius
I don't like the attitude. First of all, you gotta lose that. All right,
he wasn't a tyrant. He was
and
there
then.
for order. He knew what was good for them, and no one dared oppose him. The Senate approved a list of 12 people, the hosts, foreign enemies, to be murdered and their property seized. Sulpicius and Marius were at
All
the
right.
top of the list.
No,
The rest
where
were
you
all
going?
traitors
Hey,
except for one patrician.
dummy.
Most of them ran to Spain or as far as
Ah.
Africa, and Sulla sent bounty hunters after them.
All right,
This was what
that
democracy
should have
had
bought me
turned
enough
into.
time.
Entrenched elites fighting against populist
I'll have to
reformers.
shoot my
But
way
what
through a
Sulla
line
had
of
done
cops.
set a really bad precedent in terms of how to govern. While Sulla fought Mithridates in the east, Marius slipped back into Rome, unleashing another round of killings and revenge. When Sulla finally returned, the city was soaked in blood, and Marius was gone. Again. To restore order, Sulla appointed himself dictator, but not for the traditional 6 months. He said indefinitely. His solution to political opposition was simple but effective: terror. He published lists of his enemies, and anyone named on them could be killed on sight. Their property seized and their families ruined. Thousands died, and many others enriched themselves by turning in former friends and rivals. Sulla had his men nail notices on the walls with all the names, with huge rewards for anyone who brought him heads. He even promised freedom to slaves who murdered their wanted masters. He beheaded a few himself the old way with an axe, and at times he had their bodies mutilated and dragged through the streets. Meanwhile, helping the wanted men was punishable by death, and in Rome that usually meant something slow and public. So some chose what in this case really was the easy way out. Sulla's closest allies were handsomely rewarded, including his young general Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, or Pompey, who did some of the hunting. A provident tactic because his family had once been allies of Marius. You'll be hearing more about Pompey soon.
You guys give me a minute.
Thousands of years later, Sulla claimed that he was saving the Republic by restoring order, the old-fashioned way, brute force. But the truth was his dictatorship destroyed the rule of law. He showed that power no longer came from laws or elections, it came from whoever had the biggest army. When Sulla died in 78 BC, he left behind a republic that looked restored
Meow.
on paper, but it was
Why didn't you
wrong
bring the
inside.
monkey?
His reforms had strengthened the Senate and silenced the tribunes, but the cost was a landfill of resentment waiting to explode. Into this cauldron of bitterness stepped another man who promised to make things better: Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, one of Sulla's former allies who had suddenly discovered his conscience, or more likely his ambition. As consul, Lepidus called for reversing Sulla's reforms, returning confiscated lands, and restoring full power to the tribunes of the plebs. He claimed to be defending the people's rights, but in truth he was rolling the dice. With the public behind him, he thought that he could become the new strongman of Rome. The Senate didn't buy it for a second. They branded him a traitor, and civil war broke out again. Lepidus's army in Etruria was defeated by Pompey, or Pompey the Great as he'd become known. Lepidus fled north and died soon after. Rome was still a mess, but now Pompey was a national hero, a savior of Rome, another one. He had to figure out how to restore order, so he turns to what historians often call the richest man in Rome, Marcus Licinius Crassus. He'd been a general under Sulla and done very well for himself while Sulla was dictator, especially as a property speculator buying up the estates of the unlucky proscribed. But Crassus was ambitious too, and he certainly made a name for himself. It was him who led armies against Spartacus in the Third Servile War, and he was ruthless, lining the Appian Way with 6,000 crucified slaves. The rebels had once been gladiators, training tens of thousands of men to fight Rome, and for a time they even won. But Crassus triumphed. To the people, he was a hero. By today's standards, a billionaire who could fight. Now Rome had two heroes, Crassus and Pompey, and they didn't get along. Pompey had helped end the slave revolt when his legions arrived and made the rebels scatter, but it was Crassus's men who did all the hard fighting. When both he and Pompey arrived back in Rome, they wanted rewards and positions of high office. In 70 BC, they were both elected co-consuls, restoring the power of the tribunes and reforming the courts. The Senate didn't like it, but it was too weak to do anything about it. And there was another player in this game of power politics who'd made a name for himself, Julius Caesar. Super ambitious, eloquent, and fearless. He was becoming the campaigner of campaigners, who was good to his men and in return demanded fierce loyalty. In Rome, it worked two ways. A commander who subjugated foreigners and brought riches and glory to Rome was supported. Rome was nothing without these men. But the stronger they became, they turned into a threat, all because of Marius and his reforms. Caesar was born to nobles, but his family wasn't very wealthy. However, his aunt Julia was married to Marius. The Caesars were in the populares camp rather than the aristocratic optimates. And that wasn't ideal for a young man, since Sulla was in the middle of his purges. But Caesar was just a teenager, not yet important enough to draw Sulla's attention. Then he married Cornelia, the daughter of Lucius Cornelius Cinna, one of Marius's closest allies. Sulla wasn't happy telling Caesar divorce her or die. He chose option number 3, run. His property was taken, but it seems that Sulla later softened, saying, let him live. Caesar, he warned, was another Marius in the making. After Sulla died, Caesar returned to Rome and made a name for himself after being captured by pirates and telling them they needed to increase the ransom. He later hunted them down and had them crucified, but because he was a nice guy, he slit their throats first. He became a man of the people, and to cut a long story short, he teamed up with Pompey and Crassus in a secret political alliance now known as the First Triumvirate, and that would give them power over the Senate. By the late 60s, Rome was fracturing again. The Senate was paralyzed by the usual infighting, while ambitious generals were out in the provinces building reputations and armies. Pompey had returned from the east a hero, but hadn't gotten what he wanted from the Senate, including rewards for his veterans and new laws on provincial administration and tax collection. Crassus wanted debt relief laws for his clients, but he couldn't get them either. And Caesar, well, he wanted to climb higher up the slippery pole of Roman power. But without cash or strong family connections, he needed powerful allies. And there was no one stronger than Crassus and Pompey. These three men weren't exactly ideal partners. They simply had mutual interests, and their alliance would help them get what they wanted. Caesar would become consul and push through Pompey's laws and Crassus's economic reforms, and in return they would finance and support his military career. Again, Rome was looking like it was ruled by strong men. The Republic wasn't being governed anymore, it was being divided up like loot. The Senate had become almost a spectator. Rome's fate now lie in the hands of generals and billionaires. Over the years, Caesar's victory in Gaul made him a legend. He crushed powerful tribes and even crossed the sea to the land we now call Great Britain. Centuries later, the Romans would go farther north still to Yorkshire, where they would build Hadrian's Wall to keep out the tribes of what is now Scotland. Caesar wasn't successful in gaining lasting territory in Britain, but the fact that he had taken his legions there at all was still impressive. The first landing in 55 BC, he barely even escaped alive, but the second time, a year later, he returned with more men and even an armored war elephant. He beat several tribes in battle and secured grain, slaves, and yearly tributes to Rome. Caesar was celebrated at home. He'd written about new lands, new peoples, new technologies that could bring glory to Rome. He came, he saw, and he conquered. He now gains territory in today's France, Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, Britain, and northern Italy. Historians might not agree on his victories, but a rough estimate is that he fought against 3 million men from various tribes, a third of which were killed and a third enslaved. The claim, disputed, is that he and his men took 800 cities and a total of 300 different tribes. To say he was admired by the Roman people would be an understatement, but with power comes great resentment. While he was conquering Gaul, Rome was in the process of tearing itself apart. The first triumvirate was in tatters. Crassus wanted all the glory for himself. He made the very rash decision to take on the Parthian Empire in his role as governor of Syria. But the Parthians were no pushover, and Crassus was no Caesar or Pompey when it came to leading legions. The upshot was a disaster. His army was annihilated at the Battle of Carrhae, one of Rome's worst defeats. With Crassus gone, the triumvirate was torn apart. Pompey himself, a military genius, didn't much like watching Caesar become the Roman people's top influencer. The Senate was whispering again, and soon they agreed Pompey would save the Republic, and in doing so, their own interests. Pompey had married Caesar's daughter, Julia, which had strengthened their alliance, but she died in childbirth, so that fragile bond was gone. It was a bold move, but the Senate agreed that Caesar needed to be reined in. As politicians gave the order, the streets of Rome lit up with riots. Caesar had a lot of support in politics and certainly among the people, so the Senate quickly appointed Pompey as sole consul, making him a dictator in all but name. He marched his soldiers into the city and put down the riots. Once again, the rule of law was enforced by violence, not debate or votes. Pompey then used his new position to pass laws curbing Caesar's power and demanded that he disband his army and return to Rome. For Caesar, that looked a lot like a death sentence. He refused and was declared an enemy of the state. But this was Caesar we're talking about, a man who had conquered a good part of Europe. The die was cast, he said. Heads would roll. On January 10, 49 BC, a moment that changed history took place. Caesar and his army marched across the Rubicon River in present-day northern Italy. He took only one legion, Legio 13 Gemina, but it was one of his best. He didn't want a civil war, and neither did Pompey, nor many of the nobles. But Caesar was caught between a rock and a hard place. The nobility had turned against him, and Rome was one big swamp of corruption. He had tried to negotiate, asking for the bare minimum guarantees to protect himself, but they refused. What choice did he really have? Members of the Senate ran in fear as Caesar marched on Rome, as did Pompey and his army, not confident in their ability to fight back. What followed was a relentless chase ending in Pompey's defeat and desperate escape to Egypt. There, King Ptolemy XIII, Cleopatra's brother, had him killed and sent Caesar his severed head as a gift. It backfired. Caesar was enraged and planned for war. Back in Rome, Caesar did the unthinkable. He forgave most of the men who had gone against him, including the politician Marcus Junius Brutus. With his ally Mark Antony in charge, Caesar went to Egypt and defeated the Alexandrians. He installed Cleopatra and her younger brother onto the throne. In many ways, he was progressive and the people loved him. But this was Rome, so of course, Caesar cemented his power by breaking the rules. He packed the Senate with new members loyal to him and put term limits on governorships. He was starting to look like a dictator. Then he weakened the tribunes, which was not exactly a man of the people move. And at a fertility festival called Lupercalia during the celebrations, Mark Antony placed a crown on his head, saying, "The people give this to you through me." Dozens of senators agreed he had to be stopped. And it would happen on March 15th, the Ides of March, a date that for the Romans was often reserved for paying debts. When the big day came, the senators and their allies gathered at the Theater of Pompey, where the Senate was meeting that day. They waited and they waited, but Caesar didn't come. The reason could be legend, but it's said that his wife Calpurnia woke that morning after a nightmare in which he had been murdered and begged him not to go. But one of Caesar's closest friends told him to ignore the omens and walk into the Senate. Antony followed him and the others to the meeting, but as soon as they entered, someone grabbed Antony and shoved him into another room. Caesar, unaware, took his seat and was handed a petition to review. Around him stood men he believed were colleagues, but they were conspirators, daggers hidden beneath their togas. It was Senator Tilius Cimber who made the first move, grabbing Caesar's toga and pulling it down. Caesar shouted, "Why, this is violence!" Then Casca struck, driving his dagger into Caesar's neck. Caesar grabbed him and said, "Casca, you villain, what are you doing?" Then they all piled in, about 60 of them, including Brutus, a man Caesar had loved like a son. It was stab after stab after stab, 23 wounds in total. Some say his last words as he looked up at Brutus were, "You too, child." As Caesar lay in his own blood, the conspirators walked through the streets shouting, "People of Rome, we are once again free." But instead of cheers, they got fists. Buildings burning, people were killed, and the Republic's fate again slid into bloody chaos. Soon a second triumvirate filled the power vacuum. Mark Antony, Lepidus, and Caesar's great-nephew Octavian. Together, they defeated the conspirators and their allies and divided the Roman Republic amongst themselves. That friendship didn't last long. Antony, who had fallen in love with Cleopatra, found himself at war with Octavian. After losing the Battle of Actium in 30 BC, he died in Cleopatra's arms, while she, according to legend, died from one of her own snakes, although some historians believe she took poison. Lepidus was exiled after trying to seize power for himself, leaving Octavian as Rome's supreme leader for life. The Republic was well and truly over. Any form of democracy was gone. Rome had become an empire, and Octavian, now Augustus Caesar, would rule it all. Looking back, democracy had started well in Rome, but then turned into a great big failure. The empire's early years were golden. 2 centuries of peace, wealth, and expansion. The killing stopped, the cities boomed, and Rome stretched all the way to Britain. But then came the age of tyrants such as Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. Rome had 70 million people at one point, a third of the global population. It was the center of the earth, a wonder of the world. And then came the decline, the chaos, the barbarian hordes who had taken advantage of the internal strife. Roman democracy had the potential to be humanity's greatest achievement. Instead, the rich hoarded power, the poor were forgotten, and the people tore each other apart, blinded by ideology and led by corrupt ambition. It began with inequality, and when inequality grows, when despair and violence spread, even the greatest nations crumble. Understanding the fall of the Roman Republic shows how history repeats itself. But one moment defined the end of it all. Watch what actually happened the day Julius Caesar was assassinated to see how Rome's greatest leader met his fate, or click on this video instead. Modern dictators are ruthless, but Roman emperors made cruelty an art form. Executions weren't just public, they were performances. Families tortured for entertainment, bodies burned alive to light imperial gardens. These emperors didn't just rule with an iron fist, they ruled with fire, blood, and pain. For them, sadism was policy. Brace yourself for some of the darkest chapters in Roman history on today's episode of The Infographic Show. Number 8. Septimus Severus ruled Rome from 193 to 211, rising to power in the bloody chaos of the year of the 5 emperors. Civil war had painted Rome and beyond red, and Severus wasted no time getting down to business, purging enemies. He was nowhere near as sadistic as some emperors you'll meet, but he had a vicious streak. Just ask the Caledonians, the tribal warriors from what is now the Scottish Highlands. Rome had built Hadrian's Wall to keep the Caledonians at bay, but Severus wanted it all. He launched a full campaign to conquer Scotland. It didn't go well. His troops were harried by guerrilla attacks and suffered heavy losses. But by 210, the Caledonians were losing and fearing total annihilation, so they tried to arrange a peace deal. Severus agreed on the condition that they also surrender the central lowlands. The pact was a success, but the Scots felt shortchanged and peace didn't last. The tribes revolted, and that's when Severus played his nasty card. He issued an order of complete extermination. No one was to be spared. His son Caracalla, already known for helping Dad eliminate disloyal senators, carried out the Scorched Earth campaign, massacring civilians and torturing villages. But the Caledonians hung on. A year later, Severus died of illness. Rome gave up on conquering Scotland and retreated behind Hadrian's Wall, where they'd been scrapping with the tough tribal people from today's Yorkshire and Northumbria. Severus had been a man who understood the importance of what today's gangsters call sending a message. After defeating his Roman rival Clodius Albinus at the Battle of Lugdunum, he beheaded the corpse, rode over it with his horse, and sent the head back to Rome. Then for good measure, he killed Albinus' wife and children and executed 29 senators. He wasn't the worst emperor by far, and he ruled in times of disharmony and devilish plots. But as one British historian put it, Severus had periods of extreme ruthlessness. And then came his son, who made Daddy look like a cuddly toy. Number 7. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, better known as Caracalla, is remembered as one of Rome's most cruel, sadistic tyrants. After helping his father exterminate the Caledonians, it's no surprise he developed a twisted sense of morality. But Caracalla didn't just inherit violence, he embraced it, burying his enemies in their own blood. His reign began with fratricide. He and his brother Geta were meant to co-rule, but they despised each other so deeply they couldn't even meet without armed guards. Their mother, Julia Domna, immensely powerful, couldn't keep them from open hatred. Eventually, Caracalla lured Geta to a staged peace meeting, and he had his centurions murder him on the spot. Geta is said to have died in Julia's arms. According to the historian Cassius Dio, Caracalla threatened his mother's life if she dared mourn, standard practice for a tyrant. Caracalla then ordered a damnatio memoriae, erasing Geta from the official records. He lied to the Senate, claiming Geta had tried to kill him, and fled the scene screaming that he had narrowly escaped with his life. Then came the purges. Caracalla had 20,000 people killed, men, women, children, even close friends, anyone suspected of supporting Geta. Bodies were tortured, dragged through the streets by hooks, and left to rot as warnings. According to Herodianus, he didn't even spare athletes, charioteers, singers, or dancers. Dio said he mutilated Rome by depriving it of its good men. Caracalla is described as insecure, envious and cruel, a spoiled maniac with too much power. He once killed 100 boars in a single day with a dagger, simply for fun. When he learned that Alexandrian playwrights had mocked him portraying the murder of Geta not as self-defense but ambition, Caracalla marched his army to the city and unleashed mass slaughter. He murdered prominent citizens who came to greet him and then told his soldiers to do as they pleased: loot, take women, and kill at will. It became one of the most senseless massacres in Roman imperial history. His cruelty extended to the crowds in the arena. When fans booed the wrong chariot team, he had his guards slaughter every one of them. He then allowed the guards to rob or ransom survivors. Caracalla was a vain coward, obsessed with his image as a great military leader, though he was anything but. Even his own soldiers couldn't take it anymore. In 217 AD, during a routine roadside stop to relieve himself, one soldier seized the moment and stabbed the emperor. Caracalla staggered, wounded but alive, until 2 Praetorian tribunes rushed in pretending to help, and instead they finished the job. At just 29 years old, the blood-soaked reign of Caracalla was over. Okay, so it's gonna be hard to beat that. Actually, no, it isn't. Number 6. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, better known as Elagabalus, took the throne before his brain had finished developing, and history rarely goes well when a teenage boy is handed imperial power. Wisdom takes time, and Elagabalus never got the chance to gain any. He was dead before he turned 19. He came to power after the short, chaotic reign of Macrinus, an emperor who didn't even last a year before being assassinated. The mastermind behind that assassination was Julia Maesa, Elagabalus's grandmother. What could possibly go wrong? Well, it turns out quite a lot. After his death, his memory was condemned, damnatio memoriae. Statues destroyed, coins melted, records erased. But the stories that survived paint a wild, chaotic picture. He married a Vestal Virgin, a sacrilege in Rome, and then he built a temple to himself, infuriating the elites. After divorcing the Vestal, he turned his affections to the Praetorian Guard and dressing as a woman. One of his favorite guards was the handsome charioteer named Hierocles, whom Elagabalus married. What people did behind closed doors in Rome wasn't the issue. He was the emperor, and he flaunted his wild ways publicly. He walked the streets dressed as a prostitute, offering himself to strangers. If you were summoned to his bedchamber, refusal wasn't an option. Cassius Dio claimed Elagabalus was obsessed with penises, but hated his own, once asking a surgeon if he could fashion a vagina in its place. Elagabalus delighted in causing outrage. His parties were twisted theater. Guests were smothered under cascades of violets and other flowers. He would unleash big cats into banquet halls and laugh as the nobles screamed. He'd already had the animals' teeth pulled out. Some sources claimed he kept exotic animals and fed them human parts taken from the men that he had castrated and murdered. One ancient text alleged that he preferred handsome noble boys from across Italy, and that he would only choose victims with both parents. Why? Well, the text says the sorrow should be all the greater. So he didn't just kill, he focused on causing the greatest amount of grief. Yet this cross-dressing, penis-chopping boy emperor also had a clownish side. At banquets, he would slip whoopee cushions onto senators' chairs. Still, jokes aside, he executed senators who disapproved of his antics, calling them traitors. A British historian later called him a crack-brained despot. He wasn't far off. Elagabalus was an embarrassment to Rome, a bizarre mix of decadence, cruelty, and juvenile humor. Eventually, the Praetorian Guard had had enough. He and his mother were murdered, beheaded, and dragged through the streets by the soldiers who had finally lost patience. His reign remains a surreal footnote in Roman history, a horny teen with a god complex, a knife-happy court, and far too much power. Sure, maybe he wasn't as bad as some, but this next guy, he was demonic. Number 5. As you probably know, Julius Caesar was murdered by a pack of backstabbers, and later his adopted son Octavian, better known as Augustus, rose to power. With him, the chaos of the late Republic ended, and Rome entered a golden era of peace called the Pax Romana. Life was pretty good under Augustus, who, unlike most emperors to come, died peacefully in old age. And then his stepson Tiberius took the reins, and that's when the real trouble began. Tiberius was paranoid, maybe justifiably, and like many rulers before and after, he began with purges. One of the most famous was against Sejanus, the ambitious prefect of the Praetorian Guard, who grew so powerful rumors swirled that he saw himself as the true emperor. Tiberius had him killed, but he didn't stop there. He ordered the systematic execution of anyone remotely associated with Sejanus, and he kept on going. People were strangled, starved, or hurled down the Gemonian stairs. He decimated the Senate and then went after their families. No one was safe. The death toll remains debated, but it was enough to cement his place among Rome's darkest rulers. It wasn't just the executions. Tiberius was also a notorious drunk who was violent, vindictive, and depraved. He allegedly built a villa for orgies, forcing men and women to indulge his every whim. Ancient accounts say that he became especially cruel to people if they rejected his advances, having some thrown off of cliffs on Capri. If the sea was out, his men would beat them with oars until they died. Tiberius saw conspiracies everywhere, and in his madness, he ordered entire families killed. He had people dragged behind horses, forced to drink wine until their bladders ruptured, and mutilated them for amusement. His sadism reached such heights that a soothsayer named Thrasilus told him that he would live a very long life just to calm him down. Even the Romans, used to cruelty, were horrified. Graffiti appeared mocking his lunacy. When he finally died at 78 in his villa, Rome celebrated. Those he'd imprisoned on absurd treason charges rejoiced. The historian Suetonius wrote that some prayed that he find no rest in his death, but dwell among the damned. Others threatened to drag his corpse to the river Tiber, where the bodies of criminals were thrown. Tiberius didn't die with honor or affection, but compared to this next man, he might as well have been a saint. Number 4. One historian described Commodus as base and dishonorable, cruel and lewd, defiled of mouth and debauched. That is one hell of an epitaph. His violence started young. Commodus desperately craved respect, but he never earned it. He loved performing in gladiatorial shows, fighting staged battles where opponents were clearly ordered to lose. For bloodthirsty crowds, he would slaughter animals, shooting lions, spearing elephants, or beheading ostriches, always from a safe distance. Historian Cassius Dio recounts a disturbing spectacle. Commodus had disabled men, those with missing feet, tied up in the arena to act as giants. He then dressed them in fake serpent costumes and beat them to death with clubs while they helplessly tossed sponges in place of stones. He'd killed them with blows of a club, Dio wrote, after fastening about their knees some likeness of serpents' bodies. It was grotesque, and it earned him no respect, only disgust. That only made him more enraged. His life was dedicated to pleasure and power. He had ex-consul Salvius Julianus and Tarutenius Paternus executed on mere suspicion. He renamed himself with grand titles, equating himself to the gods. Historians described him as megalomaniacal and increasingly insane. He ordered the execution of his own sister Lucilla, and then killed his wife on the claim that she had been unfaithful, while he was sleeping with as many men and women as he could find. He fancied himself the next Hercules, but instead of battling monsters, he stood on balconies and threw spears at bears, safe from danger. He claims to have won over 12,000 contests in the arena. Cassius Dio scoffed. Most of them were mock fights with wooden sticks, more like toddlers' games than battles. So no, maybe he wasn't the most sadistic on this list, but he was a spoiled, violent brat, a narcissist with a god complex and no self-awareness. And like many who acted like gods in front of Rome's elites, he paid the price. In 192 AD, conspirators tried to poison him. When that failed, they just sent in a wrestler named Narcissus, who strangled him to death. Commodus died at just 31 years old. And now things get even worse. Number 3. In Suetonius' Life of Domitian, Domitian doesn't at first come across as noticeably tyrannical, but halfway down the text, things start to get dark. When he was attempting reform related to public morals, he went slightly crazy and arrested men whom he said had been sleeping with Vestal virgins. He had the men beaten to death with rods and the women buried alive. Domitian speed ran the shift from halfway decent ruler to full-blown sadist. He ordered the execution of a young student of the actor Paris simply because the boy's looks and talent didn't measure up to his teacher. And then there was the time he had a spectator dragged from the arena and torn apart by wild dogs, just for criticizing the gladiator. It's noted that he seemed to take great pleasure in such violence. One of the most chilling examples involved the astrologer Ascletarian. Brought before the emperor, Domitian asked him a grim question: how will you die? Ascletarian calmly replied that his death would involve dogs. Wanting to disprove the prophecy, Domitian had him executed immediately and ordered the body burned. But fate wasn't finished. As the astrologer's corpse lay on the pyre, a sudden gust of wind blew it off of the flames. Domitian was later informed that local dogs started savaging the half-burned body of Ascletarian. But for the Roman writers, the worst of the worst didn't kill the plebes, they killed the nobles, and Domitian had many politicians murdered after he accused them of plotting a revolt. It turned out some of them had, and Domitian had them tortured. He often used deception. Friends were invited for wine and conversation only to be arrested and executed days later. He unleashed ancient and brutal punishments, including crucifixion and slow death by mutilation, even on longtime allies. No one was safe. He murdered his cousin Flavius Clemens, supposedly for holding Jewish sympathies, though some believe that the real reason was that Domitian had an eye on Clemens' wife. Dozens were executed alongside Flavius. Others were stripped of their wealth and titles for vague charges like sacrilege or godlessness. Domitian himself wasn't exactly pious. He was known to swim with prostitutes and had a fetish for plucking out their body hair. Okay, so that is hardly a major sin, but these behaviors fueled rumors that he was also a persecutor of Christians, boiling victims alive in vats. Between 93 and 96 AD, Rome endured what historians call a reign of terror. Domitian twice banished philosophers and executed 12 former consuls, the elite of Rome's ruling class. His assassination on September 18, 96 was orchestrated by court officials and carried out by his chamberlain, Parthenius. After his death, Domitian was given the full damnatio memoriae treatment. His statues were smashed and his name erased. Now on to the true monsters of the empire, the big leagues. Number 2. There's perhaps no name in Roman history more associated with madness and cruelty than Caligula. After all, he killed family members and declared himself a god. Born in 12 AD as Gaius Julius Caesar, he spent his early years trailing his father, the military hero Germanicus, on campaigns. Soldiers adored the child in his tiny boots, nicknaming him Caligula or Little Boot. And then things turned dark. Germanicus died in Syria under mysterious circumstances, though his wife, the powerful Agrippina the Elder, believed that he had been poisoned. Germanicus wasn't just Caligula's father, he was Claudius's brother and Nero's grandfather. It was a killer dynasty. Agrippina blamed Tiberius, and whether or not he was behind it, he certainly oversaw the exile and deaths of Caligula's 2 older brothers, and eventually Agrippina herself. Surviving the bloody purges, Caligula eventually became emperor, and to be fair to him, he was a very popular young man. He reformed taxes, ended treason trials, granted amnesty, and put on crowd-pleasing gladiator games, including his famed panther-baiting shows. He launched major public works projects and for a while was admired by all. And then, something changed. Caligula fell seriously ill through unknown causes and flitted between life and death for a month. Whatever it was, when he recovered, he was not the same man. He brought back treason trials and executed senators, including Tiberius Gemellus, the innocent grandson of Tiberius, just to remove a potential rival. Then came the orgies, the cross-dressing, and the bizarre power games. He would boast to his lovers, "I have the right to do anything to anybody." Or, "Off comes this beautiful head whenever I give the word." He often spared his lovers, but not the masses. When there weren't enough criminals to feed the lions, he just threw members of the audience into the arena instead, after first having their tongues cut out to stop them from screaming. According to Dio, no wealthy Roman was safe. Caligula needed cash for his extravagance, so he accused the rich of imaginary crimes, executed them, and seized their assets. His soldiers despised him. After humiliating military campaigns in Gaul and Britain, they endured his mockery, including crude gestures when they kissed his hand. Suetonius claimed a soldier who plotted to kill him was caught and executed. Caligula had also enjoyed watching nobles squirm in the arena, sometimes forcing old gray-haired men to fight. Seneca said he gambled away fortunes and then murdered nobles to refill the treasury. He once claimed if the Senate didn't treat him like a god, he would move to Egypt, where people knew how to worship properly. He spent the equivalent of $5 billion in a single year, but despite the chaos, many ordinary Romans still liked him. So when he was stabbed 30 times by his guards after just 4 years in power, some mourned. Were the wildest stories all true? Probably not all. He likely never made his horse a consul, but some atrocities are hard to dispute. Like the pleb Publius Alfrenius Potatus, who swore that he would sacrifice himself if Caligula survived an illness, only for Caligula to drag him through the streets and throw him from a gate. Or the boy executed for coughing. Or the beautiful youth murdered out of envy, whose father was forced to attend a dinner with a man who had just killed his son. According to Seneca, the father had to smile or risk losing his other sons. And now, we move into truly uncharted depths of depravity. Number 1. Seneca the Younger fell out of favor with Emperor Claudius and was exiled. He was recalled later as a tutor to a boy named Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, better known as Nero. In time, Nero would accuse Seneca of being part of the plot against him, forcing the great Stoic to die at his own hands. Apparently, Seneca, in line with his philosophy, took it all on the chin. Remember Agrippina the Elder, Caligula's mother? Well, Agrippina the Younger was her daughter and Nero's mother. Like many Roman elites, she was toxic, ruthless, ambitious, and politically lethal. The real power behind the throne. Some historians believe that she even poisoned her husband, Emperor Claudius, to clear the path for her son. At first, Nero's reign seemed promising. He was young, artistic, and clever, thanks in part to Seneca's guidance. He loved poetry and music, and he thought himself a great patron of the arts. But things soured when Agrippina grew too overbearing, especially when she started cozying up to Britannicus, Claudius's biological son, who, unlike Nero, had a legitimate claim to the throne. That did not end well. Britannicus mysteriously dropped dead at a dinner party. Agrippina was furious and began scheming for more power. Nero, increasingly suspicious, considered poisoning or stabbing her before settling on a sabotaged boat designed to sink. But she survived. Eventually, Nero went for something a bit more traditional. He sent his naval commander Anicetus to her house with a message. Her guard down, she was clubbed to death. Nero staged it as an accident. Let's not forget that this was his own mother, and in Rome, matricide was a serious taboo, punishable by poena culae, or being sewn into a sack with wild animals and tossed into the Tiber. Nero had just crossed a major line, and he was just getting started. After the Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD, which raged for 6 days before being brought under control, but the fire reignited and then burned for 3 more days, destroying 3 districts. Nero blamed the Christians, who he despised, though some suspected he had started it himself. It's alleged that Nero sat back smiling, playing his lyre as thousands were made homeless and hundreds died. This might not be true, but the fire was very real. According to Tacitus, Nero used Christians as scapegoats. He threw them to wild animals, crucified some upside down, or set them on fire to light up the night. They were apparently nailed to the cross, doused in oil, and set ablaze like street lamps. And then came his troubled personal life. He accused his first wife, Octavia, of infertility and adultery. He exiled her and had her beheaded, and then sent her head to the man that he claimed that she had cheated with. Tacitus described her as being slashed with knives and thrown into a room full of hot steam. Nero then married Poppaea Sabina, formerly married to his advisor, Sextus Alfrenius Burrus, whom Nero may have murdered. Poppaea is also said to have encouraged Nero to kill Octavia. Nero may have loved Poppaea. Still, Suetonius claimed an enraged Nero kicked her in the stomach, killing her. Some say that she died of complications of pregnancy. Either way, she was dead, and Nero never recovered or pretended to never recover. In 66 AD, Nero fell for Statilia Messalina, already married to a powerful consul. Such a small inconvenience didn't stop Nero. He destroyed the husband and made sure that he was soon dead. As for Messalina, she was one of very few of Nero's lovers that was still alive after he died. After that, in 67 AD, he castrated a freed man named Sporus, dressed him in women's clothing, and paraded him as Poppaea reborn. Okay, so Nero had murdered his mother, both wives, multiple advisors, and turned Rome into a theater of blood. But there was more. When a slave killed Senator Lucius Pedanius Secundus, Nero didn't just execute the culprit, he had 400 of the man's fellow slaves put to death, and people cheered in the streets. Meanwhile, he threw lavish parties, beheaded harlots from all over Rome, and made himself the star of every spectacle he put on. He understood the masses. They all wanted bread and circuses and blood. He was adored by many ordinary Romans. After all, he brought back the games after a decades-long hiatus following the deadly stadium riot. He gained more widespread applause after he helped Pompeii recover after its run-in with an angry Mount Vesuvius. But he ruled through fear. As paranoia consumed him, Nero created a vast spy network and purged anyone who looked at him sideways. Eventually, Rome's ruling class had had enough, and for sure, this champion of bloodthirsty tyrants would be subjected to damnatio memoriae. Nero was abandoned by the Senate and betrayed by his own Praetorian Guard. Branded a traitor and sentenced to be beaten to death, he fled with a few loyal servants. When he learned his enemies were closing in and there was no escape, he asked his secretary Epaphroditus to help him die. Together, they performed the grisly deed of stabbing Nero many times. And while emperors dished out cruelty from the top, life wasn't so much better at the bottom. Watch the horrible life of an average Roman Empire slave to see how brutal it was, or click on this video instead. battle of lightning powers, who would win? Hammer-wielding Thor or the mighty Zeus? Could the sun god Ra defeat Hades and escape his terrifying underworld? And could the third eye of Lord Shiva burn Anubis into ash? We'll measure the feats and statements of the gods of many different mythologies, weighing them against their own pantheons and their mightiest cosmic contemporaries around the world. And once we've cracked the code and run the numbers, we'll have definitive proof of which mythology has the most powerful gods. But before we start, we'd like to make it clear that whatever our findings are, this video is not meant to disparage anyone's genuine spiritual beliefs. Our depiction of the legendary figures and gods should be taken with a grain of salt, and the knowledge that we don't claim to write the canon. With that small caveat out of the way, let's begin this celestial skirmish by starting with some of the most well-studied gods in the world, the Olympic pantheon of Greek mythology. We've got some serious contenders, folks, from the lightning bolt hurtling sky god Zeus to the lord of the sea Poseidon to the master of the underworld Hades. These three brothers are the baseline for what makes a powerful mythological god. While most of the other Greek gods and goddesses are mighty in their own right, none can claim to be truly equal in prestige or power to Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. After the Titanomachy, a grand conflict where the gods overthrew the primeval Titans for control of the universe, Zeus and his two most famous siblings gambled amongst each other for who would lead the pantheon. Although Zeus won the coveted spot as father of man and leader of the gods, the fact that the brothers chose a game of chance implies that their skill in combat is comparable enough that a three-way battle between them would have had an uncertain outcome. Of course, this is not the only measuring stick for strength among the Greek trio. Each possesses its own special abilities, unique from the other two brothers. Hades, for example, possesses the supernatural power of invisibility, which, while not boasting the raw, destructive power of Zeus's lightning or Poseidon's oceanic storms, would give the Keeper of Souls an advantage in executing surprise attacks and retreating from the battlefield. The paranoia that might come from Hades' potential presence would be enough to make any of his enemies wary, especially considering that he can manipulate the crust of the earth in order to create gaping chasms and fissures. When Hades stole Persephone from her mother, the earth goddess Demeter, he was able to open the earth, abduct his target, and disappear back below the ground while closing it behind him, all without being stopped by any of the other gods. Though Zeus's eventual intervention led to an uneasy compromise between Hades and Demeter, it is clear that Hades commands great power, especially within the territory of the underworld. As the one who judges the souls of the dead, Hades can inflict elaborate karmic punishments on any soul within his realm. The fate of King Sisyphus is one such example, condemned to forever push the same boulder up the same hill, only for it to tumble back down to the bottom every single time. This ability is less impressive, however, when you realize Hades can only use it on dead humans and quasi-divine beings, such as nymphs and naiads. It wouldn't help him win a bout against another god. His brother Poseidon is better known for messing with living heroes, including Odysseus, whom he turned the ocean against for many years. Though he is a marine god, Poseidon is able to cause terrible earthquakes, thus rendering Hades' geokinesis a non-factor in a fight between them. At sea, he can command the wind and rain, stirring up powerful storms and tidal waves. His greatest feat, however, was creating horses, the equine animals that would go on to revolutionize warfare the world over, as well as become the favorite animal of many young children. Poseidon's powers are still limited, however, in comparison to his brother Zeus, who controls the sky above and can shake the earth just as easily while also dropping lightning bolts from on high. Zeus once defeated the monster Typhon, who was too fearsome for the other members of the Greek pantheon, by lifting up a mountain and hurling it into the creature's head. There's also the father of man's ability to shapeshift into anything from a white bowl to a beam of sunlight, which, while mostly used for, recreational purposes, might have greater capabilities than Zeus lets on. Through these three brothers, who represent the pinnacle of the Olympian pantheon, we can understand that a truly powerful god must be able to command the elements throughout a major portion of the mortal realm, at least the earth, sea, or sky. Additionally, they must also be able to hold a position of authority or some important station within their pantheon without being meaningfully challenged by any similar god in that role. Let's see how these Olympians stack up as we move on to our next pantheon, the Norse gods. Even a cursory look at Norse cosmology reveals that the Viking pantheon resides within 9 realms, which are mostly within the control of their leader, Odin. A wise and shrewd chief god, Odin made bloody sacrifices to the universe in exchange for greater power. He obtained an infinite source of knowledge by dropping his eyes into the well of Mimir, gained the power to compel other beings through poetry by questing for the mead of inspiration, and became fluent in the runic alphabet and their magical properties by impaling and suspending himself from the Tree of Life for 9 days. Yeah, Norse legends are just kinda metal like that. While the mythological record doesn't feature Odin in combat as much as some of the other Norse gods, he is classified as a god of war due to being the ruler of Valhalla, a great hall for Viking warriors who met their fate in the heat of battle. Odin is more than a mere fighter. He is a strategist of impeccable quality who has foreknowledge of all events within his 9 realms. Odin's wisdom places him a cut above the prior chief gods we've mentioned. For all their elemental fury, the Greek gods were defined in their actions by mortal flaws and pettiness. Zeus's lustful escapades, Poseidon's personal beefs with mortals, and Hades being afraid to leave home most of the time. We can at least relate to that last one. Odin would run circles around these predictable brothers with his intelligence, and his own sons may very well be the Olympians' rivals in terms of strength. His most celebrated offspring is Thor, the Norse god of thunder, who trivializes Zeus's lightning bolts with his own divine weapon, Mjolnir, a striking hammer or axe-like projectile that can kill most beings in the 9 realms in a single blow, as well as summon storms and lightning. Thor's other artifacts include the Megingjord belt, which doubles his already godlike strength, and his chariot-pulling goats, Snarler and Grinder, who break mountains in half as they ride. From the looks of things, the Norse gods are simply operating at a higher level than the great gods. However, they do have a clear weakness, and that's their vulnerability to prophecy. Most of the Norse pantheons are fated to die tragically in a cataclysmic event known as Ragnarok. A lenient reading of this could imply that this means Odin, Thor, and the rest of the kin are invincible in any other battles besides the one destined to be their epilogue. But since we're measuring actual power and not the relative thickness of their plot armor, the fact that the Norse gods can die means they will inevitably die. Their immortality and their overall
Alright, I'm turning in, guys.
The existence of Ragnarok as a concept. In order to go to a higher level of power,
I will see you in the morning where we will ride the 7 seas.
Take a trip down to the Nile River Valley and meet
Pirating.
the gods of the ancient Egyptian pantheon. Arising from a watery
Alright.
primordial chaos.
You guys have a good evening.
The ether, the various Egyptian gods possess the elemental control and vast knowledge of the chief